because it was this big name and you're like, hey, you have cancer, and you're like, oh, no way.
We actually removed her eye, and then we put something we call an implant, and over the implant we put a prosthesis. Parents seeing and watching their child eye is not an easy thing.
They call me names like kona macho ya mbuzi, usinikaribie, na huyu utatuambukiza.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Delicious International Food and Music Festival, brought to you by Delicious East Africa and Nation Media Group. To sponsor this event, please call us today.
DJ B, who's on the deck.
Yo, what up? My name is DJ Pierre McKenna.
Guys are so much welcoming to the female DJs.
I used to tell guys when I come out of school I want to be a DJ. They're like, hey, you, how?
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technology. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at Swiss Lena Namant Hotel. I've got Mariam here, who's a social change activist. Before the break, she told the horrifying story of her undergoing the cut as a 6-year-old. And now I want you to take me through the moment you realized that this actually wasn't haram, like it was painted to you. Was it painted as, am I using the?
No, it was painted as halal, as
halal,
something to be done.
Okay, halal. Right,
Yeah.
It was halal. Because haram means
unlawful.
You shouldn't have, unlawful. Okay.
And that's what it is.
Right, and that's what it actually is,
Yeah.
but that's not how it was painted. So can you take us through the moment where you realized the message that was sold to me isn't really
I see FGM is done for so many different reasons, and one of the reasons in my community is the belief that this thing is Islamic. But now we are told as Somalis we do this very severe type because it's a culture, but there's a mild type, quote unquote, and I'm putting it quote unquote. There's nothing mild in cutting somebody's organ, nothing. I don't want to be misquoted by those who think, So they think there's this mild type that is Islamic. So you see, that was in my head. Then
so that's what you learned at some point.
That there are even when we were going through, that's what we were told.
Okay.
That this thing is Islamic.
Okay.
Only that we do this severe type.
Yeah.
Like for Somalis, we do type 3. That's what it's called in the different typings of typologies of FGM. So they know that it is, so they tell you there's this mild type. So when I went to Moi University, and I met, of course, other Muslim girls, most girls who were like fasting Mondays and Thursdays voluntarily, praying together, clad in their hijab. And so one day, this friend of mine asks, by the way, why is it that you guys have this very bad, severe period pains?
Oh, period pains.
Yeah, period pains. And so I told her off the cuff, it's because of the way we are. And I used to use the term circumcised that time. I don't no longer use it because FGM cannot be termed as circumcision. So yeah, it's the way we are cut, you know, it's different from the you guys are cut. And so, and then I go on to tell her what I thought was her cut and what is my cut. So, you see, unlike other Muslims who do the mild one, as guys do the severe, and this girl was so shocked, like her mouth was wide open, her eyes were popping, and she just wondered, what are you talking about? So I told her, I'm talking about, of course, female circumcision, what do you mean? And she's like, no, I've never heard of that. So it was my turn to be shocked. You've never heard of that, what do you mean? You're not? She said, like, I'm not, my mom is not, we've not heard. In fact, we think it's people who don't believe in God who do. And I was so shocked. And so off, on top of my head, I just told her, your prayers then are not being accepted. And so she dashed out of my room very, very traumatized.
Because that was your, at the time, that was your understanding.
That was the script I had, you know. Because FGM is such a social norm, you're given narratives and scripts to hold it on to place. So that was one of the things, you know, like your prayers will not be accepted. You're not a true Muslim if you're not being cut. That's one of the scripts. And so she went to the other girls who were Swahilis, you know, like people from coast who are not cut, who don't even know this thing. And so we had like a sitting. So this Somali girl and I went to the sitting. But these girls just wanted us to show them evidence. You know, please show us the evidence. Why are you calling this thing Islamic? We didn't have any evidence.
You mean evidence in the Quran?
Evidence from the Quran.
Yeah, they
you know,
want
like,
to
why are you
like
calling
open
this?
and show us where it says.
Of course, if you say something is religious, then
Show
the
us.
authentic source is the Quran.
But you couldn't find it.
We didn't even know, we were never told, it is not even there, but even that time, we never even questioned, like, where is it? You know, there was this is no opportunity to do that. So to get ourselves off the hook, we just said, you know, you guys, your Islam is very watered down, there's no point of even arguing. So we even end up insulting them now after traumatizing them with imagining they were cats or they were not cats. Yeah, but that left me with a question.
So
like,
that's when the wheels started to turn.
So who is on the right here?
Yeah. So what was the next step for you? How did
the
you
next
start
step now, I have that question lingering in my head. I really want to know who is on the right between me and them, because I went through, if it's not Islamic, it was like, at that moment I was like, if it is not Islamic, my God, you know. And then I came across, women went to Beijing, and I came to volunteer with an organization here in Nairobi. I had graduated in October of 95, and from that December, 16 days of activism, I volunteered with Kenya Anti-Rape Organization. I think you must have been a small girl, you don't remember, but it was a very strong Kibera-based organization, and they were doing a lot of rape cases. So I went to volunteer, and so we were in this 16 days of activism, and I come across a document. It says many Muslims believe FGM is Islamic, yet it is not obligatory. Because that time they were painting a picture like it is optional. That's the picture that was being painted. I'm telling you, Sharon, that sent me to 1,000 places. Like, I was so angry, so mad. Why was I taken through this thing if it is not a must and it's not Islamic? Because then I began to understand that not all Muslims cut. Not all Muslims cut. So that was the beginning of a lot of questions. Why was I taken through this thing? Because you see, if something is Islamic and optional, like fasting Mondays, for example, is optional. But nobody has ever taught me, forced me to eat, asked me to do it. There's so many optional religious acts that are not life-threatening. So for me, that was a moment of a lot of questions, and I didn't have anywhere to direct that. So I just learned to swallow that pain. But then it opened up doors of so many questions for so many years. So many. It was one after the other, one after the other. Because that was not the end.
Right. Oh, right, right. And I can only imagine how much more when you started to, you know, open these doors to see what's happening, what are the real facts versus fiction. You must have discovered a lot.
Like, remember from my story on Dadasphere, I even shared that I didn't even know how my genitalia, what was done to it. And discovering that that is not how the normal genitalia is. You know, like when I attended this workshop and they had the picture of the normal genitalia, and I saw the urethra opening, my first question was, where is my urethra opening? Because urine is an impurity in Islam. And if urine is on my clothes, I can't pray with it. If it's on my body, and that's why we wash when we go to the toilet. Yeah. So, and because I knew I had the covering, like there was skin covering on my vulva, I imagined, where is this urethra opening? And for sure I had, only that when the urine came out, it hit this skin and it was dropping down that skin. There was no way of, I mean, if I had to wash, I was washing on top. No way to wash the inside. So that meant I carried this piece of skin on my body that had urine. Now imagine what that was making me. Like, time to pray would reach and I'd be like, but I'm not clean. I'm not clean
That
to face.
must have really challenged everything. That
It
you
was
thought you
very
knew.
challenging. It was a challenging moment. I would decide I want to go open myself up. And then I decide otherwise. Because then if I open myself up, everything I stood for will be washed down the drain. People will just call me a malaya, and I was open and I was not pure. And that would mean all my name would have gone down the drain.
But we now know Mariam as an activist, an anti-FGM activist, and that you were able to go through that journey and come out of it very clear on what is lawful and what is actually halal versus haram. I'm curious to know what your family started to think when you were speaking up against FGM, something that was practiced as a norm in
something that was as normal as wearing clothes. For sure.
So what were their thoughts?
It is still not easy for them until today, even though talking about FGM is not so much of like the way it was at that time, you know, like people were not talking. And I think the route I took was to question FGM. So I wanted to know what was Islamic, what was not about it. So having a group of religious leaders, talk to other religious leaders, engage with the community, and really even write in a book. If you Google Debunking FGM from Islam, that was the whole, you know, the counter arguments to show this thing, how un-Islamic it was. It was, they looked at it like I have gone bananas. You know, like my mom would look at me and say, why have you chosen to just embarrass me? This is embarrassing. All your education and everything has just turned down to just talk about the women's organ. I mean, why? What is this? What is this? Why have you decided this is your journey? So it has not been easy. No one was supportive of it. But in the long run, I was able to save some of my nieces. In the beginning, I wasn't able to. I would have really loved to save. I tried to. And with time, of course, especially after I took that route of questioning FGM from Islam, it was easy for them to sit with a religious scholar and he tells them it is not Islamic, it has no basis. Actually, it goes against Islamic teachings on the sanctity of the human body, and they go on and on. So, yeah.
So in the conversations that you've had in your community, do you find that is it the younger girls or the older girls that are more likely to be open to what you're saying? Who generally tends to?
The younger, of course, but if we use the right strategy.
Yeah.
You see, if you are brought up, religion is very emotive. So if something is religious and you're brought up like it's religious, you really need to only question it from that source. And the people who can do that are the people who are like experts, like the scholars on it. And that's the biggest challenge we have, because the scholars are not taking up this, and to really like take up this mantle and try to address this thing like it is. I mean, some are, but like when a scholar talks, I mean, you know how human beings are, their mind. So like there's this scholar who would speak and then they'll say, well, he's not Somali. And yet there's no monopoly. There's no one who has the monopoly to speak to communities about Islam. So, but young people are open. They need information and the right information for them to make right decisions. And that's where we need to leverage. That's where the efforts need to be put now. It's not enough to say FGM is 94% practiced among the Somali. I want to know who the 6% are. And that's what the young people need to see. Who are the and has anybody ever taken me as an example? For example, I'm not going to cut my daughter, but am I being used as an example from that community? I'm a girl from that community, was born and brought up in that community, who still keeps to the cultures and norms that are good and is ready to sort of like move away from those that are detrimental, like FGM. So you see, this is where now programming needs to go to, the 6%. Because social norm is such that you have this reference group, like the usual answer is, does it, so I don't want to be the only one. So now you need to show that it's not everybody who does. Yes, 94 are still doing, but 6% aren't. And showcase those. It is so huge. And the worst type of FGM, the worst type 3, 94%. So it's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, we're just watching girls being buried alive. Yeah.
Does it, in your experience, has it led to death? Have you seen girls die from it? Yeah. What are some of the complications that also arise from going through the cut?
The very first thing that any human being would die for, even if it was an accident, is blood loss. Okay. And now imagine you're cutting there and there's a big vein on for example, like the clitoris, and so you're opening up the girl's body for blood to gush out, so they can die. They could get into shock. They get infections because of that.
And I heard you say earlier that it's made your period cramps a lot worse as well.
Yeah.
So some of the treatments that you would use for that, would painkillers work, or how do you?
Painkillers, you just manage it with painkillers until and you see, I mean, it's just a warped mindset. They think now that is show of virginity, like you're such a virgin, so tight. That's why you're
right. But how false?
I mean, how false? Can you imagine? Yeah.
Whew, all right, we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll dive into the 20 years that Mariam has dedicated her life to working with NGOs and the UN to help end FGM. We'll be back in a moment.
The three sides of Anna.
We were born as identical triplets. I have a strong feeling that my sister, she's alive somewhere who knows where in this world.
What you did has no forgiveness.
Ana Lucia is my daughter.
You're being unfair, Mother. You're being very unreasonable. Those are my parents that died too, and I also lost a sister, Grandma. And you have all forgotten that 3 years ago I had to bury my husband, the love of my life, Grandma.
The three sides of Anna.
Narok, are you ready? For the first time, Churchill Show live recording comes to Narok. Saturday, 14th September at the Narok Stadium. Joe to Cheke Pamoja. Featuring all your favorite Churchill Show comedians, backed up by local entertainers and hosted by Churchill. Get your advance tickets now at 1,000 shillings because at the gate it will be 2,000 bob. Students limited offer 500 shillings. Get your advance tickets by dialing *229*29# or *483*82# or buy one at the Niver Supermarket, Narok. Churchill Show Narok for the first time Saturday, 14th September at the Narok Stadium. Ukikosa utaambia nini watu?
For children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so their cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really, really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but a cancer diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
The best part of an adventure was sharing it with people you love. We are going to have the best time. I made a summer fun list. Whoa, that's a lot of fun. I'm gonna go snorkeling. I just invented a new sport. Hashtag Sisters Rock.
Are you looking for property solutions? Would you like to sell, buy or build? Please join us on 13th and 14th September 29th Realty and Homes Expo. You will interact with property developers, realtors, contractors, roofing solution providers, ceramics and furniture dealers, landscapers, interior designers, insurers, financiers and other stakeholders in the property industry. For more information, call 0707-871-198 or send an email to projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Entry is free. See you there.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, Mariam, you did mention earlier that in the Somali community, 94% of girls have gone through the cut, FGM. What about the rest of Kenya? How many communities take part or, continue to perform FGM versus the ones that don't? Do you have any stats on that?
FGM actually is a national thing in Kenya. Only 5 communities don't have the tradition of cutting.
Only 5 out of the 40 plus,
43, something like that. So only 5.
Only
the
5.
Pokomo, Turkana, Teso, Luya, and Luo.
Only 5, but everything else under that.
Yeah. So some communities have left.
Yeah.
Post, you're told they used to do in the olden days. Now they don't. But others. But you see that the giants are the Kushites. Borana, Somalis, Oromos, Rendile, Gabra. These are the guys who lead like 94% and then of course trailing not very far is the Kalenjins, the Emerus.
I'm Meru. I remember when you first mentioned, I was like, no, we don't.
No, seriously,
Mariam,
they do.
You're wrong. We don't. And you were like, actually,
they do.
You do.
They do.
Merus do.
Actually, it is the Merus, the programming in Meru is the one that started the alternative rite of passage, because it's a rite of passage for them. The Masais, the Sambus, those guys also do. So it's actually a national thing. Only that we don't consider it to be a national disaster.
Yeah.
But it should be.
It absolutely is.
Absolutely.
So what are some of the challenges or barriers faced in trying to fight for the end of the cut?
The biggest during my time in the initial stages was, first of all, the fact that there was no government structure, there was no law, like you didn't have a fallback. Even if, let's say, it was happening, like there was no fallback. But the greatest hurdle in that region and in any other communities, the fact that this is a norm. Like it is so kawa for everyone. They don't even see it to be an issue. What's the big deal, And then now the claim of saying they want to move from the type to the mild type. So we need to deal and demystify and continue hammering in the message that there's nothing called mild, number one, and there's nothing Islamic about FGM. So the biggest hurdle is that wrapping. Like they have taken this thing and wrapped FGM, wrapped Islam around it, which to unwrap it. Yeah. I'm not an expert. They wouldn't even even if I was quoting and I had the right. So those people who are experts aren't taking it up. They're not. Majority of them are not taking. They're not ready. They're not so. This is a community you have to face. They have made this thing to be religious, and you really need to tell them that it is not.
Right.
So, yeah.
What are some of the milestones that in the last 10, 20 years you felt, wow, okay, at least we were making headway?
We moved from 100%.
Moved from 100% to 94.
Many people I know have issues with KDHS, but that is the only national statistics we have. And of course, from the national average, the first time it was done, which was in 2003, the first time FGM was included in the KDHS, we were at 32% countrywide. and now we are 21. So that tells you, yes, we are making headway. It is at a tortoise pace, but for us, one girl saved is still good enough.
Yeah.
One girl cut is bad enough.
Yeah,
So
that
is the stand. So yeah, and personally, I think at a personal level, I have seen friends and family who've said no because of the fact that which makes me happy.
Right.
I was gifted with a daughter to not cut and show the world that a girl can still go to whatever milestones she wants to without the cut and still come out a responsible woman. So that is, I think, a gift that I have. So, and then the fact that we are seeing a lot of efforts come up, like joint program, you know, like the UN joint program. We have seen the government come up with a law, comprehensive law on FGM. We have seen the anti-FGM board being formed so that, you know, this is multifaceted. You know, FGM can be health, can be legal, can be social, psychological, economic, spiritual. It is everything. So we've seen the anti-FGM board that has been formed to sort of like, you know, coordinate that. And make sure that it is on the table of decision-making table, which is a good thing. And we are seeing young people coming up and the men. That I think is also a great milestone. Young people are really forming, like we have the Kenya Youth Against FGM network, which is a good thing. And we are seeing men, like men and FGM. You know, Tony Mwebia, I just have to tell him, you know, congrats. And the rest of them, so many have come up to really say no.
So actually, speaking of men, what is their stance on this? When it comes to pro-FGM, for them, is it still a religious thing, or is it that's the ultimate virginized woman that they are looking for? When they're pro-FGM?
Yeah, I think depending on whichever community, like if I take the example of the Somali community, first of all, they lie to themselves that it is not their issue and they're not involved. Yet,
but it's the women who are doing it.
Yet if they have to pay the kata, they'll pay, like they're facing away. I keep telling them, don't face away, face the kata, negotiate, understand what she's going to do, you know, and tell her not to cut your daughter. So it's still like, you know, they want to make it look like, nah. And every time we even talk about it, you see like the mindset of the young men, you know, like a girl who's not cut is not going to make a good wife, and the narratives, you know, like I talked to, the narratives that are holding. But I think they need information, they need to be involved, they need to be informed, educated what this thing actually entails. Like when we were passing when the bill was prepared, for us to pass it through Parliament, we had to break it into different caucuses. Like for example, the liaison committee, all the chairpersons of the different committees, take them to Mombasa and take them through FGM. Because the previous year, which was, I mean, when the sexual offences bill was taken to Parliament, FGM was plucked out. You know, they wanted everything else minus FGM. They said we cannot legislate against people's, you know, cultures, because they didn't know, they didn't understand, they didn't know what it entailed. But the moment we took them through, I remember one of them saying, if I had this information when that other bill came, I would not have opposed it.
Oh, wow.
So you see, so we have to bring our men on board and we have to educate them.
Yeah.
Because they don't know what goes on. They don't know the damage. They do not know the damaged goods they're actually consuming.
Right. Wow. So you mentioned your daughter and the fact that you've been able to protect her from going through the cut. What does that mean for you? Does it mean, you know, monitoring closely who she's going to visit? What's that like? Are you scared, or do you think that people
I'm very scared, and it is very tiring.
Yeah.
Just that one girl, and then when I think of all the girls, I'm like, because if it is not even the cut, it is the ridicule, it's the name calling, it's the taunting, it is just the story she'll be given about FGM. Like this day, we're just taking tea in my living room, and this old lady tells her, you cannot sit because your clitoris is poking the seats. Of course, she didn't mention the clitoris, but she said it is poking. And my daughter didn't get, but you see, I was there and cringing. Yeah. So whenever I have visitors, I always have to debrief her. Like I'm like very intentional and very, very paranoid around what has she been told. So it's so tight. You can imagine that one daughter. It's so tiring to really want to protect her. So far she's safe, but I'm very scared. I cannot send her home alone. I can't.
Wow. Because even though they know you're against it, they could still.
Because it is such a norm. Even the neighbor, if they are cutting their daughters, they can. If you're passing there, they can just ask, "Come join."
Wow.
Yeah. So I wouldn't want to expose her to that. So, but it's a very scary position that I'm in.
Have you? I mean, I can only imagine what that's like, fearing for your daughter, but also feeling like you're fearing for all the girls who are undergoing this. Do you have moments where you're wiped out? You're like, I just can't. I don't know if your family is supportive today, but what do you do to keep fighting when you feel like you're moving at a tortoise pace? You even said that, and that you're fearful all the time. You're frustrated. People don't understand. How do you keep going?
It's very frustrating, and I mean, I just have to remind myself that the goal is to save the girl. So whatever the hurdles, everything else is a hurdle. Whether I'm taunted or name called or even referred to as, oh, you like talking about this clitoris. It doesn't matter. But I think we have not been able to grasp and understand the magnitude, what it takes to save. Like that one daughter of mine, just how much I am paranoid. I'm so paranoid about what she's being told, so you can imagine all the other girls. I wish I was able to just put every girl under my armpits, protect them, and when they are old enough, take them back to their families.
Right.
But it's only a wish.
Yeah.
It's only a wish.
Is it true that FGM doesn't, well, from what you've said, what I got from that is that the older you are, the less likely you're going to undergo the cut. Is there a certain age? So for instance, if you're 20, then it's too late for you. No one's going to force you to do it.
Well, I think a 20-year today who's not cut, she'll make a decision for herself.
And she cannot be forced to.
She cannot be forced. She cannot be forced. I've not heard of an element of force.
Yeah.
Because you've already been brainwashed and indoctrinated at that age. You are so willing. Like when you're that small. Yeah. So, yeah.
But generally, if you save a child, then you've saved the woman.
Yeah.
Because a woman is not going to.
And then you've saved the next girl.
Yes, and then you save the next girl because it passes on.
Yeah. Next girl.
Do you think the perpetrators, the women who are cutting, the families who are paying, do you think they're well informed of the risks, especially the health risks?
I think it is this thing of they know the risks, but the imagined benefits override. So they think they are securing you. They think you are beautifying your organ. They think they are making you a better Muslim. They think they are ensuring your chastity and morality. When you look at all those narratives around a better woman, that's what drives them. So they're not like thinking about this kidogo. I mean, if you went to cut an onion, your eyes will tear, you might get cut yourself, but you don't think about that challenge. You think of how nice your stew would be. That's the kind of thing. So I don't know. I would hate to be in their position to even imagine, because I remember there was one who came to, there was a time we had an engagement with cutters, and so one of them was so proud, I have met, that's the language they use, I have met, nimetengeneza 300 girls, and any woman I have met who has passed through my hands cannot be penetrated by a man easily. I either have to be called to open her up, after doing the infibulation, the two wounds healing together, or we have to be taken to hospital so proudly. But the moment we engaged on that and talked about how cutting organs is haram in Islam and how it's like you have blood on your hands, she was crying and broken. So I would really hate to be in their position.
So have you found that you've changed minds, that you've at least presented them with certain truths and that they've decided on their own terms that this is not for them anymore? Has that happened?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, there's a day we were traveling and this woman I was taking tea in one of the small villages in between, because I used to ply the route between Garissa and Wajir on road, and this lady just asked, can you take me to the next village? Which wasn't very far. And it was against the organization's rule, but then I just felt, well, let me just give her this lift. And as we were in the car, I just began engaging her about FGM, and she said, in fact, I'm going there to cut girls. But we changed her mind. She was like, please just take me back. I don't want to to go cut. So yes, we do have examples like that.
Wow.
We also have those who have aged and no one is inheriting the art from them. But you know now the challenge we have, medicalization. Nurses and doctors are cutting girls. That is one huge emerging trend that we are seeing. It's very unfortunate. Someone who has sworn to protect human life, and then there they are mutilating functional, healthy organs. Very sad.
Mariam, what next? As we end the show, as we close the show, what next? How would you like for people to take part?
I think Sharon, FGM should be everyone's responsibility. It takes all of us to protect. We need, thank you very much. Like you see this show and we discuss this, so anytime there are men who are struggling to want to end this, you could discuss with them, youth, you know, you can link up with them, and any opportunity you get, please, this is your platform. Please talk about FGM. Any other person, maybe if they're a teacher, maybe if they're a doctor, each one of us has a role that we can play to make sure that these drums of change keep being beaten louder. Because I think we cannot just watch. We can no longer continue watching and think it's norms, it's cultures, no. These are girls who are being mutilated. I would hate to imagine a young girl today crying and going through what I went through in this age and era, honestly. So we need to continue this hammering the drums of change, and it takes all of us. So thank you very much. I would thank you for this. Any chance I get, I always like talking about this. So it takes all of us, media, research people, government, community elders, religious people, mothers, everyone, young people, especially the young people. If we have to have a generational change, we need to talk to the young people. We need to start preparing them from when they are young. And talk to both boys and girls. Both boys, because through the experience of the alternative rite of passage, girls would be taken even through school and they finish Form 4. When they come back, this community they have to come back to, the men who have to marry them, the mindset is still the same. A good woman is a woman who's cut. Some of them have decided to go cut themselves.
No.
So we need to start.
We need to start young, having this conversation quite young. Thank you, Mariam. This has been incredible, and I'd like to think that there's someone who's listened to you today, and they've thought twice about either taking their daughters through it, their granddaughters, either performing the cut, if they were going if they were cutters themselves. I want to think that you've changed. No, I know you've changed someone's mind and perception on this, or at the very least, planted a seed that makes them, let me do a little bit more research on this.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
At any opportunity, that's what we want.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I know you're so busy, and again, I know you're leaving in a couple of days, and Mariam is going to study some more. She's already well educated and well read, but she's pursuing even more, further studies. So thank you, Mariam. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Valentine Droge, because she's the reason that we met. And I was like, I really have to have you on the show. I think your story is powerful, and the fact that you bravely and boldly tell your story, I know has changed so many girls' lives. So thank you. And thank you to Swiss Amount Hotel for lending us your beautiful space. We'll be back tomorrow at 8 a.m. So I'll see you there. Bye, everybody. And remember, the FGM fight, it's everyone's. It's yours and it's mine. So let's say something, let's talk, let's speak out and speak up. We'll be back tomorrow. Bye.
NTV continues to bring you great entertainment, news and sports shows. Stay tuned to NTV. For free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs, please ensure your aerial is pointed for optimum picture. Then, rescan your set-top box to refresh the channels. When search is complete, scroll until you find your favorite channel under the name NTV or ADN NTV. Choose channel 91 on GoTV, 271 on DSTV, 106 on StarTimes, 13 on Zuku, and we're also on Signet. NTV, turning on your world.
Here's the ID Chito made for us. While Chito is being interviewed, Yvonne and Sander will sneak into the basement. Yvonne will look around Rowena's office.
Control room. From there we can access their server. We can get all the information we need about the company.
Find out if they have anything on Salvador.
I know that guy. Well, there, that one.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
I used to see myself different from others.
It really tortured me at first because it was this big name and you're like, hey, you have cancer and you're like, oh, no way.
We actually removed her eye, and then we put something we call an implant, and over the implant we put a prosthesis. Parents seeing and watching their child lose an eye is not an easy thing.
They called me names like kona macho ya mbuzi, usinikaribie, na huyu utatuambukiza.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University of Research, Innovation and Technological Development. Apply now for our January, May and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo, name any other sir that you know.
Hiyo kusoma. Samosa.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM, because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Kipi kikusi chako? Katibu kata kwa kata. Katibu msikavuzi.
Asikia kwenu mmesota mpaka mnakula na story ya nyama.
Pata uongo. Nina mwanangu mamba kama wewe. Let's go. Beat your elders. Help your parents. Say your prayers. Be a good child. Anything you want. Anything you want. Anything you want in life. Bend and low.
Okay. Wow, you look so cute.
Peace.
This one looks good enough for you.
It's so tasty and crunchy. Did you like it?
I loved it.
Me too.
High five, CJ.
It's your boy Mark Masai, aka Junior Bandman. Watch Generation 3 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m. only on your #1 station, NTV.
This is NTV.
A very good morning and welcome to NTV Today. My name is Ken Mijungu, live from the Nation Center. We are also live from the county of Kisumu, live from Nakuru County, and live from the county of Nyeri. Shortly, we'll be telling you what's happening around the country. And of course, our reporters are also out on assignment, so we'll try and get as much as we can. We know this morning a consortium of civil society, including ICJ, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and the Katiba Institute will be holding a press conference to talk about what they perceive as attack on the judiciary. We'll try and take that live for you. And this morning also, we're having a discussion here about the proposed amendment to the National Youth Council Bill 2019. And I have a number of young people in studio here to talk to us about that. We'll be joining them in a little while, but even before we talk to them and before we go live around the counties, let's take a look at some of the stories making headlines this morning and last night. And we begin from out of town, and 3 police officers attached to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations in Bungoma were earlier yesterday arrested in Busia town in possession of fake currency. The officers were found with fake US dollar bills and 2,000 shillings in fake Kenyan currency. Police who arrested them said they had been tipped off that the officers were traveling in a saloon car and were carrying the cash. Now, the 3 police officers, Joseph Kahindi, Ayub Nganga, and Alex Rasto Kiplimo, claim they were taking part in a covert operation to arrest money laundering suspects when they were intercepted. But it's not the first time that police have found themselves in trouble with the law they have sworn to uphold. Just this week, police officers have been caught up in a number of crimes, some committed while on duty. NTV's Seth Olale illustrates the indiscipline of the disciplined men in uniform.
5-month-old Claudia Wanjiku and 6-year-old Alice Wanjiru are trying to come to terms with life without their brother Duncan Githinji, who was allegedly shot and killed by a police bullet. Inside their home in the sprawling Soweto slum in Kahawa West, close relatives and friends have gathered to comfort the bereaved family, but they remains inconsolable and unhappy about the progress of investigations into their loved one's death.
Kwezi kuwa na haki, kwa maana hakuna vile polisi na polisi anaweza toa polisi mwenzake nguo. Lazima atake kuficha.
According to residents here, incidents of this nature are not strange. In 2010, a police vehicle on patrol allegedly ran over a 1-year toddler, killing him instantly. That family, like this one, is still waiting for justice. Parents of Madhemba Secondary School in Makueni have accused police from the Kavumbu police station of beating up and seriously injuring students from the school in an attempt to stop a planned strike. The security officers are said to have locked up the students in the science lab, where they brutally beat them up, leaving a number of them with serious injuries. The police allegedly wanted the students to name teachers and parents who have been inciting them against the school principal, Wilhelmina Matheka.
Nilikuwa napichapa kwa rungu, kibogo, matege, makofi. Alitulima sana.
2 police officers arrested over the weekend in connection with the 72 million shillings heist at a Standard Chartered ATM last Thursday were arraigned alongside other accused persons. Constable Vincent Award is believed to have been caught using the stolen money. Constable Chris Ayenda Machogu was arrested in possession of 4 million shillings at his home in Kisii. The 2 pleaded not guilty and were each released on a 1 million bond. And with the rise in such cases, the faith of the public in the police has been plummeting. Seth Olale, NTV.
And away from that, President Uhuru Kenyatta wants members of parliament to keep off matters, salaries, and leave it to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, as they rejected their plans to improve their parks. NTV's political affairs reporter Kenen Muredi looks at the memorandum by President Kenyatta and points out his reservation on the Parliamentary Service Commission Bill 2018.
blame somewhere.
The memo now before Parliament highlights reservations the President has on specific clauses, mostly touching on Parliament's attempts to poke into the work and mandate of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. President Kenyatta asked Parliament to review clauses 20 and 43 of the Parliamentary Service Bill 2018, which touch on the allowances of parliamentarians and parliamentary staff. Clause 20 on the facilitation of activities held outside the precincts of Parliament says the Commission shall prescribe the minimum standards for travel and accommodation for members and staff of Parliament to facilitate performance of official duties outside the precincts of Parliament. The Commission shall formulate the parliamentary service schemes of service, setting out the terms and conditions for the employment of the officers and other staff of the service. In essence, President Uhuru Kenyatta has asked Parliament to stick to its lane and not meddle so much on what the SRC does in its work.
We realized that there was no need for that section to be there. That is a function of SRC. So the President is just saying, and we have agreed with him, that that is a function of not PSC or SRC. It's a function of SRC.
During the debate on the bill in June and July, MPs insisted they were independent to conduct their own business and set ceilings for their allowances and salaries, arguing they fell under the Parliamentary Service Commission and the SRC had no business in what they took home.
The contention between Parliament and SRC was on the discrimination on SRC in treating of all public servants in the three arms of government. The contention between us and SRC was not on increase our salaries, increase on this.
The leaders of the National Assembly seem to have resigned to fate and have halted their clamor for more perks, as discussion on the memorandum is done in low tones. For the House to defeat the President's memo, they will require 2/3 majority or 233 MPs to overturn it. Kennedy Muredhi, NTV.
Right, and we hope it remains with SRC. Now, the rejection of the Punguza Mizigo bill by the Kirinyaga County Assembly ignited an ugly and rather public slur between Governor Anne Waiguru and the Third Way Alliance party leader Ekuru Aukot on social media. It all started when the governor termed the bill as, quote, unfortunate and an embarrassment. Aukot, in a snappy comeback, lashed back, labeled Waiguru a public thief. When the bill by the Third Way Alliance party hit the floor of the Kirinyaga County Assembly, it was clear from the beginning there was no hope for its adoption. Once tabled, there was no one to second it, and the bill could not move to the debate stage. A big blow for Ekuru Aukot, who says the bill is not his own, but a reflection of the wishes of 1.2 million Kenyans. But obviously not the people of Kirinyaga.
And we've had discussions with many people, enlightening them on the importance of ensuring that it does not pass.
But it was the words posted on the governor's social media account that stirred Aukot's anger.
The county assembly read, looked at the bill, had caucuses, and finally had a decision that they should not let it pass because it's not in the interest of Kirinyaga people.
Waiguru wrote, and I quote, "The bill was thrown out on the basis of the law and standing orders of the Kirinyaga County Assembly, period. Even on its merits, this bill is in any event an unfortunate embarrassment," end of quote. This tweet will then inevitably expose the ugly side and the intolerant nature of the so-called leaders. It was picked up first by Third Way Alliance's Secretary General Frederick Okango, who shot back saying, quote, "Fortunately for Kenya, we don't run on your underdealing in Kirinyaga County. Punguza Mizigo Bill 2019 was never debated on its merit by your assembly, but on the basis of your corrupt dealings and selfishness. Even on your feeble reasons, you are an embarrassment to Kenya, end of quote. Okot added in a tweet, quote, to Anne Waiguru and the Lords of Impunity is not over yet. 19 members of the County Assembly support the Punguza Mizigo Bill 2019. Your underhand dealings at the County Assembly purportedly denied them the opportunity to debate and vote on the bill, which must be tabled. This didn't happen as required. Okot further hit out at the governor, who he labeled a public thief. In yet another tweet, he quipped, the ghosts, demons and spirits of the national youth scandal are becoming real in Punguza Mzigo Bill 2019. This is why Anne Waiguru is prematurely celebrating an illegality that took place at the County Assembly of Kirinyaga. A public thief cannot tell Kenyans about integrity. Even the recent audited reports from the Auditor General speaks for themselves. For your information, the biggest haste you orchestrated is now a world case study. It killed the dreams of many young Kenyans. You can't fool people all the time. Waiguru, however, retorted, and I quote, focus on your defective bill and stop tired sideshows. We all know who the creators and ghosts of the National Youth Scam were. They fund and feast with you. For your information on corruption, some of us remember the COE, massive financial irregularities. We read the reports. You can't fool people all the time. The Punguza Mizigo Bill needs the approval of at least 24 counties before it goes to the next step. So far, only one county has approved it. Ken Mijungu, NTV. Well, those leaders are not the only ones. There are other leaders who are notorious on the social media spot, showing bad manners to people on social media. The leaders, you deserve who you elect. Let's move on. 5 days after he promised to name a deputy and step down, Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko is yet again on the spot for failing to fulfill that promise. The embattled governor has been out of town ever since, according to the sources from his office. Critics now argue that this inaction could push the city-county into a constitutional crisis. NTV Silas Apollo has that report.
It has been close to a week since Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko made a promise to the residents of the city-county, one that dates back almost 1 year ago.
Nitachagua mtu atashikilia ofisi, tufua jina kwa assembly, mimi nijiondoe na uchunguzi ufanywe kwanza.
But almost a week later, nothing seems forthcoming. Our visit to the county headquarters today showed business going on as usual, with sources telling NTV that the county boss is on a vacation out of town. Sonko's critics say that the failed promises and a lack of action risk exposing his leadership.
That can lead to some individual in Nairobi or Nairobian deciding we are tired with this government, we want to have it suspended, all of it, and move in that direction towards ensuring the government is suspended.
Sonko's inability to pick a deputy has been linked to his mistrust of his staff and even close aides who have been resigning at an alarming rate since the beginning of his reign in Nairobi County. His deputy Polycarp Igathe resigned in 2017 over a poor working relationship with the governor. Matters have further been complicated by the lack of a substantive Speaker of the Assembly after Beatrice Elachi was impeached.
The only problem with Mike Sonko is that he sees enemies in every bush.
The governor's critics say that the delay tactics are because of his love for sideshows and a lack of order in the county.
We will not mention of any steps until you senators pass that bill, the County Government Act bill, until it is accepted by the president for it to become law, then I can comply with that law.
The governor is currently battling a tax evasion case with the Kenya Revenue Authority and another corruption case with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Silas Apollo, NTV.
Well, a few people hold as much power as judges. Within their sacred chambers, they are revered. But as often happens with positions that hold great power, there are concerns it could be abused. In recent days, judges have seemingly coalesced around their own, facing questions on their character. And while some say the arrest and prosecution serve to erode public trust in the judiciary, others are of the view there are no better ways to hold judges to account. Mel Miendo wades into that very debate.
The judiciary mandate as an impartial adjudicator has often come into question, but of more concern is how some judges facing questions on their integrity have seemingly managed to wriggle out of trouble.
There is nobody who is above the law in the country. The judges and magistrates are civil servants. They are subject to the law like any other Kenyan. They are subject to Article 27 like any other Kenyan. The only person who you cannot arrest while in office is the President of the Republic.
4 days ago, when Mombasa Principal Magistrate Edgar Kagoni was arrested for the loss of a heroin exhibit worth 30 million shillings, he became one of the few judges to have spent the night in police custody. Following his lawyers and an association of judicial officers sought orders from the High Court to have him released on bond, citing concerns about the threat to his liberty.
Drug cartels are the most powerful cartels in this country. They bribe judges, they put judges in their pocket, they put the magistrates in their pocket, so that wherever there is an issue, they are able to get in bond quickly, the case is able to be delayed, and so on. So sometimes it's necessary for the police to overreach when they are dealing with the serious crimes.
They also criticized the treatment accorded the judge, saying it was an affront to the independence of the judiciary.
If there's reason to believe that a crime has been committed, then the DPP has a right to go to court and get a search warrant, and then it's searched to confirm that there is a crime. So I don't know where the harassment comes from, and if any Kenyan, whether judicial officer or otherwise, feels that there is harassment from the two bodies, they are free to go to court.
When Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu was arrested, a number of lawyers came to her aid in the case against the DPP, which she won in court. She argued that the DPP could not institute proceedings against a sitting judge, yet the Judicial Service Commission that looks into the conduct of judges had not taken any action. Mwilu is a member of the JSC.
It may be the time now to delink the Judicial Service Commission from Judiciary, because you can expect some sympathies for colleagues. That is very natural. You can't blame them for having those sympathies, even though the law ought to dictate the outcome of any judicial inquiry. But sometimes these biases come.
There are those who hold the view that the flagrant arrest and prosecution of judges served to erode the independence of the judiciary and the public's trust in the institution. Mel Miendo, NTV.
All right, away from the judiciary, let's take you live to the county of Kisumu. That's where we find Okukusa this morning. And there has been also a fair share of drama at the county assembly since the county assembly speaker was arrested and arraigned, and there was drama also yesterday, and today we expect drama also from the county assembly. Okukusa, do you expect drama from the county assembly this morning?
Yes, Ken, according to the information that we got yesterday is that there were plans by supporters of the embattled speaker to actually try and reinstate him at the assembly. Remember, the assembly will be having its sessions today in 5 hours time, and therefore if those threats by the embattled speaker or those supporters is true, then of course we expect to see some drama like the one witnessed here 2 days ago. And as you can see, even in the background, the police are not taking chances. We are talking of 5 hours from now before the today's sessions begin, but already police have stepped up security both inside and outside the county assembly here in Kisumu, just leaving nothing to chance. Remember, there has been a lot of violence, confrontations witnessed in the house, which saw some of the orderlies there, the assembly orderlies sustaining injuries. But then yesterday the MCAs with the newly elected acting speaker went ahead to conduct business in the house, and some of the issues or the bills that have been pending since 2018 August were sort of brought forward, and the members of the county assembly, they just tried to brush through them. So there was a session there yesterday which lasted in the morning and of course again in the afternoon, and of today we expect them to come in the afternoon, where that showdown, which we have information about, could be witnessed here again today, Ken.
Is Onyango Olo at this particular point?
Take it again, Ken. I didn't get that question.
Where is Onyango Olo, the County Assembly Speaker, at this particular point?
Well, yesterday we were made to understand that he was to jet in from Nairobi, but then again, after a while, we got information that he had postponed his arrival here in Kisumu and pushed it forward to today. So as we speak now, it is not clear whether he has arrived in town or is still in Nairobi. But the last time we heard about him, he had just managed to obtain bail from the courts there, and was released on, of course, we all know, bond of 10 million shillings. But then we have not seen him here in Kisumu. We got information that he was supposed to arrive yesterday. We were at the airport in the morning, but again, while at the airport, we were made to understand that he had pushed forward his arrival and therefore scheduled it for today. So we are yet to actually get to know exactly where he is, whether he's in Kisumu already or he's still in Nairobi.
Right. Okokusa, thank you very much. And we are waiting to see what happens in the Assembly of Kisumu. That's Okokusa from Kisumu. Remember, we're still on standby with that press conference from a consortium of civil society organizations, Katiba Institute, ICJ, and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. We're also on standby with Bridget Ngana from Nakuru. We'll be talking about the NGO Coordination Board, where they are going around the counties and they're trying to align what they do with the Big Four agenda. And also Melita Oletenges is in Nyeri County just setting up, and we are going to talk about barter trade. Could you believe it? In Nyeri County, there are still markets where barter trade thrives. So Melita Oletenges will be reporting on that, and we'll try cross over to Mombasa, where Kevin Mutai is also going to brief us on what's happening. But let's bring the conversation now back to studio. The National Youth Council and the move to amend the bill. Now, a consortium of youth organizations feel that there is some missing input that they need to be included in that bill. And this morning, I have Irene Wairimo, who's a policy, governance and youth engagement officer at Action Aid. She joins us to speak about this. Bukimboro, civil engagement officer at Power 254, Wilkista Duma, consultant youth development. And of course, we can't complete this conversation without Roy Sasaka, who's the CEO of the National Youth Council. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for coming. Let's begin with the background to this. Very important for me, because one of the things that has been proposed, and a lot of people are against it, is the fact that the government wants to control the National Youth Council. And one of the things they're doing is appointing rather than having the youth elect their own officials at the council. Does that concern you, or you're behind this move by the government to impose leaders on the youth?
I want to say, Wijungu, that it's an interpretation which could be wrong, depending on how you look at it from. When you look at the genesis and where we are coming from, council, we've had challenges in terms of the composition of the council. And one, we are looking at the bigger number in terms of a council of 22 members. So it really, and then when you look at the best practice of a board of 10 members, so there is a lot of back and forth in terms of decision making, and it makes decision making not really a smooth process. So when you look at where this genesis started, there were those loopholes in terms of the law, in terms of the number, in terms of the process that is followed, mad with a lot of contentions, issues and all that. So when you look, so there was a bill that was introduced by Honorable Keter. And Honorable Keter was actually to address the issues of composition in terms of the large number of the council and so many other issues in, I think, 2 years ago. So what the government did and what National Youth Council we've done, we took advantage of the public participation period to also submit some of the recommendations. And the recommendations were just, how do we make sure that the decision making at a council is smooth and easy to accommodate and be able to reflect the youth agenda in the country. Okay. So the interpretation that the government wants to take part, and again, let me say this, that the models could be very different. And the reason why even we are here and the discussion is still going on is, how do we get a better model of election? The discussion that is going on right now.
All right. Well, Kista, do you believe that's the discussion? You know, from where Roy sits, he can tell me anything.
Well, Kenya's history in terms of youth movements is very rich, and I think for the first time we have to really appreciate that we have a consortium of youth-serving organizations that have come together to voice, the concerns of the youth and give input to the same. However, I feel like the government doesn't exactly have the goodwill in terms of letting the young people elect their own leaders because of, political interference in the previous councils, and the government sort of curtailed the functions of the council itself, considering there was underfunding of the council, of the previous councils, and political actors, of course, in the same, because they are the government even, curtailed the same process. So in terms of goodwill, the government is still lacking.
Okay, in terms of goodwill, okay. You deal with the youth every single day. Before we even discuss the substance of the proposals that you're making, does it concern you about the underhand dealing of the government in terms of how they want to control the National Youth Council?
I think they are not honest, and I'm just referring to what Roy is saying. He talked about the previous council being a 22-member council. The problem was the fact that the council was actually bloated. The problem was not that the council was actually an election model. So we need to, first of all, appreciate that the National Youth Council is there to serve the young people of this country, and therefore the young people need to be part of the council in terms of the composition and the structure. So therefore the representation of the National Youth Council should be felt all the way from the ward level all the way to the national level. So I feel like we need to be clear and we need to be honest with ourselves that this is an institution that is meant for young people, and therefore young people need to participate and ensure that no young person is left behind in terms of representation.
Okay, yes. But sometimes the democratic process does not yield the desired results. Like, for example, we just ran a story of an elected leaders behaving badly, right? So sometimes that democratic process, allowing the youth to maybe elect their own, does not work. So I would agree with him when he says we're looking for the right model of election.
And that's why the youth-serving organizations have come together to form a consortium to be able to cure some of these things. And one of the things that we are proposing is that the youth-serving organizations are the one on the ground, and they understand the young people that are taking initiatives in the communities, so that they appoint them at the ward level. Okay. So they appoint one female and one male at the ward level, so that these people be able, like, they will look at the young people who can actually lead, so that even while they go all the way up, they are taking their skills, they are taking the experience, they are people who already have skills, and we are talking about professionalization of youth work. There are people who understand what it means to engage people.
Basically what you're proposing is to appoint people who will be instrumental. I'd like to talk about the proposals next, but that's what I'm getting. I'll come back to you. Okay. Let me speak to Irene. Same concern. What concerns you with the current setup, or what's happening in the National Youth Council, for example?
With the current setup?
Yes.
So with the current setup, we have the bloated National Youth Council, as Roy has said. We have a 22-member youth council. Okay. This means that in terms of decision making, it's a very long process, because by the time you have 22 young people agree on a particular thing, it will take a long time. Secondly, we don't have that buy-in from the youth-serving organizations. We feel that the National Youth Council is something that is Yagava. So we want now to have a youth council that is bought by the youth at the ground, and also the youth-serving organizations, as well as the government, so that it can all represent the voices and the needs of the young people.
Okay, and that's why there are these proposals. You have a last word on that first question.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think let me make it a bit clear, so that we move in the right direction. What we are doing is this. There are different models, starting from the one that actually starts the council right now, that was enacted in 2009. The model was starting at the local level, the ward level. And what we need to appreciate, Mijungu, is that it was an electoral college system. What is being proposed right now, which we're also getting a consensus and buy-in, it is also an electoral college system. And the decision and the discussion that we are discussing here, and I agree that we are all on the table, is how do we make sure that the young person at the grassroots is actually identified and owns the National Youth Council as the body that represents him. And the disconnect, I want to agree, is if we start at the county level, and that is one of the models that actually that is proposed, does it mean that the youth at the local level does not have a say in the National Youth Council? So I want to say yes, the model is actually on pushing for representation of the young people. I want to say that the government has goodwill, and the goodwill starts by, first of all, even recognizing that this process needs to be amended so that we can have elections and we can have young people sitting at the helm of the National Youth Council. So I think I agree and disagree with Mbuki that the government is insincere. No, actually the reason why, when this process started, we also just submitted, as National Youth Council, we submitted preposition on the wish list on how the National Youth Council is or should be. And the committee, the Labour Committee, were able to put together recommendations from across the country on what the National Youth Council should be. And the Youth Consortium, the Youth Serving Organizations Consortium came in place to make sure that as we process this, are there gaps still in the proposed way in the national bill that we need to address? And I agree with them that there are gaps. And when you're making law bill, Mijung, is that when you're making a law process, it cannot be perfect, but the best principle allow all the best governance systems in place so that we have a strong National Youth Council.
Okay. Yeah. Before I go to the proposal, let's talk about you, Irene, telling me that by the time 22 young people make a decision, yes, it's a long, tedious process. They'll not obviously agree. Yes. Now tell me about by the time 50 youth-serving organization or consortium makes a decision that needs to be implemented. I'm thinking this is even a longer route than what is happening with the 22 yes, membership.
Yes. So what you're proposing is that we will have an assembly of the council. Mm-hmm. The assembly of the council constitutes constituency delegates. We will have one young man and one young woman form the assembly of the council from each and every constituency.
How do you get your membership inside there as a one young man, one young woman?
So the youth serving organizations at the grassroots level, that is the ward level, will nominate their people.
Will nominate, they'll pick their relatives, okay? Let's go ahead.
Once they nominate 2 people at the constituency level,
okay,
they will go through an election model, and then we will have 2 people representing a particular constituency.
Has that election model been put in place?
Yes, it's on the proposals that we have.
It's on the proposal,
Yeah. Once they form the assembly of the council, we will have another election where we will have the 11-member council. That is, 11 members will be elected out of the assembly,
okay,
such that now
so these serving organizations elect, then they form the assembly, then from the assembly now you get 11 members.
Yes, okay, 11 members.
Okay.
Now the 11 members will be the ones who will be making decisions.
Okay.
However, they are also subject to oversight by the assembly of the council.
By the whole assembly.
Yes.
So you're talking about 2 times 50, that's about 100. Are they 50 really?
290 constituencies 200 times 2, that's 580 delegates.
Oh, across the constituencies.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Maybe just to add on Irene's point, from the ward level, as much as these youth serving organizations are appointing to 1 male and 1 female, the nominees themselves are the ones to elect. So they form an electoral college. So even though you nominate the person that you think that is a relative or in any case, among the nominees, they will have to elect the person they think will represent them best at the constituency level, because they still have to compete at the constituency level from the other wards. So there will be no or little, there will be little in terms of nepotism, in terms of this.
What you're not getting, yes, and what I think you had an issue with this, how do we move from a 22 member blotted council to a 50?
At this time we have to put that blotted in quotes.
Yeah, in quotes. So going by SCAC and going by Mwongozo, which forms you know, the basis of how to do and the numbering of appointments in boards and all that, we would really like to appreciate that the laws are already in place and that we would like to use them as they are, but also note that the problem that comes in dealing with the young people is not the young people themselves, it's in the organizing of the young people. So if the youth serving organizations, including, you know, CBOs at the ward level, at the community level, are able to come and organize and have, you know, front a memorandum with recommendations from all these youth serving organizations, then I mean, you can already see that the youth are coming together and we are not agonizing, we are organizing.
Oh, okay.
And I think just a challenge to show that even the model that is that is suggested by the Youth Consortium still needs a lot of input and basing on your observations. One is how do you actually, how do you get to that youth as a youth serving organization, that male and female? Does it mean that the individual youth cannot come and vie as an individual? You get me, Mijungu. So there is still a lot of discussion in building this model. When you look at what we proposed, which I also think and I feel much more input needs to be put on, it was starting at the county level.
As the council, proposed as the council?
Yes, okay. yes. It was starting at the county level. But the buy-in that I want to buy the youth consortium is that we, instead of starting at the county level, we start at the ward level, which is very good. Because that will mean that at the ward level, that small unit, there is a governance structure that actually champions for the youth agenda. So when you look at the composition, we are not running so far from the 22 to 14, because as much as we're talking about 11, there are those 4 alternate members from the Treasury and Interior and the Mother Ministry. So the council comes to 14. So 14 from 22, yes, we've cut down. Yes, it's not appealing to Mongozo. Mongozo will tell you a maximum of 10. So we need to agree that as a youth organization, as a National Youth Council, there are those unique identification as from compared to any other organization, public organization.
Okay.
And we also need to agree that whatever model that we are proposing, it is not that this model is bad, this model is good. The best is how do we come to the model that actually will get the buy-in of the young people.
How do you harmonize it based on what they're thinking also?
Yes.
All right.
And not push the discussion that, okay, the government is insincere and all that. Because when you look at it, the propositions we made, it's a build-up. When the consortium was building this the case, the build-up was from some of the propositions suggested, and it means that the suggestions may have had loopholes, but still there is room to improve it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Irene, explain to me something. Why 22? Why 22?
That is the current number.
Yes. Why? What was the mischief you were addressing with 22? The number 22.
I can address that.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's the current act.
Yes, the current.
The 22 was we had the youth who were being elected to represent the 8 regional provinces then in the country. Because of skill mix and composition at the council, then the act provided that the CS then will again appoint 8 youths to join those youths to make 16.
16, yes.
And then out of those 16, now this being appointed is just to cater issues of special interest group, PWDs, and council mix. And then we had the PS alternates to form a composition of 22. And I think the government or the appointing authority then felt that these youths who are being appointed also need, you may appoint youths maybe, and then there will be gaps in some skill mix. How do we address that? Then by appointing these 8.
Okay, that was it. All right, let's go. I'm attempted to call Billy Mijungu because he was the chairman. I'm attempted to call him.
Please call him.
Yes, I'm attempted to call him to shed light on this because he was the chair. And I think that's the last time the National Youth Council was very active. After that, it sort of died.
Yes.
So I'll try and get him. I'm going to send Natasha the number so that we can put him on call. So that we just see the rationale.
I've already notified him that we're having a discussion. So I would really be happy to hear his.
There's another tone Roy has. He's admitting actually that there's a problem somewhere in his backyard. So we like the direction that he's taking.
Okay, I'm just texting Natasha the numbers. But let's look at what informed this serving organizations to come together. What was the gap? I want to talk about it, the proposals. But why did you think it's time to come and talk about this? Let me start with you.
So what informed the youth serving organizations to come together was that we reviewed the current National Youth Council amended bill, which is currently in Parliament, and we saw that there are several concerns that needed to be addressed. For example, was the concern that the current bill does not provide for the young people to voice their concerns in a way that it shrinks the democratic space for young people.
Okay.
So that we want to see that if a young person who is in Turkana wants to be heard in the National Youth Council, he or she can be able to sit at the National Youth Council, or even a young person who is in Nyanza province or in that corner of Kenya. But you see, with the current amended bill, it's that the cabinet secretary appoints people.
Yes.
So when will that person or that young woman who is
get
there
to exercise themselves?
Get to exercise their needs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That was one gap. What gap?
And maybe to build on what Wilkista was saying, as a youth serving organization, we found it that it's important also for us to organize ourselves so that we can push the youth agenda forward. As much as we continue working in our own, cocoons, we will not be able to push the youth agenda, and that's why we were like, let's harmonize our own memoranda, because every institution has its own way of, doing this, dealing with young people. But when we come together, we'll be able to harmonize some of these proposals that we have. And if we do not come together, for sure, the proposals that were coming in, engaging young people from the county, and it's actually applications. So that means young people do not have a say in the National Youth. We'll form another parastatal, which young people think it's just an appointment. County commissioner are deciding who will be in the National Youth Council. So we decided, let's come together and have a say, harmonize our memoranda and make this National Youth Council a very strong body that will advocate for youth issues. And I really hope that even as we talk here, and the National Youth Council will now also join hands with us to be able to come up with a very good model that every young person will feel represented and will be able to participate in every activity that the National Youth Council is able to organize.
Okay.
Yes.
Before I talk to Wilkista, just one question. Who is the originator of this amendment?
The originator for these amendments were originated by Honorable Keter, who is the MP representing youth in Parliament.
Okay. So it came from him.
Yes. And I want to clarify something on what Mboki has said, that actually National Youth Council is very welcoming to this consortium, and we've been having sessions even with them, because we realize that there is always room to improve what is already in Parliament. So I would want her to acknowledge that. And then two, is that when you look at even the propositions that National Youth Council had put forward, I want to say that, and this is what we've really been able to agree so much with these meetings that we've been having, there are three issues that we are also trying to push through the consortium in National Youth Council. And this is one, Mijungu, nomination and appointment of young people in parastatal bodies and organizations and all that. When you look at the existing act, the act only says that the National Youth Council shall advocate, but it doesn't give us actually the powers to nominate those young people. So when it comes to implementation of that law, we don't have the teeth to bite. We can't even be able to nominate those young people. We'll just work on the goodwill on all other organizations that are coming up. Okay. And then two is in issues of professionalization of youth work, which is a discussion that has been even picked up by the global community in terms of Commonwealth. How do we make sure that the youth work is not just any other, but it's a profession? Do we anchor it in National Youth Council so that we just become, when you look at actually what we need to do as National Youth Council, we are not supposed to be doing the actual activities on the ground. We're just supposed to be a focal point for these all youth serving organizations to get a space in us. And then we coordinate so that they're able to implement those activities that actually empower young people.
Out of what framework with them?
Now, that is where we are now, out of now the acts.
Okay.
Yes.
You see, the current act, when we had the elections down from the local level, we had young people being elected to the National Youth Council. So a lot of young people think now they are like a sort of an MP.
Oh,
so
okay.
somebody is just opening schools, opening roads, but that's not what the function. The function of the National Youth Council is to be the voice of the young people and provide an enabling policy environment for youth issues to
Was that an example of it, or it's real?
No, this is the amendments that we are bringing
No,
forward.
was it an example opening schools? And
yes, just go back to the times when Billy was there. You can ask him.
Really?
People were opening schools.
Let's go back to the gaps, because I want to talk about the proposal. What gap, particularly from where you said, did you identify?
So, generally, looking at the functions in the Amendment Bill 2019, you read through and you see the original Act of 2009, and you can see the Youth Council has been reduced to an NGO of sorts, just running programs and not, actually fulfilling its mandate as at when, capturing the spirit as at when it was formed. So the gap mainly here is the strategic level at which the National Youth Council should operate has been taken away from it. So having those watered down functions does not exactly give the National Youth Council to play the role we envision it to play for the young people. And did you realize that National Youth Council is the official voice of the young people? So how do we reinstate the National Youth Council to this function of being the national voice of the young people? Yeah.
Okay. Okay, very interesting. We're going to cross over live, but first, before we do that, let's talk about now the amending the bill, right? I'd like to know the sections of that bill that does not sit well with each of you. Then we talk about the proposal. So let me start with you.
So the section that doesn't sit well with me is what Roy has mentioned, that we have a function that says just advocate for youth issues in policy processes. So how do you advocate for youth issues? We are saying we want youth issues to be mainstreamed in national policy processes. What does this mean? It means we need to have youth data, we need to have evidence-based policy making that works for the young people. We need to have youth mainstreaming in programming along other government ministries. We need to have youth voices heard in every policy processes, whether it's the political, social, and economic policy processes.
All right, we're coming back to you, but we said earlier that a consortium of civil society organizations, including ICJ, Katiba Institute, and the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, were holding a press conference to address issues at the judiciary, especially the arrest of the Mombasa magistrate Kagoni over the drugs issue. Let's listen in.
Disagree with orders of the court. The law provides for them to apply for a revision of the orders or appeal against those orders. All state officers who act in contempt of court violate the Constitution and should be liable to removal proceedings. Article 161 of the Constitution equips the judiciary with the independence against all persons and authorities. It's subject only to the Constitution itself. The tweet by the DCI on 6 September and the press statement by ODPP the following day regarding the arrest of Honorable Kagoni are a cause of concern. They depict the DCI and DPP being judge, jury, and executioners in a matter regarding the alleged charges against Honorable Kagoni, thus eroding the doctrine of presumption of innocence of a judicial officer in the court of public opinion. Article 157(11) of the Constitution instructs the DPP public interest, the interest of the administration of justice, and also need to prevent and avoid abuse of legal process. The DCI should desist from actions that can be interpreted as attempts to intimidate the judiciary and thus interference with the judicial independence. The doctrine of separation of powers connotes that different arms of the government and with checks and balances against each other, while at all times respecting the mandate of each as provided for in the Constitution. A judicial officer's role is to decide on disputes before the court following the law. A party that is unhappy with the judicial officer's decision should appeal the same or apply for its review. The Judicial Service Act also makes provision for complaints against judicial officers and their discipline and removal before the Judicial Service Commission. We need to emphasize here that the decision that the ODP and the DCI complaining about was made sometimes in 2018. There is a decision where the Honorable Magistrate made against the removal of the narcotic substances. It is at that point that the DCI or ODPP, if they were not satisfied with that order, they should have moved to the High Court immediately to seek review of that particular. And I think it is high time that even the ODPP must take responsibility for failing to follow due process when a decision has been made and they were not happy with it, and they ought to have appealed or sought review. Immediately, the magistrate made an order directing that the amounts the DPP expected to be forfeited to the state be released to the suspect. It was at that point the ODPPs should have immediately moved the High Court to review that decision if they felt that decision was not correct. But you cannot expect the public to start following you when making blatant errors, and then now you want to punish judicial officers for making mistakes. We all make mistakes, and that's why we have a higher court process. And if you're not satisfied with the magistrate's decision, you move to the High Court. And move to the Court of Appeal if you're not satisfied with the High Court's order. But you cannot turn around and start eroding that independence of the judiciary by attempting to attack the magistrate for errors made in the course of execution of his or her duty. And that is why we say it is going to be blatant abuse of judicial independence for the DPP to do what he's trying to do. It is well understood that he has got the mandate to fight all these ills in the society, but that must be done within the ambit of the law. ICJ Kenya, Katiba Institute, and the Kenya Human Rights Commission is that our position is that right to fair hearing, access to justice, equality before the law, and ultimately law and order in our society is predicated upon an independent judiciary. This cannot be compromised, and in any democracy or constitutional order like ours. We therefore call upon the DCI, the ODPP, to at all times comply with the court orders and be respectful of the rule of law and due process. Thank you, and we wish you a good day, and hope you can advise the DPP and the DCI to ensure that they comply with the court orders. Because today you don't comply, tomorrow you'll be faced with the same situation when your orders are not being complied with, so that we will have a circus going round. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you have, please.
Yes, okay. I'll ask from here, but I will also request you to look at the cameras when you're answering. My name is Mel Miendo from NTV, and so I have two questions. First question is about the court order you're speaking of with regards to Magistrate Kagoni, and we're aware that he was rearrested actually when he came to Nairobi. He went to the JKA police post, and there was a chief magistrate in Nairobi called Lucas Onina, and he actually mentioned that the court order from Mombasa had to Nairobi for them to allow the magistrate to actually be given bail. And so what's your comment on that? Because that's what then led to Magistrate Kagoni remaining in custody, because that chief magistrate asked for that court order to be brought from Mombasa to Nairobi. And then the second question is, when then should judges and magistrates be arrested and prosecuted? Who holds judges and magistrates to account?
The first place, when you talk about the Magistrate Onyina indicating that that's the original order, at the time when Magistrate Onyina was making that decision, the order had not been brought from or served or communicated from Mombasa. And what I need you to understand and everybody to understand is that when Judge Nyakundi made a decision in Mombasa, he directed that the order through any electronic means, including WhatsApp, email, and others, so that the order could have been communicated through various modes. So that order was brought as directed by the Honorable Judge and served upon the officer in charge at the JKI police post, not Honorable Onyina, because at that time the Honorable Kagoni was in custody before the JKI police station, and the direction was that that order was served upon the officer in charge of the station to release him, and that's the officer who refused on directions ostensibly from the DCI or the ODPP not to comply with that order. So the question you're talking about here is whether that order had been communicated. Were they aware of that order? Was it an order that ought to have been complied with? And if they are not happy with it, what directions had they taken to overturn that decision by the High Court judge? So by the time the order was being served on the magistrate or on the police officer, the JKI, the order had not been overturned by anybody. On the other issue, you talk about when do we hold judicial officers accountable for their actions. You see, in the first place, you don't jump into the bandwagon of determining the veracity of a particular order made by a judge or a magistrate. There is a process. If you are not happy with the decision that has been made in execution of his duties, because magistrates, like anybody else, or judges, they have a private life. They can be held accountable for what they do in their private capacity. But when they're executing processes in the normal court process, I can make a mistake. That's why you find somebody has been convicted and that conviction overturned. That is a mistake of law. You can misapprehend the facts. You can misapprehend the law. But that should not be construed as a criminal. Otherwise, you not have that independence of the judiciary. So if the ODPP was not comfortable with the decision made by the Honorable Magistrate, at that point, they move to seek review of that decision. The next question that always arises is that if a magistrate is found to have done something criminal, of course, you may find a magistrate has done something criminal within the process of executing his duties. There is investigative processes. There is the judicial ombudsman. They have a process of investigating these issues. And we're not saying that they are immune from prosecution. But there is a process that must be followed. And I think there is a decision that was made very recently, and I think you all know of the DCJ's Muilu decision, which is a very clear case in a similar situation. What happens to a judicial officer serving who has been found in a situation in executing her or his own duties? That should be a more to follow. And there is a process to be followed. And we're saying you can't ignore laid out principles which are set out in the Constitution, which are set out in the Judicial Service Act. And the other thing that we also want to re-emphasize, because the issue that was before the court on Monday is whether anybody, including any Kenyan, under Article 49, you are entitled to bail. You are entitled to bail. Even at the time when he was arrested, he was entitled to bail. But here we are talking about a person who has been given an order to be released on bail, and the officers who are entitled to obey that order are refusing. And what is going to happen tomorrow when the ODPP and the judiciary run amok? We must have a situation where order is brought by adhering to the rule of law. The order is that the ODPPs, the DCI, while executing their duties, must always play by the book. And that's what we expect.
Okay, I'm Hemba from Ebro TV. So in a nutshell...
Right, in defense of the judiciary, they're basically defending what happened, and they're talking about victimizing a judicial officer or judiciary officer for what they have done in the course of their duty. It's a debate that continues in this country, and the question is who will check the judiciary, if everyone is in defense of the judiciary, or should we left them to the Judicial Service Commission? An important question, but also an important intervention from the civil societies. Time now for a short break, but when we come back, we'll still be speaking about the youth and that move to amend the NYC Bill 2019. And with me in studio are still these ladies and the gentlemen. And also when we come back, we'd like to speak to a former NYC chairperson to tell us exactly what is in this thinking and probably what gaps did he identify. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
DJ B, who's on the deck.
Yo, what up? My name is DJ Pierre McKenna.
Guys are so much welcoming to the female DJs.
I used to tell guys when I come out of school I want to be a DJ. They're like, hey, you, how?
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Victory belongs to Jesus. Victory belongs to Him.
Joseph Mungai Gikonyo, the proprietor of Garam Investments Auctioneers. I came to the Daily Nation because it was then, as it is still now, the newspaper with largest readership in the country. I didn't have to think twice about it. The Daily Nation is the cream of the crop. And I have seen tremendous growth in my business via the use of the Daily Nation.
Our leadership is unchallenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
The three sides of Anna.
We were born as identical triplets. I have a strong feeling that my sister, she's alive somewhere who knows where in this world.
What you did has no forgiveness.
Ana Lucia is my daughter. You're being unfair, Mother. You're being very unreasonable. Those are my parents that died too, and I also lost a sister, Grandma. And you have all forgotten that 3 years ago I had to bury my husband, the love of my life, Grandma.
The three sides of Anna.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
And we are back. We are back on NTV today. My name is Ken Mijungu. With me in studio is Irene Wairimu. She's a Policy Governance and Youth Engagement Officer at ActionAid. We have Wilkista Aduma, Consultant Youth Development, Bukimburu, Engagement Officer, Power 254, and Roy Sasaki, CEO National Youth Council. And of course, we have Billy Mijungu, who is my big brother on phone now. He was the former chairperson of the National Youth Council. Good morning, Billy. Talk to us. I have these ladies and gentlemen in studio, and we're talking about the proposed amendments to the National Youth Council Bill 2019. And I'd like to get your opinion. What exactly were the gaps that were being addressed by this amendment, aside from the fact that it was not aligned to the current constitution?
Thank you, Ken, for the early call. And indeed, it's a good morning for everyone. I happen to be very conversant with everybody who sits in the panel, your panel, especially the CEO and Wilkista. Now, when we exited the council, of course, there were gaps within the National Youth Council Act. One would be, how do you make sure that the National Youth Council has continuous and undisrupted funding? Because what you currently see with the executive and the judiciary is the exact thing we faced within the council. If you had a new council today and you had a new ministry, how would that council link up with that new ministry to continuously do its work? So that is a place where we had challenges, how to make sure that there's continuous inflow of funding for the council to make it more vibrant. Another gap we found out was we are, as a council, you are elected. And as a representative of young people, you would find challenges with politicians. How do you make sure that you have an elected council that also speaks in consonance with other elected leaders? Because mostly leaders who are elected look at the council as a competition rather than as a body that they should use to also further their development agenda on the ground. So those are a few issues, but I am quite conversant with the National Youth Council Act and the proposed amendment as we speak today. And I've made my position known, and Roy Sasaka will tell you, I've made my position known to the ministry under consultation as to what I think. And a council must be elected. A colleague of ours recently hosted by a rival television station said even the prefects in classrooms are elected. Even in a ministerial a PSS forum, they have to elect their own chair. Even a ministerial forum of their own, they would always like to probably elect their own chair. Even in a funeral committee, you elect a person. Why is it that the young people of this country are the ones who have to have their leaders or representatives appointed? You'd be easily shouted down in a town hall. You'll be asked who elected you. How are you representing us? So it is important to find a mechanism that makes sure that representation is selective of some. If you look at something that go down there and put upheavals like a universal suffrage, that would be so proper for a country.
Okay.
But a delegate system would be proper.
All right. Do you have concern in the manner in which this bill was introduced? Do you have concern that perhaps this could be a underhand deals by the government to muzzle the National Youth Council and put it in complete control?
Actually, I don't think it is. There could be underhand deals. Government stands advice. And I think they receive advice from various organs and various people and various interested parties. The person who is pushing this bill, I know, is Mheshimiwa Gideon Keter. And I've told him, and I've met him, and I've talked to him. This is the same person that when we were reappointed, after an election, when we were reappointed, was agitating for an election. I mean, all media stations have the clips.
Okay. But I'm told by Roy, the original version of the bill that was proposed by Keter and the current one that now this consortium and youth-serving organizations are looking at is totally different and does not reflect the original mind of Keter.
Very good. I know there have been movements, but as long as you're going to hold an election in the constituency, really,
okay,
any election will always happen in a ward. Even the head constituency exists in a ward.
Okay.
That have a grassroots election, pre-qualify the kind of young people you want to get elected, so that you get the cream.
Okay. That's what you're doing on the ground, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Bill, a final question for you before we let you go. If you look at that proposal, having served at the National Youth Council, what exactly is a no-no for you?
A no-no would be a superficial election. A superficial election is an election where you probably begin it at a constituency or at the county.
Okay.
I would be comfortable, or the youth of Kenya would basically be comfortable in an election that starts from the grassroots.
Okay.
And that is at the ward level. At best, it should start at the sub-location. Because, Ken, one final thing. If you want to mobilize young people behind an economical development agenda, you are not going to mobilize them superficially. They are going to come from the grassroots. And any development, even as it is today, happen in a ward. Tell me anything.
All right.
That does not exist in a ward. So why don't you just start your election at the ward level, or at best at the location level?
All right, Billy, thank you so much, former National Youth Council chairperson. I'm coming back with that discussion because he's pointed a lot of things, but I'm glad some of the things he's pointed out we have actually discussed. We didn't mention about funding. I don't know if that's still a big thing for you, but we're coming back with that, plus a lot more. I'm told Bridget Ngana is now ready. Bridget, good morning from Nakuru. Talk to us about the NGO Coordination Board and what it's doing in Nakuru.
Well, the NGOs Coordination Board has been in Nakuru County today just to meet with counties within 8 counties within the South Rift to discuss the new agenda that they have as a board. This is a meeting that is bringing together more than 100 NGOs within the South Rift, and they're talking about getting the numbers of the non-governmental organizations working in the counties and how they're aligning their agenda with the respective counties. But to give us a brief on exactly why the NGO board is here, I'm with Executive Director Mutuman Kanata. Thank you so much for joining us on NTV this morning. Just tell us, what is the significance of the NGOs board meeting the NGOs in the counties?
Thank you very much, Ghana. We are happy that we are here in Nakuru, meeting various NGOs operating in this region, in the 8 counties. Some of them include Barigo, Kajiado, Samburu, and Nakuru, together with Kericho. The purpose of this meeting is a continuation of a program that we have of having some engagement and having dialogue with these NGOs. We have realized in the past there is some level of mistrust between the sector and the government, and as a regulator we are trying to bridge that gap. We want to understand what are the challenges are facing in terms of them complying with the regulatory requirements and adopting the policies. We also want to understand why some of the NGOs are not complying with our regulations, including submitting annual returns. And we are having candid discussions. We are listening to them in terms of the challenges they are facing. We are hearing what they expect from us in terms of service delivery. We provide them certain basic services. For example, if an NGO wants to open a bank account, they have to get a letter from the NGO board authorizing the banks to open that particular account. If they want to change officials, if they want to have a new constitution, we approve that. So they've been having challenges in terms of service delivery.
So you're talking about building the capacity of the NGOs. You also mentioned that you're going to take a stock of all the NGOs in the country. Why are you doing this?
The reason why we are taking stock of the NGOs is because we want to see the contribution of the NGOs in the economy. As you are aware, last financial year, the NGOs that submitted returns to us reported that they had received more than 150 billion Kenyan shillings, which is big than other sectors, including tourism. So this is a very huge sector. And because of that importance then, the government takes cognizance of that fact, and that's why we intend to do a national survey of all non-profit institutions. We have partnered with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics so that we can see the actual contribution of the NGOs in the economy. And you know the role of NGOs and the importance of NGOs in terms of creating jobs for young people, providing and complementing government services, bringing in foreign exchange, which is very key. And it is on that basis then, as the NGO board, we have decided to provide a facilitative, a supportive law to the NGOs so that this sector can thrive and provide that important service to the people of Kenya.
In the past, the board has been seen more of a bully in terms of how it relates with the NGOs. Now, how are you going to also change that perception as you look towards improving the relationship between the board and the non-governmental organizations?
We have already started that journey. By these kind of forums that you're having, these kind of engagements forums that we are having candid discussions. Some of the things that we thought the NGOs will not comply with, they are already complying. They have no big issues. Apart from one or two that may not be complying with the law or doing things that are not right, those are just will be treated as rogue outfits, and there are laws to deal with them. But majority of the NGOs are complying. And we are very happy with the response we are getting, with the feedback we are getting from them. They are saying that we have provided a new avenue of engagement, of listening and supporting them.
We're talking about 150 billion shillings contribution from the NGOs in this Kenyan economy. Will this meeting with the NGOs be seen as you trying to also tax them or trying to regulate or have control over the resources they are bringing into the country?
That's not true. The reason why we are engaging them is because also some NGOs have challenges of addressing, getting resources. We want to have a shared discussion so that we can also listen to them and try to develop strategies on how to support them. We are having discussions with the development partners. We also want to expand the issue of fundraising, not just from development partners, but also from our private sector. There are so many institutions that are doing very well, including in that the banks are doing very well. Companies like Safaricom, we want to see how can they also support the NGOs so that the sector can grow. So we want to have that discussions. We have discussions in the private sector, and we see that how do they also come in to support those weak NGOs that do not have a strong financial base, that do not have strong partners, either here or outside the country.
This stock taking, will we see also the shutting down of some NGOs that would not meet the regulations as per the board?
Yes, what we are saying is that our intention is not to shut any organization. In fact, we have given NGOs that were deregistered a grace period for them to reapply for reinstatement. We are aware about 2,000 NGOs who are deregistered in the past for various reasons. We are ready to reinstate them back again and register them and give them an operational certificate so that they can continue providing that services. If there are issues, we will listen and agree on how they will comply. Yes.
Maybe on average, give us a blanket figure on how many NGOs are in this country, and what is your message to the other regions that you haven't reached out to for these non-governmental organizations? What is their input in this exercise?
Maybe before I give you for the entire country, for this particular region, Nakuru alone, the NGO's contribution for the last financial year was about 16 billion. And 9 billion went to the big four agenda, that is in the area of manufacturing, area of food security, affordable housing, and universal health care. Nationally, we have registered about 11,000 NGOs. In this region, we have 1,000 NGOs operating. So you can see the number is growing, the monies involved are big, but what we want to see is that there is value for that money. The people of Kenya can feel the benefits of that money in their lives.
That was Mutuma Nkanata, the Executive Director of the NGOs Coordination Board at the Office of the President. And right now, as he has said, they are meeting with non-governmental organizations in the South Rift from Nakuru and Baringo and Samburu and about 8 counties in the South Rift, just try to bring them together and also tell them of the developments. He's mentioned that those NGOs that had been deregistered have been given a grace period to register afresh with this board. It is somewhat a meet the people tour for the board, and to understand how the NGOs are going to help this country also achieve the Big Four agenda, Ken.
Right, Bridget Ngana from Nakuru, thank you very much. And indeed, that message is passed. Bridget will have her story later on the same. Let's come back to studio and discuss the matters of youth. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to now find the proposals that have been added to these amendments. I think that's important. But first, Roy, talk to us how difficult it is to find funding for the NYC as currently constituted and within the framework that it operates right now in the government.
Okay. I want to say that NYC has been receiving a very low budget, which is not able even just to support its functions. I'm even shy to mention the amount, but it's very little. When you look at a composition council member of a composition of 22, one sitting alone is almost taking a quarter of that amount. So you realize you are not left with the resources to actually champion and advocate the mandate that you are supposed to do, apart from the resolutions of the council. That notwithstanding, I want to say, Ken, that that is something that I have been pushing since I entered office I entered at NYC. We've been having a lot of engagements with our ministry. We've been having a lot of engagement with the National Judiciary. And as we speak right now, my CS and through her support, we are able to be added some little funding to actually be able to recruit even young people to do work that NYC is supposed to do. So I want to say that yes, the funding has been minimal, but on a positive note, we're on the right track because the CS leadership actually believe we've been receiving a very minimal amount, but this year we've been added something at least to get our office and to get recruit a few staff despite the embargo the government is having, and this shows the goodwill.
Okay.
And I want to say that going forward, we want now more funding, so that we institutionalize this institution.
Do you ladies realize that this little addition has no name? Has no figure?
We were added 38 million.
38 million.
Yeah. Okay. So when you compare where we are coming from
and where you are,
yeah, and where we are, it's a positive try to the right direction.
Okay.
And I believe it's and you know, it was at the later stage of a budgetary process. So I will also want to now, and at such a forum, we'll want also to talk to our legislators, that when it comes to budget processing, let's prioritize National Youth Council so that it's actually able to articulate its mandate.
This is a council just like any other council in the country, right? Why is it then not funded? Perhaps they don't see meaning. I mean, with 52% youth in this country, get everyone to give you 10 shillings.
Yeah, I can address that.
Yes.
You see, if you want to curtail the voices of the young people, you make an institution idle and you make it underfunded. And that's where we come in. We come in that in our 5-point agenda as the youth serving organizations, we're saying that we want to support the Youth Council by having a corporate membership where any youth serving organization can join the National Youth Council by paying a subscription fee. So when we have around 100 youth serving organizations joining the National Youth Council, we can be able to increase the resource space for the National Youth Council, and also that youth serving organizations can also contribute towards the mobilization of funding for the National Youth Council.
Okay.
Yes.
So the 5-point agenda, this is professionalization of youth work,
yes,
youth mainstreaming, structure and functions, corporate membership, capacity building, and resource mobilization. So you
Yes.
particularly addressed to. All right, let me speak to Mbuki.
Yes, in terms of corporate membership, and we are talking, and we are just coming from the news that the NGO coordination board. I mean, we have so many youth serving organizations in the country, and it's in their best interest to be part of the National Youth Council. And we are looking at this youth serving organization being part of the assembly of the council, like she mentioned before. So we'll have a delegate system, and then at the delegate system we'll have like 580 delegates who are elected at the constituency level, and then on top of that we'll have these corporate members being part of the assembly of the council. So in that way then they'll be able to hold this council, the 11-member council plus the principal secretary alternates, to hold them accountable in terms of the way they are running the council. So they'll have the accountability section, but also they will be able to see how the National Youth Council will operate. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And something that escaped my mind was the superficial election. Now that you mentioned the 580, where does it, do you think the description of a superficial election befits what is happening to elect the assembly and then the assembly nominates the 11? Or it's a real election?
It's actually a real election, and we talked about the delegate system. Remember, the youth serving organizations also have the power to nominate at the ward level, and they are nominating one female, one male.
One man, yes.
And then they go to, the nominees themselves are the ones to elect their constituency representatives. So there is a ward level, the constituency level, and what we are also introducing in the memorandum is that we'll have the county youth charters. We have seen that Baringo Youth Council, I mean, Baringo already has a Baringo Youth Council. We already have Turkana, for example. So we are looking at how can we harness youth functions, because then if we are already all over in terms of representing the young people, then we will not achieve the mandate. So we are trying to streamline youth representation all the way from the ward, county to the national. So these are some of the things that we are introducing.
Okay.
And yeah, basically.
Tell me something, Wilkista. When it comes to the youth, is it a blanket need, or it's based on where they come from? Even before you talk about your own proposal that you want to see there.
So no single group is homogeneous. The youth are very heterogeneous. There are different needs for different kind of youth. And the reason why the YSO consortium was the best place to go and get, you know, and address the needs of all these people is you realize the YSOs serve different interests of young people. There are YSOs working around governance, there are YSOs working with people with disabilities, there are YSOs working with, you know, the LGBTQ community, there are YSOs working around so many different things. So if you look at the needs of the young people and how to harmonize all those, you know, through a system that is very inclusive, then the YSO was the best, you know, model to use in terms of having that hierarchy cascade down, you know, from the national up to the community level.
Okay.
And in my recommendations, I strongly about Section 11 of the Act itself, because it speaks about the functions of the youth, which again I mention and I echo that have been watered down, and they do not really make a lot of sense in terms of having the NYC play the role which is it is mandated for, in terms of even coordinating all of the YSOs and all the youth in the country. It does not really give it that power, you understand. Okay. So Section 11, delete it in totality and retain the sections of the 2009 Act and add the power for the National Youth Council to be able to nominate young people to boards where decisions are made.
Okay, delete it in its entirety. Yeah. Okay, okay. You know, from where you sit, it's even difficult to ask you that question. It's an interesting part, right? Yes, but let's just hear from you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would want to say, Ken, I associate myself with the feedback she's giving strongly, because I believe that when you look at this discussion we are having, is how to make this institution as strong as possible. When you look at, and again, to improve on the legislation that is already existing. The legislation that is already existing, like when you look at the sections of the functions of the National Youth Council, it just says that National Youth Council will advocate for youth inclusion on representation in governance structures. So when you look at that, Ken, you'll realize, as National Youth Council, we are not able actually to nominate youth to sit there. We work on goodwill of appointing authority to now the ones that will feel like they want young people to sit on the board, they will write to us at their goodwill. But you see, when it comes to championing youth agenda, we need to be deliberate as government. Deliberate. We say that in mainstreaming and in pushing for representation and inclusion of young people, we will have the body mandated to champion youth agenda and inclusion, nominate at least 2 youths to sit at both parastatals across all governance structures. And those are areas where we agree. And I think it pushes the reason why we are here in this discussion. We are here today to actually appeal to our legislators, because this bill, as we speak, is coming up next week. And we want to actually to have what we call convergence of the minds on key issues that we want to do. One is, how does the youth feel represented in National Youth Council? How does National Youth Council push for inclusion and representation of National Youth Council by of its youths in sitting at the at the boards? So such function should be very explicit that National Youth Council will do this. What about funding? We've had scenarios where we are begging. Can it be very explicit that this institution, once we've put our house and we've put our governance structure in place, can it be funded well? Because you see, it's a national outfit with a budget of, let's say, the budget of 42 million. I was, Ken, I was very, it is very, even me as a CEO, I don't feel comfortable saying such an amount. How can you then be able to actually mobilize all these youths, and one, to even be part of some of the discussions that is going on? When you're having devolution conference, can I sponsor youths to sit at the table and give their feedback? Then where do I get those resources? And then finally, the discussion about the election model. I think I just want to clarify. We may miss the point and we may be emotional about it and miss the actually overarching principle. The principle was in the bill, in the proposed bill, the discussion is about the nomination process. And the nomination process is what is in contention. Whether we should have the nomination process starting as a panel where we have a composition of young people and a composition from the administration sitting. Because even when you look at our elections, we have what you call the registrar, we have the IBC, and we have that nomination process where you need to submit your nomination papers for them to be verified, what Mariga is going through, for them to be accredited, you know, that process. That is, I think that is the only process where we are saying, where does it start and who is in charge of that process? Because even in the proposition that we are discussing with the youth serving organization, that one is still a gray area. We've not been able to fine tune it. Because look at it. Yes, young youth serving organizations are going to nominate 2 youths, male and female. What if as a youth I come and say, no, as a youth with all the rights, I don't have a place, because it's only youth serving organizations who are nominating. You get the logistics. So the only thing, the only discussion that and the only variance is, at what level do we start? Do we start at the county level or do we start at the ward level? 2, the nomination process, how does it go? And I believe with this team here, and we've had even previous meetings and very long meetings to just discuss then how do we better the model that is existing.
Very interesting, very interesting. But how does that work for you? Do I treat you as external people but stakeholders? How does it work when you sit with the council? Do they even listen to you, or they impose their ideas on you? Or it's an open discussion?
Actually, it's an open discussion.
Do they embrace it? Because that's the most important.
Yes.
They embrace it?
They embrace it.
Okay.
We've had the council call us to meetings to actually hear our ideas. We even had meetings where the initiator of the bill has had to call us to hear our ideas. So it's a very embracive process.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it contributes to where we are heading to. where we can just have a synergy of these youth serving organization, the council just being a focal point, and we can have fruitful engagement to contribute.
Okay.
And maybe just to add on what Roy is saying, I know he's talking about, maybe we haven't talked about the role of the ministry, because the National Youth Council sits in the ministry that is in charge of young people.
Looks like a department within the ministry, is it?
It's a
parastatal.
It's an agency, it's a saga under the ministry.
You see, we're struggling to find a name for it, because it's not been recognized for what it should be. If I ask you about a particular council, you'll straight on say what it is in the country. But I think that's one of the difficulties that the council has, right?
Yeah. So one of the things that we are proposing, that the ministry, the ministry already has the lowest unit at the ward level. So they usually have the youth development officer. So the youth development officer sort of coordinates how youth serving organizations will be able to nominate. And then from there they'll have an administrative office sort of oversee, or rather just approves the youth serving organization that will participate in the nomination process. And then from there we'll have the ministry also oversee they oversee the electoral college when the nominees are actually electing their 2 representatives. And then we'll also have, we can always propose whether we can have either the administrative office also oversee the electoral college, just to ensure that also there are no issues arising at the electoral college. And that's one of the things that he was raising. The other thing I would also want to mention, in the previous council, one of the biggest challenges also the members of the council faced is because they didn't have capacity building, and we really want to embed capacity building, capacity building in the members of the council, so that even as much as they are being appointed, or rather they're being nominated at the ward level by the youth serving organizations and youth groups, they also understand their mandates, their roles, and how then do they advance, because we're looking at the National Youth Council being able to plug into spaces where young people really want to participate. So they really need to be exposed, have proper skills to pursue, or rather execute their mandates. So capacity building really has to be part of the memorandum that we are submitting.
And when you talk about capacity building, is it the office bearers, the council itself, or across the board? It's
across board, because we realize one of the issues that politically, the political class or the government might have had with the previous councils was they felt that it was rogue in a way, because we had a scenario where a CES was under siege by members of the council. Okay. So how then does this consortium, how does this process come and help cure that? So in our recommendations and in our 5-point agenda, we have capacity building and resource mobilization as the 5th agenda, and capacity is across board, right from the members of the council, the delegates, because we want to create young people to become professionals in that space. If they do not become professionals in youth work, then let them become professionals in other spaces as well. So we are raising a generation of very conscious young people. Okay. And I think it would be to our own detriment if we do not, catch on to emerging trends in terms of the demographic dividend of young people, and, catching on also to the youth bulge that is anticipated in the next 3 generations. Maybe 41% of the world's youth will be African. So how does Kenya, as at now, prepare itself for that? So that is why we are saying it has to be very deliberate. We are preparing young people to step up into other levels.
Okay.
Let me add that. Kenya is one of those countries that hasn't recognized the youth work as a professional job. Like, people are just working for the young people and with the young people, but they're not recognized. So in terms of building the capacity of the council and everything, we want the National Youth Council to be the main body that will accredit youth workers in the economy, so that youth workers are recognized, they're accredited, and we even work with institutions of learning to develop youth courses, youth development courses, whether it's youth policy making courses, that the youth work is really a professional thing. And it's not that people realize that youths are just people who are very physical and violent, but they can be a profession called the youth work profession.
And just to add on to that, it's currently only the University of Nairobi that has the course at diploma level. If you want to pursue youth work or youth development at undergraduate level, maybe you have to travel to London and back and get that. But what we are also saying is, let us not lose sight of this professionalization of youth work. We are saying that it doesn't mean that when you get to 35, you retire from youth work. It means you are a resource. Someone like the former chair, Billy Mijungu, is a resource. So we would not want to say that Billy Mijungu, you need to retire, you can't tell us anything here. We want Billy Mijungu to come back with, you know, his wealth of expertise and also help develop how to engage the young people in different spaces, because you realize it's not only politics, it's the social framework, the economic framework, and we're looking at also the GDP and everything like that. So you look at even the workforce currently, the people you employ are maybe Generation Y, Generation Z. How do you know how to deal with Generation Y and Generation Z if you do not maybe involve a consultant who is well versed in that area? So that is where we come from with professionalization of the youth work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting, because what I hear is perhaps the reason why the concerns of the politicians that perhaps informed their position that this is, rather than growing the youth, it's growing competition, because you graduate from being a youth, you're empowered, and then suddenly you want to compete these politicians. So perhaps that's the reason why they have been fighting. So even as you lobby, as you ask the politicians to listen to you and actualize this, right, they're thinking, what if we empower these people so much that they now become our headache on the ground? Ain't you concerned about that?
I may be, but then I would like to invite the legislators and the members of parliament, and more specifically the young members of parliament, to see that it is not a process in futility in terms of empowering the young people to become competition. What we are doing is we are preparing Africa's succession plan. We are preparing Kenya's succession plan. No one curtailed their movements back in 1920 when they had the Young Kavirondo associations, young Kikuyu association. No one curtailed that process. You understand? So for them to, want to purport that empowering young people is going to be competition for them, I believe it is, it is very ill for them to even utter such things. And I believe they should actually just join hands with us and work, because we are not competing, we are building. So we want to invite them to the forum, and we want to invite them to look at, the recommendations and also help us front them, because we are inviting them to build and we want to work together. We want that synergy. The same way we found the synergy in working with the National Youth Council, with all the, youth-serving organizations, we would like for these members of parliament to also find a way to work with us. So we are only asking for synergy and building, consensus to this.
Okay. All right. You want to say something, because I have a question for the CEO.
Okay, I just wanted to add, and it's very ironical to say that you don't want to empower the youth so that they don't overtake you, because then the government spends so many billions of money in the education sector. And the main, and the other day, actually in the International Youth Day, the president, I think, was one of the things that were actually launched is the youth empowerment centers. So if you're saying you're empowering youth through the empowerment centers, but then you don't want to empower youth in the governance structure, then I think there's a disconnect there.
It is, because even the number of appointments, he just said, even to get government departments right to NYC to ask for recommendation for youth to sit on the board, it's like, it's voluntary, it's not compulsory. So, so perhaps it lends credence to this, that they might be killing the youth. But even as you talk about that, because I want to talk about the transition, because, you'll not be youth forever. Although Wilkista has spoken authoritatively about, we don't just finish working with you at 35. Tell me, if NYC was supposed to work with NYS, where would that be? Where would the convergence be?
NYC and NYS.
Yes, if they were supposed to work, because this is National Youth Service and National Youth Council.
Yes.
Right. Where would be the convergence?
I want to say that when you look at that convergence, it brings us to the discussion then, what is the role of NYC? The role of NYC, we are supposed to work with all government institutions at any given time. Because these government institutions, these government ministries and all that, at any given time, they are making policy, they are engaging young people, they are doing all that pertains to young people. And that's why we are pushing, because when you look at National Youth Service, they are targeting a specific segment of youth from 18 to 22. Then I will ask Irene's discussion. What about the other, my colleagues' discussion? What about the other youths now from 23 to 35? And there is another institution again, maybe a youth fund. It's targeting youths in entrepreneurship. So at any given time, when you look at the real model NYC, should be a focal for all these organizations. And by having, and that's why we are pushing for deliberate representation of of National Youth Council youth in those, because now when decisions are being made, they will be there to say, look here, we can do this to make sure that the youth is empowered. Even those interventions that each other parastatal is coming up, how viable are they? How good are they suitable for the young people of this country? So when we mainstream in youth in that governance process, we'll have achieved a major milestone for the youth of this country. Because one, when you're coming up with those interventions, the youth will have a say in it. And that youth will be representing the 20 million youths who are not sitting at that table. And his focus will be, as we do this, what is the stake of the youth in this? As we do this recruitment of the senior management, how many youths are sitting on that table as senior management of this organization? So that is the voice that we're actually pushing for. And I will also continue appealing our legislatures that let's make it very deliberate. Issues of NYC will advocate for, we forget that language. Because we've tried it, institutional memory, it has failed. When you look at representation at government bodies, institution like parastatals and all that, NYC has only nominated like 10 youth. Maybe at Youth Fund, at National Employment Authority, and you look at maybe two. So it's really a pathetic scenario.
Okay.
And we appreciate our president who is the global champion of youth. And I believe that if our legislators were to pass this, then we will have a very robust youth voice in this country. Because see, Mijungu, for me to work as a council, I need a coordinated way system around not only the structures to the ward level, but also in government, in ministries and all that. Mainstreamed kabisa.
But as the CEO or as the chairman of NYC, do they have probably a permanent seat in government departments when they're doing consultations regarding youth issues, or they inform you of decisions they've made? Do they give you seats?
That sitting is lacking. And when it comes to, that sitting is lacking one. When it comes to informing us, it is also very lacking. Because you see, one of other mandate for NYC is just to push the government information, what they are doing, that targets youth, and push this information to our youth.
But they don't give you a seat.
But now you find you are learning through the media as well. Then you wonder, are you being reactive or being
the National Youth Council is it's supposed to be the place where all this information is channeled down to all the young people who, are members or associate or affiliate with it, which we really encourage members to do.
Okay.
And then you realize with the National Youth Service, it was gazetted as a body corporate. It is very autonomous. They can, they have a level of freedom to do, their functions and to fully have their mandates. And when you do your M&D, you can, clearly see that they're actually ticking all the boxes in terms of how they're functioning. So you look at the National Youth Council and, it's a sad story.
It's a sad story. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's cross over to our last slide, because I'm coming back and we're going to conclude with the transition. What is there for you, and is there a deliberate move also to ensure that these guys transition, right? Especially the guys who are sitting in different boards nominated, the CEO, the chairperson and all. Is there a deliberate attempt to ensure that indeed there's a smooth transition so that tomorrow I meet you somewhere else doing the same job? All right, but before then, let's speak to Melita Oletenges. Melita, good morning from Nyeri. Tell us about this market where we still understand there's a form of barter trade, and what exactly does it involve?
Ken, thank you very much. But as you said, we were supposed to be at the market, but we've opted to come to the agricultural show here, which is happening here at the Kabiroini grounds. We will be bringing you the story about the market later. But of course, this agricultural show, it is organized by the Agricultural Society of Kenya. It is happening here in Kabiroini grounds in Nyeri County. And at the moment, I'm standing at the Agriculture and Food Authority stand here, where the theme for this year is promoting promoting agriculture through innovation and technology, promoting agriculture and trade. And I am at one of the stands here where I'm going to be speaking to a number of farmers who are trying to practice agro-processing in order to add value to the products that they produce in terms of horticulture. Now, Ken, as you can see, if my cameraman can just pan, you can see that these are some of the fruits that are being that the farmers here are growing, and some of the crops here that the farmers are growing. But what is interesting to see is the final product of these fruits once they are the farmers harvest, and then they're taken through an agro processing. Now, this is the final product. You can see this right here are some of the products that the farmers have been able to get through agro processing. You can see we have some juice here, and you can see also we have some oranges. Now the oranges are just to show that the oranges, and we have the other fruits there, are a composite of these particular fruits this particular juice that has been produced by these particular farmers. Now I'm going to speak to one of them just to tell us the benefit of opting for agro processing as opposed to just selling their products directly. Thank you so much. Tutaanza na jina lako, pengine kisha tuambie faida ambayo mnapata baada ya kuuza juice.
Okay, mi naitwa Maria Mchoki Kingori. I lived in Nyeri. We worked with Jikase Tree and Nursery at Katiso, that is Nyeri County. We worked with we plant oranges, tomatoes, and we are promoting people we buy tomatoes for our farmers. Na pia tunawanunulia machungwa, na still tunapanda, tuko na shamba huko Katiso. We have another shamba at Muiga, still at Ndaragwa, and we are processing yogurt. We have farmer there at Muiga. First tuna make it yogurt, and after there tunaweka chia seeds, that is mnasiona hapa ndio chia seeds. Tuna make first and then tuna put into ikona a lot of calcium. And we have another juice here for that street tomatoes. This one is street tomatoes juice, and it is very good in your body. It added calcium. It got a lot of vitamin C, vitamin E pia na yeah.
Na pengine faida ambayo mnapata sasa mkilinganisha wakati ambapo mlikuwa mnauza matunda na pengine sasa ambapo mnauza juice ama sharubati ambayo mnapata kutokana na matunda hayo, pengine faida iko kwa kiwango gani?
Tuko na faida mingi tunapata juu watu wamejua hii kampuni yetu. Tunaenda tuna supply hii juice na pia yogurt tuna supply pia. Tulikuwa na bereni hatukuwa na vile tulikuwa tunasaidika, lakini wakati tulikuwa na hii factory huko Muiga tunapata faida mingi kabisa ukilinganisha na ile matunda bereni ile tulikuwa tunauza, na ukilinganisha na juice tuko mbele kabisa pia.
Naam. Asante sana. Ken, you've had it, and you can see here we have also some farmers who are also growing nuts, the Village Nut Company here, just showcasing a number of products that they've been able to get from their farms. Now, remember, Ken, this agricultural show brings together farmers from a central region just to showcase what they've been doing in their farms. And of course, this year we've had about 110 entries for this agricultural show here in Nyeri. And as I said earlier, I'm standing at the Agriculture and Food Authority stand, and this stand comprises of so many things. I wish I could be able to show you everything that is happening here, but due to time, of course, we will just be compiling this for a story later in the day. But from me here in Kabiroini, over to you, Ken, in studio.
All right, Melita Oletenges, thank you very much for that. And indeed, those are some of the jobs that the youth are supposed to be doing. And value addition is a big thing. I wish we had the opportunity to talk about the opportunities that are available for the youth, but that's a discussion for another day. We have about 5 minutes and we are 4. I've taken my minute, so I'll give you a minute to conclude whatever you want to say and your conclusion of this. And of course, I'd like any one of you to weigh in the element of transition. What is there for the youth after 35?
Okay, so in conclusion, we are looking at, in the interest of the young people, we are calling the legislations, the legislators, the members of parliament, especially the young members of parliament. We ask you to support the amendments that we have, especially the 5 key agendas that we have, and we ensure that the National Youth Council speaks the voice of the young people from all corners of the country, whether it's in the northeastern province or the central province, whichever area. But we ask you to support the amendments that we have so that the National Youth Council is a representative voice and it's strengthened from what we have right now.
Okay, these amendments are presented in what form?
It's a memorandum.
Okay.
Yes.
Form a memorandum.
Yeah. Even as we present the memoranda to the members of parliament, and it's already at the first reading as of now, we are looking forward, even as when it's constituted, the government should really strengthen the National Youth Council. I think when we strengthen the National Youth Council, we'll not see young people as a ticking time bomb. We'll see them as a resource. Okay. And I really hope that the government will be able to look at that and just be able to, mainstream young people. And we're having 55, the average age of young people, of people working in the public service is 55 years. So where are the young people? So ensuring that there's that, mainstreaming and strengthening of the National Youth Council.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Star.
Well, in terms of transition, I really would invite everyone to, rethink the youth space, rethink youth work, and look at the youth work and the youth sector as a professional space, and that will help in the transition of young people beyond 35. And also, I'm not a preacher, but I would also like to quote the book of Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 2. It says, write a vision and a herald will run with it. We have caught the vision, we have written it in the memorandum, let the government run with it. If they do not, it is to their own detriment.
Well said. Right.
Okay. Mine, Ken, would challenge the legislators that every generation has a cause, and our cause at this given time is to strengthen this institution. There is a generation that pushed for enactment of this institution, and they went to the streets, they gave everything to make sure the institution is there. Now is a chance to actually strengthen this institution, and it's a collaborative approach. We've done our part as National Youth Council, as the ministry, as youth serving organization, to actually propose the best models that can strengthen this institution, and we've advanced them to the floor of the House. And I would want to say that as we speak and as we look at youth in a National Youth Council as a competition, let's look at them as a platform for nurturing leaders who will take after us, not as a competition. Once we change that stereotype, then we'll be able actually to be deliberate in championing for the strengthening of this institution. And then finally, of course, in issues of funding, let's make it also very deliberate that this institution is well funded, besides the corporate membership that we're also looking into, that it's able to actually achieve its agenda. And then finally, on the issue of youth representation and inclusion, we're looking at the women. There is so much discussions on a third gender rule and all that. Let's also be very deliberate in the youth representation and inclusion. And you can only achieve this if we make sure that the act is well deliberate, well focused on the representation of young people, so that the youth can feel included. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Irene Wairimu, Mbuki Mburu, Wilkista Duma, and of course, Roy Sisaka. Thank you for coming and sharing. And I hope they've been listening, because at the end of every show, what I ask myself, was someone listening? And are they going to do the right thing? Thank you for coming and sharing this with us. And of course, thank you for watching NTV today. My name is Ken Mijungu, back at 1 with an update of all the stories that are happening around you. And right after this, in about 5-6 minutes, NTV Sasa will be on air. So stay here and keep it NTV. Have a good morning.
This is NTV.
children, all leukemia is highly curable because children are still growing, so the cells regenerate faster. So Zuri is very light skinned, but then she grew really, really pale. But then she began exhibiting very specific symptoms that are now linked to early onset of cancer. You know, as a dad, you grow up knowing you can do anything for your child, but a cancer diagnosis takes that away from you in a second. It's difficult to really explain it. Like, all you can do is just cry.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January, May, and September intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Top split no mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
I used to see myself different from others.
It really tortured me at first because it was this big name and you're like, hey, you have cancer, and you're like, oh, no way.
We actually removed her eye and then we put something we call an implant, and over the implant we put a prosthesis. Parents seeing and watching their child lose an eye is not an easy thing.
They called me names like kona machambuzi, usinikaribie, ona huyu tatuambukiza.
Welcome to Turkana University College. Turkana University is a center of research, innovation, and technological development. Apply now for our January intakes. Turkana University, the cradle of knowledge.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Here's the ID Chito made first. While Chito is being interviewed, Yvonne and Sandra will sneak into the basement. Yvonne will look around Rowena's office.
Control room. From there we can access their server. We can get all the information we need about the company.
Find out if they have anything on Salvador.
I know that guy. Well, there, that one. Him.
The Federation of Kenya Employers (FKE) invites you to the 3rd Employer of the Year Awards, Air and Gala Dinner at the Radisson Blu, Upper Hill, Nairobi on Friday, 20th September 2019 from 6 p.m.
The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,098 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of students at 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
Yeah, we give thanks like we really supposed. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful.
Every Thursday evening, it's Lit 360.
I don't see you from. Everybody's having the time of their life.
Here at Lit 360, we put the pop in pop culture. And to live up to that hype, take a look at this.
See them, never come back again now. All the pretty girl, let you wine now. Sit us take, you give you banana. Smile on, I say oh nana. With that body, shiny tangana. Leave me alone. If you can keep up with the Jones, I'd rather climb Bali, don't be coming to my zone.
God's sunshine is shining. Take a step, you're the best, and you know you're gonna prosper. Is
this a Nigerian dish that we're cooking?
No, well, this is not a Nigerian dish. This is an MKO's dish. I taught myself how to cook.
As always, you know we are bringing the heat by bringing you the best in fashion, food, music, and of course some fun. This is Lit 360, and it's about to go down.
Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Bonukanicheka, bonukanicheza.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM, because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Sasa mwanaume akipigionga na mpango wa kando, sijui utoto inatokanga wapi. Alikuwa ametulia vizuri, simu inapigwa naitoa. Unasikia? Recho. Halo Recho. Kata nikupigie.
Umeweka alarm ya saa 11 5 in the morning, unatoka job 5, unalala saa 5 usiku. Are we 5 in this relationship?
There is Sir Alex Ferguson, Sir Charles Njonjo. Name any other sir that you know.
Hiyo hukusoma? Samosa.
Ndio.
Victory belongs to Him. Oh, yeah.
From the bottom of my heart, Lord, I say. From the depths of my heart, Lord, I say.
This is NTV.
Naam, hujambo mtazamaji popote ulipo, karibu kwenye NTV sasa na mwenzangu Daniel Mule. Mimi naitwa Doreen Majala. Mtazamaji, kama ilivyo ada, tumekuandalia matukio mbalimbali ambapo wanahabari wetu tayari wamekita kambi katika sehemu mbalimbali, watakuwa wakitueleza yanayojiri waliko, na hivi sasa tu basi tukikudokezea mambo ambayo NTV inafuatilia katika matukio hapo baadaye katika taarifa zetu. Au vipi Mule?
Naam, ndipo kweli. Unajua kwamba baada ya matukio hayo pia tutakuwa na mjadala wetu wa siku ile tukiangazia masuala ya uhifadhi wa mazingira.
Uhifadhi wa mazingira.
Na kuna mjadala ambao unahusiana na watu ambao wanafurushwa pale Mau, na wanasema kwamba wanafanya hivi ili kuhifadhi mazingira, kuhakikisha kwamba yale maeneo ambayo ni chemichemi ya nchi
yanaweza kuhifadhiwa ili kusiwe na wale mabadiliko ya kimazingira ambayo yamekuwepo.
Naam, bila shaka. Basi mtazamaji, kukujuza tu ni kwamba kamati ya leba inakutana na washikadau mbalimbali kujadili tu kuhusiana na huduma za teksi za kidijitali, ama ukipenda hizi Uber, Taxify na nini kadha wa kadha zinakutana pale katika mkutano, na tutakuwa tukifuatilia hayo, tutakujuza yatakayojiri katika mkutano huo, na vile vile mwenzetu ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Nyeri atakuwa kiungana nasi hapo baadaye, Melita Oletenges, ambapo kuna maonyesho ya kilimo yanaingia siku ya pili katika kaunti ya Nyeri. Lakini kabla hapo ningependa tujiunge na mwenzetu Bridget Ngana ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Nakuru hivi sasa, ambapo mashirika yasiyokuwa ya kiserikali yanafanya kikao pale katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Bridget Ngana, tutarajie nini? Je, viongozi mbalimbali wamefika pale kufikia sasa?
Ni hafla ambayo imeweza kufanywa na bodi ambayo inasimamia mashirika zisizo za kiserikali hapa nchini, na mkurugenzi mkuu ako hapa, Mutuman Kanata, ndiye anaweza kutueleza ni kwa nini serikali imeamua kukutana na mashirika haya na ni nini hasa ambapo wanataka kufanya kama serikali ikihusiana na mashirika haya yasiyo ya kiserikali. Karibu sana kwenye NTV. Tuambieni kwa nini mnakutana na mashirika haya.
Asante sana Gana kwa mwaliko wa kuongea na NTV. Sisi kama serikali, kama NGO Coordination Board, tumesema ya kwamba tunataka kuwa na mikutano na mashirika ambayo sio ya kiserikali, kwa sababu serikali inatambua kazi muhimu ambayo ya mashirika yanafanya. Wanasaidia serikali, wanasaidia nchi katika kupatiana services muhimu katika mambo ya afya, mambo ya ukulima, na sana sana wakati Mheshimiwa Rais ameamua kufuatilia hii mambo ya 4 agendas, the big 4, mambo kuhusu afya, mambo kuhusu chakula, food security, mambo kuhusu manufacturing na mambo ya nyumba, affordable housing. Hii mashirika inafanya kazi muhimu, na tukiangalia katika ripoti yetu ya mwaka uliopita, haya mashirika yalikuwa yametumia zaidi ya 150 billion katika uchumi wa Kenya, na ndio sababu sisi tunataka kuwa na uhusiano mwema na haya mashirika. Alafu kuna yale mengine ambayo yatupatie ripoti, yale yafuatilie regulations zile tuko nazo, tunataka kujua ni kwa nini, alafu tunataka kuambia lazima wafanye wa comply na zile regulations tuko nazo, na sana tunafanya hivi ili tuweze kupata ripoti ambayo itaweza kutusaidia sisi kama board vile tuta-advise serikali jinsi ambayo mambo ile ambayo inafanya, na vile vile tu advise haya mashirika ni sehemu gani ambazo asijafanywa kazi vizuri.
Ulisema kwa mtafanya kukagua ama kutafanya kunukua au kuchukua idadi ya shirika hizi zisizo za kiserikali hapa nchini. Kwa sasa unasema ni 11,000, lakini kwa sasa mnataka kushirikiana pia mfanye sensa ya shirika hizi. Kwa nini?
Sisi tumesema tunafanya kazi na mashirika mengine ya kiserikali. Kama sasa tuko na uhusiano, tuko na MOU na hii inaitwa KIPLA, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research Analysis. Tunataka kufanya county based needs assessment. Tuko vile vile na uhusiano na Kenya Bureau of Statistics ili tuweze kufanya national survey ya contribution ya national non-profit institutions zote katika uchumi wetu wa Kenya. Sababu tunafanya hivi, tunataka serikali ielewe vizuri ni umuhimu gani ya hizi institutions, haya mashirika ambayo sio ya kiserikali zinasaidia katika uchumi wa Kenya, inasaidia katika kufanya Kenya iwe muhimu katika in our region.
Hapo awali bodi hili onekana ni kama inataka kukandamiza mashirika haya ya jamii, na kumekuwa na mtafaruku kati yenu. Kwa sasa ni hali ikoje?
Sisi sasa tuko na uhusiano mwema kabisa, na tumesema ya kwamba tunatambua umuhimu wa haya mashirika ambayo sio ya kiserikali. Tunajua ya kwamba kuna mashirika ambayo ni international, wako na ofisi hapa Kenya. Tunataka ile ziko kwingine wote wakuja hapa Kenya, wakuwe na ofisi Nairobi, na hata wakiweza kuwa na ofisi huku Nakuru, ili uchumi wetu uweze kukua. Sisi hatuna shinda na wageni, wacha wakuje waanzishe programs huku kusaidia watu wetu, waajiri watoto wetu, walete foreign exchange ili uchumi wetu ukue.
Kwa sasa pia kuna hisia ambazo baadhi ya mashirika zisizo za kiserikali zimeweza pia kukua tishio ya usalama kwa nchi hii, baadhi yao yakisemekana pia zinaweza kuwa zinapeana fedha za ugaidi. Hisia yenu ni ipi?
Sisi tuko tayari na tunafanya kazi na mashirika mengine ya kiserikali including the police, na yale mashirika mengine kijahususi ile ambayo inafanya investigations. Tukipata ripoti yoyote ambayo inaonyesha ya kwamba kuna shirika ambalo alifanya kazi kulingana vile tunakubaliana, we share that information. Na kwa hivyo tunaambia wale mashirika ambayo yako registered under NGO Coordination Board, wale ambao wanafikiria watafanya mambo kama hayo, serikali inaangalia na itachukua hatua ambayo inatakikana.
Kwa sasa unasema shilingi bilioni 150 imeweza kutokana na NGOs mwaka uliopita. Hisia ni pengine mnataka kuwafinyilia fedha zao zisiingie vyema ama pia zisaidie serikali kwa njia moja au nyingine?
Laha, sisi hatutaki kuwafinyilia. Sisi tunasherehekea ile kazi ambayo wamefanya. Wamesaidia kuleta hiyo pesa katika uchumi wa Kenya, na sisi kama tunataka hiyo ikue pesa mingi zaidi. Na ndio tunauliza kama sisi kama shirika la NGO Coordination Board, ni nini ambayo wanataka sisi tufanye ili mashirika hayo yaweze kufanya kazi katika njia bora zaidi. Sisi tuko karibu kuwaunga mkono.
Yeah. Kuna zile ambazo unasema mtataka kufunga na mmewapea makataa ya siku kadhaa ili waweze kujisajili upya.
Kuna yale ambayo yalikuwa yamefungwa kitambo kwa sababu maybe hawakuwa na comply au hawajaleta report, na hawajafanya mambo fulani ambayo walikuwa wanatakikana kisheria wafanye. Sisi tunataka kuwapatia nafasi. Tuambia kwamba kama walikuwa wamekuwa registered, wakuja kwa sisi tu register ili tuweze kuendelea mbele.
Mmewapea siku ngapi hivi?
Tumewapatia mwezi mmoja. Yes.
Baada ya mwezi mmoja wasipokosa kufika pale kwa ofisi zenu?
Sasa sisi tutafunga hiyo kabisa.
Na mmekutana na katika kaunti ngapi kwa sasa, kwa sababu sasa mko kwa kaunti ya Nakuru, mnakutana na kaunti zingine 4 kusini mwa bonde la Ufa?
Tumekutana na kaunti sio kaunti moja, section coast region. Tumekutana Mombasa, Nyanza tumeenda Kisumu, Nairobi tumeenda Nairobi, tumeenda Machakos, tumeenda Meru, na sasa tuko Nakuru. Tunataka kwenda Eldoret, tunataka kwenda Kakamega, tunataka kwenda all over the country na hata Garissa na Nyeri.
Ujumbe ni nini kwa hizi mashirika kwa sasa?
Niwaambia kwamba serikali inawaunga mkono, wale ambao hawajafanya compliance wafanye hivyo, ili kwa sababu ni muhimu kwa serikali na kwa wao tujue vile tunaendelea, na sisi tutawaunga mkono. Haya.
Thank you very much. Hayo ni maoni ya mkurugenzi mkuu kwenye bodi ya kusimamia mashirika yasiyo ya kiserikali hapa nchini, anajulikana kama Mutuman Kanata, na anasema kuwa kwa sasa wanapanga kufanya sensa ya mashirika zisizo za kiserikali hapa nchini ili kuhakikisha kuna yale ambayo yanafanya kazi kihalali hapa nchini na pia kuwachuja wale ambao wanaonekana kufanya kazi ambayo haileti maendeleo kwenye nchi hii. Amesema kuna makataa ya mwezi mmoja kwa yale ambayo yaliweza kung'atuliwa kwenye bodi hii ama zile shirika ambazo ziliweza kutolewa kwenye orodha ya mashirika zisizo za kiserikali hapa nchini, na pia amewapa makataa ya mwezi mmoja ili waweze kujisajili upya, na pia anasema mashirika haya ni muhimu katika kusaidia nchi hii kufikia azma yake au kuafikia malengo yake ya agenda ya Big 4.
Naam, shukran sana mwenzangu Bridget Ngana kutoka kaunti ya Nakuru. Mtazamaji, Bridget atakuwa anafuatilia matukio hayo hapo baadaye, atakuwa akitujuza yaliyokuwa yamejiri hapo katika mkutano huo. Mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba pia NTV inafuatilia matukio ya gavana wa Samburu Samuel Lenol Konal ambaye pia amefuatiliwa ama anaandamwa na mashtaka kadhaa ya ufisadi. Tumeweza kumwona katika runinga zetu wakati mbalimbali ambapo anafikishwa na vile vile katika idara zingine mbalimbali kuhusiana tu na ufisadi. Hii leo amefika mbele ya kamati ya umma kuhusiana na zile akaunti na vile vile uhasibu. Na Vincent Odoro yuko pale. Vincent, kama unanipata kwa njia ya hakika, kunaendelea nini kufika sasa? Je, tayari mahojiano yameanza au la?
Na mmoja kwamba gavana wa kaunti ya Samburu Moses Lenol Kulala alifaa kufika hapa saa 3:30 ili kikao hicho cha kamati ya uhasibu ya bunge la seneti iweze kuanza na aweze kujibu maswali kuhusiana na matumizi ya fedha zilizotengewa kaunti hiyo ya Samburu. Lakini kufikia sasa bado kikao hakijaanza, lakini naambiwa kwamba gavana huyo yuko katika maeneo ya bunge, na kinachoendelea kwa sasa ni kwamba wanachama wa kamati hiyo ya uhasibu wanafanya mkutano wao wa faragani, na tunashuku kwamba mkutano huu labda umechochewa na mengi. Kwa mfano, kitu cha kwanza ni kwamba kumbuka gavana Lenol Kulala anakabiliwa na kesi ya ufisadi, na pia weza kumpiga marufuku kufika katika ofisi zake za kaunti. Kwa hivyo huenda wanachama wa kamati hii ya uhasibu wanajadiliana kuhusiana na iwapo watamruhusu gavana huyo kufika mbele yao au la, manake hawajui kama kisheria gavana huyu anafaa kufika mbele yao kujibu maswali ya kaunti hiyo, licha ya kwamba mahakama ilikuwa imempiga kutokufika katika yake ya kaunti. Kwa hivyo hili ni swala ambalo kwa sasa bado wanaendelea kujadiliana, na tunasubiri kuona iwapo gavana huyo ataruhusiwa kufika mbele yao, na iwapo akifika atakubali kujibu maswali kuhusiana na matumizi ya fedha ya kaunti hiyo, licha ya kwamba alikuwa amezuiliwa ama amepigwa marufuku kufika katika ofisi zake za kaunti. Kumbuka ni masuala mengi tu, manake mwezi wa Aprili mwaka huu Gavana Moses Lenol Kulala aliweza kushtakiwa kwa mashtaka kadhaa, yakiwemo kuweza kutumia kampuni yake ya kibinafsi kuweza kuuzia kaunti mafuta ya petroli pamoja na diesel, ambapo inasemekana kwamba kaunti iliweza kupoteza shilingi milioni 84, na pia nakabiliwa na mashtaka pia ya kuweza kile ambacho kinasemekana kuwa matumizi mabaya ya ofisi. Kwa hivyo tunasubiri kuona, je, ataruhusiwa kufika mbele ya kamati hiyo na atakuwa kijibu maswali kama nani? Bado yeye ndiye gavana, yeye ndiye anafaa kujibu maswali ya matumizi ya fedha ya kaunti hiyo, ama hafai kufika mbele ya kamati hiyo manake alipigwa marufuku kufika katika ofisi zake za kaunti? Kwa hivyo majukumu yake yanafaa labda kutekelezwa na naibu wake. Hayo ndio masuala ambayo yataibuka hii leo. Kumbuka kwamba magavana wamekuwa wakikumbwa na madai mengi ya matumizi mabaya ya fedha za kaunti, na pia kutokufuata zile sheria za usimamizi wa fedha za umma, na pia kukiuka zile sheria za kuweza kununua huduma pamoja na bidhaa ambazo zinafaa kupelekwa katika kaunti. Na haya ni maswali mengi tu ambayo huchipuka kila mara pale magavana wanapofika mbele ya kamati ya uhasibu, ambao ina majukumu ya kuweza kuwafanya magavana kuwajibikia matumizi yote ya zile fedha. Kumbuka kwamba hizi ni fedha walizotengea kaunti hizi, ukizingatia mwaka wa fedha ama miaka iliyopita ya fedha, ukirejelea bajeti zile ambazo utengea kaunti hizi. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea kusubiri, na pindi tu kikao hicho kitakapoanza tutaweza kukufahamisha ni yepi amejiri, na manake yeye si wa kwanza kuzuiliwa kufika afisini. Manake kumbuka kwamba pia gavana wa Kiambu Ferdinand Waititu pia ni miongoni mwa wale magavana ambao walipigwa marufuku kufika katika kaunti zao ama ofisi za kaunti zao. Kwa hivyo hili ni swala la kisheria ambalo hii leo litaweza kuibuka hapa, na tuweze kujua mstakabali wa magavana wengine ambao watajipata katika hali kama hiyo. Itakuwa mambo yanachukuliwa vipi kuhusiana na masuala ya kuhitajika kufika mbele ya kamati za bunge kuelekea mbele. Kwa sasa na kurejesha hadi studioni.
Naam, shukrani sana mwenzangu Vincent Oduora ya gavana wa Samburu Moses Lenol Kulala. Mtazamaji, kabla tujarejea katika studio na mazungumzo yetu ya leo ambayo yanaendeshwa na mwenzangu Daniel Mule, ningependa tu kukudokezea katika uwanja wa michezo ni kwamba mashindano ya riadha ya mchujo ama ukipenda IAAF yanaendelea, na yatakuwa yakifanyika siku 2 pekee, yanaendelea katika uga wa Nyayo. Na vile vile mtazamaji, takriban wanariadha 46 ama 47 watakuwa kichaguliwa kuiwakilisha Kenya mnamo Septemba 28 ambayo ni mwezi huu hadi tarehe 6 Oktoba pale jijini Doha nchini Qatar. Mtazamaji, mbali na hayo pia tunafuatilia matayarisho ya uga huo wa Nyayo. Kumbuka kwamba uga wa Nyayo umekuwa ukikarabatiwa kwa takriban miaka 3 sasa, na vile vile mechi ya KPL ama ukipenda ligi kuu humu nchini itakuwa ikifanyika pale kwa mara ya kwanza tangu kukarabatiwa kwa uga huo wa Nyayo, na ambapo ni mechi ya KPL ya FC Leopards dhidi ya Kariobangi Sharks itakuwa ikifanyika pale. Mtazamaji, ni baadhi tu ya mambo ambayo tunaangalia leo, lakini nikikujulisha ama nikikuregesha katika studio katika mjadala wetu wa leo ambapo tunaangazia kuhusiana na uhifadhi wa mazingira. Swali la leo tunakuuliza, je, unachangia vipi katika uhifadhi wa mazingira nchini? Je, unachangia vipi katika uhifadhi wa mazingira nchini? Mwenzangu Daniel Mule atakuwa anaendesha mjadala huu na tayari ana wageni studioni. Atakuwa tu akichanganua kuhusiana na ina maana gani ukisema kwamba unahifadhi unajua kuhifadhi mazingira na mazingira yanahifadhiwa vipi. Mtazamaji, unaweza kutuma maoni, maswali au hata mapendekezo ukitumia hashtag @NTV sasa, @Daniel Mule ama ukipenda @Doreen Majala. Kwa sasa nampisha zangu Daniel Mule moja kwa moja anzishe mazungumzo. Mule, kwako.
Na asante sana Doreen Majala, asante sana kwa kitangulizi hicho na pia kwa kudokezea mtazamaji kwamba pia anaweza kuchangia katika mjadala wetu wa siku. Mtazamaji, mjadala ambao tunauendesha hapa studioni, na wewe pia ulipo unaweza kuchangia kusema nasi kwa kupitia njia alizozitaja hapo Doreen Majala, ili tupate kuangazia hayo hapo baadaye kidogo. Na pia iwapo na maswali basi yaweke pale, moja kwa moja tutakuwa tukiuliza wageni wetu studioni ambao ni wataalamu katika masuala ya kuhifadhi mazingira. Na tungependa tu tuanze kwa kufahamu wageni wangu studioni. Karibu nami kabisa ni John Wawero ambaye ni mratibu wa miradi pale Greenbelt Movement. Katikati ni Teresa Mudhoni ambaye ni mshirikishi wa kitaifa wa wakfu wa International Tree. Tutakuwa tukijiona jihusisha na mambo gani. Na kisha mwisho kabisa ni Daniel Letoye ambaye ni mkurugenzi wa operesheni katika shirika la wanyamapori la kanda ya Afrika Mashariki. Karibuni nyote. Daniel, pengine nianze na wewe manake wewe ni somo yangu. Masuala ya kuhifadhi mazingira, hata kabla ya kuzama katika mjadala huu, pengine tu kwa kuanzia, tunaposema kuhifadhi mazingira, kwa kifupi tunamaanisha nini?
Tukisema asante sana mwenzangu. Tukisema mambo ya kuhifadhi mazingira, kusema ukweli, wa Kenya sisi wengi wetu wa Kenya tukisikia mambo ya kuhifadhi mazingira tunafikiria mambo makubwa. Lakini kusema ile ukweli, mambo ya kuhifadhi mazingira ni kitu yoyote ambaye tunaweza kufanya ama unaweza kufanya ukiwa wewe mwenyewe kuchangia kuzuia zile vitu ambayo tunaita species extinction, ama kitu yoyote ya mazingira kupotea, ama kitu yoyote ambayo inazuia uharibifu wa mazingira. Hiyo ndio kuhifadhi mazingira. Kwa hivyo sio ati ni mambo makubwa, mambo ya kupanda miti, mambo sijui ya kwenda kwa park, mambo sijui ya mambo ya forest.
Lakini hayo pia yanachangia katika kuhifadhi.
Hayo ni yanachangia, lakini yale kidogo, kitu yoyote ambayo unafanya kuchunga mazingira ni kuhifadhi kwa mazingira.
Sana Teresa, sijui la kuongeza kwa
naweza ongeza niseme miaka iliyopita nchi yetu ilikuwa na misitu kubwa. Ilikuwa na wanyama wengi. Ilikuwa nchi ya kupendeza. Lakini mambo imegeuka, watu wameharibu. Ni watu wameleta hiyo uharibifu wote na kukawa na kitu inaitwa mabadiliko tabia nchi. Kwa hivyo tunaposema tunataka kurudi kuhifadhi mazingira, ni vizuri sana tujue tunataka kurudisha nchi yetu vile ilivyokuwa. Tuhakikishe kwamba hatupotezi species zetu, mito yetu iache kukauka. Kuna mito mingi yetu inakauka. Kwa hivyo wakati tunaongea uhifadhi wa mazingira, tunasema kwamba tunarudisha nchi yetu vile ilivyokuwa.
Na unapozungumzia kule kubadilika kwa tabia nchi ama kubadilika kwa ile unasema kwa kimombo climate change, unaweza kusema kwamba inabadilika vipi? Inaboreka ama ndio inazoroteka zaidi? Inabadilika kwa kiasi gani?
Kwa kweli Daniel, wacha nikwambie, mazingira imeharibika na mabadiliko imekuwa mbaya sana, kwa sababu mito imekauka na itaendelea kukauka tusipofanya kitu yoyote. Kitu ya pili, chakula watu wanapanda hazikui, sababu mchanga imechukuliwa na maji imeenda. Kwa hivyo lazima uweke madawa mingi sana, kemikali mingi, ili chakula ziweze kukua. Ukiangalia mvua ya mwaka huu, tulikuwa tunatarajia mvua itanyesha mwezi wa 4 ikianzia. Mvua ikakataa kunyesha. Hata sisi tulikuwa tumepanga kupanda miti mingi sana, lakini hatukuweza kupanda hiyo wakati.
Sababu
hakuna. Sasa ndio tunaongea kuhusu mabadiliko tabia nchi. Hiyo ndio imekuwa.
Asante sana Wawero. Kabla tujabadili mjadala, usijui hapo kuna la kuongeza kuhusiana na tunapozungumzia kuhifadhi mazingira tunazungumzia nini?
Asante bwana Daniel. Hauwezi kuongea kuhusu mazingira bila kuongea kuhusu maendeleo. Na kuhifadhi mazingira ni kuona kwamba hata tunapoendelea kama uchumi, tunapoendelea kama nchi, tunazingatia mambo ya mazingira, hatuhujumu wale ambao watakuja nyuma yetu kufikia matarajio yao ama matazamio yao, kwa sababu bila kuhifadhi mazingira hata hiyo maendeleo haiwezi. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho kimeshikana, na ndio kwa kimombo tunaita sustainable development. Huwezi kuendelea bila kuzingatia mambo ya kuhifadhi mazingira. Na kama Teresa alivyosema, maendeleo ambayo tunapata wakati huu ama kwa sasa hivi, hatujaweza kuangalia mambo ya mazingira vile tunahitaji kuwa tunaangalia mambo haya ya mazingira. Kwa hivyo
mazingira sio kupanda miti tu.
Sio kupanda miti tu, inashikana na vile ambavyo tunaishi, kwa sababu sio sisi tu tuko kwa dunia hii, pia kuna wanyama wengine, kuna watu wengine ambayo, kuna viumbe vingi ambao vinategemea mazingara kwa sababu ya kuishi kwao, kwa sababu ya kuendelea kwao kukua katika dunia hii. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tunapoendelea sisi kama binadamu, tunapoendelea kupandisha uchumi wetu, tukue tunazingatia mambo ya mazingira.
Na asante kwa hayo. Na mtazamaji, tunapoendelea mbele na mjadala wetu wa siku, ni mjadala ambao hatuangazii hapa studioni pekee hadi kule mashinani katika kaunti mbalimbali. Na sasa nitakuwa tukiungana na mwenzangu Melita Oletenges ambaye yuko katika maonyesho ya kilimo na biashara akiangazia masuala mawili matatu kuhusiana na kilimo na biashara, na naamini kwamba amepata kufika pale katika mojawapo ya vibanda ambavyo atazungumza na walio pale tupate kusikia. Melita, hebu tusikie kuna nini kinaendelea kule kuhusu maonyesho hayo na pia kuhusu mjadala wetu wa siku.
Naam, ni kama ulivyosema mwenzangu Dan Muli, niko katika maonyesho ya kilimo ya eneo la kati ambayo yalianza hapo jana na itakuwa inachukua muda wa siku 4 hadi siku ya Jumamosi ambapo itakamilika. Na yale yaliyojiri kufikia sasa ni kuwa Dan, tumeweza kuona baadhi ya viongozi, baadhi ya wawakilishi wa serikali wakifika hapa tu kuweza kuona ni vipi ambavyo wakulima, mashirika tofauti yanajihusisha katika maonyesho haya. Tayari tumeweza kuona wakulima wengi, tumeweza kuona pia vile mashirika tofauti ya kiserikali, mashirika tofauti yasiyo ya kiserikali wakuja tu kuonesha ni vipi ambavyo wakulima wanaweza tumia teknolojia, wakulima wanaweza kutumia mbinu tofauti za uvumbuzi kuweza kuimarisha kilimo ambayo wanafanya. Lakini Dan, tukichangia mjadala wa leo, nitakuwa nazungumza na maafisa wa shirika la uhifadhi wa misitu humu nchini, Kenya Forest Service, tuweze tu kufahamu ni vipi ambavyo wanawahimiza au ni vipi ambavyo wanapendekeza wananchi kujishirikisha katika uhifadhi wa mazingira wanapozuru eneo hili la maonyesho ambalo wametenga katika uwanja huu wa Kabiroini. Shukran sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Pengine ukianza tu na jina lako kisha utueleze pengine ni nini haswa ambayo mnajihusisha nayo hapa na ni vipi ambavyo pengine mnawahimiza wananchi kujihusisha na kuhifadhi mazingira.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is David Muigai Ngomi and I'm the Assistant Head of Conservancy in this region. Now the Kenya Forest Service has a mandate, and this mandate has to do with increasing tree cover generally in this particular region. And we are covering a number of counties in this. Kiambu, you have Murang'a, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua and Laikipia. Quite an expansive area of 22,000 square kilometers. But the forest cover, or the gazetted forests cover only about 15% of that region. And this is the area where we are concentrating our activities, although we also do it in the farms. And the major reason why we do all this is to increase forests and tree cover in our region. Let us not forget that we have the mandate of ensuring that our country is at least 10% tree cover and above. And that 10% tree cover is that which is meant to ensure environmental stability. It is above this 10% cover that we should harvest. And that is why we have a moratorium right now, because over the years we have been cutting much more than we have been planting, or we have been cutting much more than it is being replaced in our forests, in our farmland. And that is why we have the issue here, because this is a very good forum which we can use to educate our people, so that at the end of the day everybody is participating in increasing tree cover in our country, in this region, in every farm, in every town, everywhere. Yes.
Na pengine mwaka huu tumeweza kuona kuwa wakulima wamekabiliwa sana na pengine mabadiliko ya tabia nchi ama climate change, na tumeweza kuona kuwa baadhi ya mimea imeharibiwa na mvua ya mawe, kwa mfano ambayo imenyesha katika kaunti ya Nyeri hivi majuzi. Pengine shirika lenu pengine linajaribu kupendekeza nini pengine kwa wakulima na wananchi vile kuhusu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi?
Now, thank you very much for that question. All that is being caused by global warming and climate change. And what majorly causes global climate change in the entire world is increased carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. Lucky enough, our plants, through the process of photosynthesis, they utilize this carbon dioxide, change this carbon dioxide into celluloses, hemicelluloses, and lignin. So the carbon is trapped there. The carbon is considered to have been sequestered from the environment. So long as the carbon dioxide, the gaseous carbon dioxide, is removed from the air, it does not cause global warming. And this is what is responsible for the changes in the climate we have been observing. It is either too hot or too cold, too dry or too wet. And this has threatened or is threatening even the developments which you have made. Yes, for example, in agriculture have been developed through research under a certain set of environmental conditions. If those environmental conditions change, then we have to go back to the drawing board and start breeding for more plants. The same thing also happened even here in this very same ground here. There is a particular organization that cannot do its functions today because hail came here and destroyed everything. So I think it is important that everybody contributes in the sequestering of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere by planting as many trees as possible to remove the gaseous carbon dioxide from the air.
Thank you so much. Asante sana, umeweza kumsikia kutoka kwake David Ngumi ambaye bila shaka ni afisa ambaye anahusika uhifadhi wa misitu katika eneo hili la kati. Na kama tu mpiga picha wangu Charles Muredhi anaweza kuonesha kwa kifupi tu ni kuwa kitengo maalum hapa ili kuwaonyesha tu wakazi, wananchi na vile vile wakulima ni vipi ambavyo uharibifu wa mazingira unaweza kuchangia katika pengine mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, na ni vipi ambavyo wanaweza kushirikiana na shirika la kuhifadhi misitu ili kuhakikisha kuwa mazingira yamehifadhiwa vilivyo. Nakumbuka vile vile kuwa kutakuweko na kongamano maalum katika maonyesho haya ili mradi kuweza kujadili wakulima, wakazi na watu ambao wamefika hapa kuweza kujadili ni vipi ambavyo wanaweza kushirikiana ili kuweza kusaidiana katika kutibu ugonjwa huu ambao ni mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Lakini kutoka kwangu katika kaunti ya Nyeri, kwako Dan studioni.
Na asante sana Melito Letengis kwa kauli hizo na pia kwa mahojiano haya kuhusiana na masuala haya ya upanzi wa miti na masuala ya misitu ambayo umepata kuyagusia. Na Daniel, tunapoangalia mwenzangu Melito Letengis alipokuwa anazungumza na afisa huyu ambaye anajihusisha na kulinda misitu na mambo kama yale, sijui mtazamo wako ni upi? Maana ni mjadala ambao umeendelezwa sana kwa muda kwa sasa. Sijui unahisi kwamba tumepiga hatua zote? Maana yeye anazungumzia sana kule kupanda miti akisema kwamba kutasaidia kuondoa ile gesi ya carbon dioxide ambayo inachafua mazingira.
Asante sana. Nikichangia tu vile amesema ni kwamba katika hali ya kuchunga msitu, nafikiri hatuwezi kusema hatujachangia ama hatujafanya chochote kama nchi yetu ya Kenya, lakini bado tuko na kazi kubwa ya kufanya, kwa sababu ukiona mpaka sasa katika shirika la KFS wanatupatia data ya kwamba mahali tumefika sasa ni 7.2% forest cover, na ukiangalia yale ambayo tunastahili kufikia ni 10% forest cover. Kwa hivyo ni kusema nini? Ni kusema kwamba bado tuko na jukumu kubwa la kufanya kuweza kufikia hilo kiwango ambayo tunahitaji. Ukiangalia mambo mingi ambayo tunafanya ni kwamba tunashinda tukisema kupanda miti, lakini kuna tofauti ya kupanda miti na kumeesha miti. Kwa sababu tunapanda miti na hiyo miti ambayo tumepanda hatutafuatilia kujua kama imekuwa ama haijakuwa, na unakuta kuna factors mingi ambayo inachangia miti kukua. Umeshapanda, mambo ya jamii ya karibu na hiyo miti, kama wanaendelea kushunga ama wachungi. Kwa hivyo ukiona hata tunasema kama nchi tumepanda miti milioni 5, lakini katika ukweli ni kwamba labda kati ya hiyo miti milioni 5, labda milioni 1 ndio imeweza kuwa na kuweza kufikia kiwango ambaye inaweza kusaidia kuchangia yale ambaye msitu inastahili kuchangia. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio kazi ngumu ambaye na challenges mingi ambayo tunapitia katika
kule kufuatilia miti,
kule kufuatilia kwamba hiyo miti imekuwa ama tumepanda tu na tumeacha, na hiyo ndio jukumu kubwa ambayo tunastahili kuangalia kama tumefuatilia ile tunaita kwa Kiingereza monitoring. Not just planting but also growing is very very important.
Na umezungumzia asilimia ambayo tumefikia kwa sasa, manake kiwango ambacho kinakubalika kwa kila taifa ni kuwa na 10% ya ardhi yake ikiwa na misitu, na umesema tumefikia 7.2. Tukao tukigusia hilo kwa kina, lakini kabla hapo Teresa umemsikia pale wakizungumzia masuala ya kuhamasisha wananchi pale katika eneo hilo la kati ili kulinda mazingira, na umeweka hata picha pale ya Mlima Kenya, maeneo ambayo mojawapo miti imekuwa ikikatwa sana. Sijui unahisi kwamba ili linatoa msukumo mzuri kwa wananchi kupanda miti?
Daniel, wacha nikwambie ni ukweli, ni vizuri sisi wote tuhamasishe watu. Tuhakikishe kwamba kila mtu anajua ni jukumu lako kama mtu, kama binadamu kuhakikisha umepanda miti. tunastahili kujua kwamba Kenya 80% ni arid and semi-arid areas. Kwa hivyo tuko na misitu kubwa kubwa yenye tuko nayo. Tuko na 5 misitu kubwa kubwa, lakini tuko na zingine dogo dogo. Tunastahili kuzichunga. Na pia si lazima uchukue mti, lazima upeleke ndani ya msitu. Watu wako na mashamba. Panda kwa shamba yako. Katika research ilifanywa recently inaonyesha kwamba area mingi zenye tunaweza panda miti ni huko arid and semi-arid areas na kwa mashamba ya watu. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sana unaweza panda miti kwa shamba yako, upande miti ya matunda, panda miti aina tofauti tofauti, hata ya kienyeji. Kuna miti mingi ambayo unaweza panda na iendelee vizuri na chakula. Kuna miti utapanda ikae vizuri na chakula. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri serikali inafanya vizuri kama KFS
kuhamasisha na kuna hilo swala lingine ambalo Daniel amelizungumzia hapa kuhusu kupanda miti na kisha wakaiacha hivyo hivyo. Sijui kama international team mkijihusisha na masuala ya kupanda, mnajihusisha na masuala ya kupanda miti. Na mnafanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba ile miti mnayopanda imekuwa na imetunzwa vizuri hadi inafikia kukomaa?
Asante sana kwa hiyo swali. International Tree Foundation tuko sasa na mpango ya kupanda miti milioni 20. So far tumepanda 700,000 na miti mingi yake imesurvive, inaendelea vizuri, sababu sisi hatupandi miti tu, tuna grow miti, tunahakikisha miti inamea, tunahakikisha miti yenye tunapanda. Hatutaki kwenda haraka sana ati niwaambie hapa tumepanda miti milioni 20, tumepanda milioni 100. Hapana, wacha tupande miti ambayo itakuwa. Ni aibu sana kutumia pesa kutayarisha hizo seedlings, alafu ifike mahali unapanda miti na haionekani. Hata watu wenye mnafanya nao haionekani. Ati nimepanda milioni kadhaa. Hapana, panda mti moja na wacha ikue. Ukipanda mti moja ikue ni mzuri kuliko kupanda milioni 1 au kupanda 500 yenye haikui. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri sana watu wajue, hatutaki tu kupanda miti ya kamera, tupande miti yenye tunaweza onyesha.
Unaposema kupanda miti na ikue, unamaanisha ule mti mnaofuatilia hadi muda gani? Pengine ni baada ya miaka 2 ndipo mnaacha ujimeze wenyewe ama muda gani?
Ina differ. It's kila area in our country mti ni tofauti. Na pia species zenye tuko nazo ni tofauti. Ukichukua mti kama Graveria, ukipanda after miaka 2 hiyo mti itakuwa mkubwa. Ukichukua miti ingine ya kienyeji inahitaji hata miaka 3, miaka 4. Kwa hivyo miti ingine inahitaji miaka 4, miaka 5. Ina depend na ni mti gani unaongea kuhusu, kwa sababu miti ni tofauti. Kwa hivyo lazima utekea, lazima uiangalie hiyo miti, lakini pia uhakikishe kwamba inakuwa kiwango yenye haiwezi haribiwa.
Naam. Na asante sana. Pengine tukizungumza na wewe John, manake mwaka jana ulikuwa mwezi wa 5 hivi wa 6 hapo. Nakumbuka Waziri Keriako Tobiko akianzisha ule upanzi wa miti katika lile eneo la bypass, ule msitu wa Ngong na maeneo kama hayo. Na nia ilikuwa kupanda zaidi ya miti milioni 5 hivi katika maeneo hayo. Sijui kufikia sasa wamepanda kiasi gani na unaweza kusema kwamba imepata kustawi?
Asante sana Bwana Daniel. Na kabla labda niongelelee hiyo, wacha tu nitaje ambacho wenzangu wamesema. Kama unavyojua shirika la Green Belt limekuwako kwa zaidi ya miaka 40 sasa. Na ndani ya hiyo miaka 40 tumepanda miti zaidi ya milioni 55. Na ukiangalia ile miti, inaonekana ni mingi. Lakini kile unapopanda miti kuna ile nyingine inakatwa. Na hii ni miti sio miti tu ya kawaida, bali ni miti ya kienyeji ama miti ya kiasili. Na hii ni miti ambayo inachukua muda mrefu sana kukomaa. Kuna miti inachukua zaidi ya miaka 80, kuna miti inachukua zaidi hata ya miaka 100 ili ikomae na iweze kuwa ya manufaa kwetu. Ndio maana sisi kama shirika tunasikia uchungu sana tunapoona mtu anaenda ama watu wanaingia kwa msitu na wanaweza kuharibu ule msitu. Na pia kuongezea tu niseme kwamba sisi tuko na ile tunaita GIS system ambayo tunaweza kutrack ama kuenda kumap ile eneo ambayo tumepanda miti, na tunaweza kufuatilia ile eneo na kwa zaidi ya miaka 3, kwa sababu inachukua muda ili hii miti ya kiasili iweze kushika na kuweza kuwa miti mikubwa. Kwa hivyo tuko na hiyo, na hata hiyo GIS lab kazi yake ni kuenda kufanya mapping na kuja na kutupatia hizo zile takwimu. Mwaka uliopita tukishirikiana na serikali, tukishirikiana na washikadau wengine private sector, tuliweza kupanda miti zaidi ya 1800 ya kienyeji pande tofauti ya nchi hii, sana sana tukizingatia yale maeneo tunaita water towers. Najua tutakuwa tukizungumzia hiyo baadaye, lakini tumepanda Mau, tumepanda Mount Elgon na hizi sehemu ambazo zinahitaji hii miti ya kienyeji. Na ndio tunaendelea, hata wiki tu iliyopita tulikuwa tumeenda kuangalia hii miti iko namna gani kutoka tuipande, ili tuweze kufanya ile tunaita replacement. Ile ambayo ilikufa tuweze kupanda ingine, ili tuhakikisha kwamba hiyo miti tunaweza kuitrack na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba inamea. Lakini la muhimu zaidi ni kuhamasisha wananchi. Ile jambo nzuri tuweza kuliona hapo, lakini wananchi wanahitaji kuelewa ni kwa nini tunafaa kupanda miti. Kwa sababu kupanda miti ni jambo moja. Tunaweza kuambia mtu yeyote apande miti.
Natakuwa tukiligusia hilo kwa kina zaidi, lakini tukisalia katika hilo swala, na umesema kwamba mlipanda miti 800 ama 800. Unaweza kujua kwa sasa ni takriban miti mingapi ambayo bado ipo? Kwa hiyo
70% ya ile miti 1800 saa hizi imeshika na inaweza kuendelea vizuri. Lakini bado na ile ambayo iliweza kufa, kama vile wenzangu wamesema, hii miti ya kienyeji inataka kuangaliwa sana. Ile ambayo imekufa tumeweza kurudi pale na kuweza kuifanya ile tunaita replacement ama kusawazisha, ili tuweze kuona tunaendelea na, kwa sababu mpango wetu ni kila mwaka tunapanda angalau miti 1,000,000.
Naam. Yeah. Na kuna wao mnamua vipi upande mti upi, upande wa asili ya kigeni ama asili ya huko, mnamua vipi?
Sisi tunasema, na kama unavyokumbuka mwanzilishi wetu Profesa Wangari Maathai alikuwa anapigana sana na watu wa KFS. Siku hizi tunafanya kazi pamoja. Lakini wakati ule tulikuwa tunavurutana kidogo, kwa sababu hao wanataka kuleta hii tunaita plantation ama miti ambayo ni ya kibiashara ama ya kuleta pesa. Lakini sisi tunataka miti ya kiasili, ambayo ndio miti tunajua inatuletea manufaa, ambayo ndio miti tunajua inasaidia wanyama, ambayo ndio miti tunajua inaweza kuzingatia mazingira yetu. Kwa hivyo sisi tulikuwa tunapigania, na mpaka sasa sisi tunataka miti ambayo ni ya kienyeji ndio iweze kupandwa kwa misitu yetu, kwa sababu ndio iko na manufaa. Lakini inachukua muda mrefu sana ili kuweza kukua mti mkubwa. Ndio maana unapoharibu msitu inakuwa ni uchungu sana kwa watu kama sisi.
Na asante sana mtazamaji, tunaendelea kuangazia masuala ya uhifadhi wa mazingira, lakini kidogo tu kama tulivyosema ndani ya NTV sasa tunaangazia yanayojiri sasa katika maeneo tofauti. Kwa sasa kamati ya masuala ya fedha ya Senate wanazungumza pale, walikuwa wanamsubiri yule gavana wa Samburu Moses Lennon Kulal, na hebu tupate kusikia yanayojiri kwa sasa, tujue wapo wamefika ama hajafika.
And its implementation still poses various challenges in this republic. This committee and this Senate is bound to respect the rule of law. We would not wish to be accused of contempt of court. If the courts have ordered the governor not to access his office, the governor therefore has no capacity to appear before this committee. We would want to make a decision that will take care of us today and that will take care of the Senate and this republic in future. Our decision for today is to defer the hearing until the matters in court have been settled. We have considered that the consideration of the Senate is not that urgent while EACC is pursuing other charges in court. The charges that have been leveled against the governor are charges that are to do with fiscal prudence or fiscal imprudence, and we believe that the people of Samburu would still be able to get justice through that option of the courts of law. In order to have a decision that then will set a precedent and a decision that would be neat, we have agreed also as a committee that we shall escalate this matter to the leadership of the Senate. And as chairman, I'll be bringing a statement on the floor of the House for Senate to consider these unique situations and to give guidance on the way forward for posterity. The question we have posed in our minds is that today the governor for Samburu has been barred from accessing office, being a state officer, and despite the provisions of the Integrity Act, I think it is section 62 or so of the Integrity Act, that attempts to shield state officers from stepping aside unless the necessary provisions in the Constitution are exercised. Today we will be saying that Governor for Samburu should not access office, should not access the institution. We would be arguing that Governor for Samburu is technically out of office. What if tomorrow, God forbid, a member of the Senate was to face similar charges? Would that member of Senate therefore technically step aside? Would they stop being senators? Would they stop being chairs of committees? Would they stop being members of committees? Justice Mumbi's ruling, even though some have described it as obiter dictum, has opened a Pandora's box. And it is important for the Senate to take a very considered position and take a very considered decision that will help us not just to deal with governors, but will help us to deal with the entire array of state officers, including members of the National Assembly, members of the Senate, and people holding other elective and nominated positions. To conclude, we will not be proceeding with the governor for Samburu today because by the rulings of the court, he's technically out of office. But to guide us in future, we shall be deferring the decision to the Senate plenary to help us deal with such cases and other cases that would touch on state officers in the future. Members, I believe that then conveys our position, unless any member wants to add on to it. Okay. Fine. Thank you. I see Hillary there. I would allow you because even though it's a committee meeting, but we don't have a witness, so I'll take a few questions. Well, I said the ruling of Justice Mumbi has serious implementation challenges. But in the specific case of Samburu, the High Court, and the decision started from a magistrate's court, went to the High Court. The High Court has reaffirmed that the governor is not allowed to access office. And so in such an explicit situation, we have no other option. We cannot attempt to interpret what the court intended to do. But for the other cases where even members, other state officers could be facing charges of a similar nature, we need to get a properly considered decision by the Senate. And I think what I'm trying to say is that it is beyond the Public Accounts Committee to make that consideration. I believe it is a decision that needs to be taken not just by Senate, but by Parliament as an institution. Ruko. Our intention, today being a Thursday, it might be difficult to prepare, but we hope that it can form part of the debate in Kitui. So I will speak to the Speaker of the House to allow scheduling of debate on the matter in Kitui on Tuesday next week. Next week we'll be sitting in Kitui County. Fine, we are good? Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Na Mungu awabariki.
Naam, naamini kwamba sote tumebarikiwa pia na mtazamaji pia. Kauli za kamati ya fedha ya Senate wakizungumzia kikao hicho ambacho hakijafanyika, walikuwa wanamtarajia gavana wa Samburu Moses Lennon Kulala kufika mbele yao kujibu baadhi ya maswali kuhusiana na ufujaji wa fedha za umma, lakini hakupata kufika, na wamesema kwamba hatakuwa akifika mbele yao kwa kuwa mahakama pia nayo imetoa uamuzi kwamba hafai kuwa afisini ama hafai kuwa akifika katika eneo lake la afisi la kuhudumu kutokana na tuhuma nyingi ambazo zinamwandama kuhusu masuala ya matumizi mabaya ya mamlaka na pia ufujaji wa fedha za umma, na ni masuala ambayo tutakuwa tukiendelea kuyajadili kwa kina zaidi. Vincent Odor anaendelea kufuatilia shughuli hiyo pia, na hapa studioni wageni wangu angalipo kuendelea kuzungumzia mjadala wetu wa masuala ya kulinda mazingira. Nimeona Daniel ukisikiza kwa makini sana, najua gavana wako huyo kweli. Ni gavana. Masuala ambayo yanahusu kaunti yako lazima utakuwa unafuatilia kwa kina zaidi. Na pengine tutakuwa tukipata kujua una mtazamo gani kuhusiana na hapo baadaye kidogo. Na pengine kabla ya kwenda mapumzikoni kidogo tupate kuangazia ile swala ambayo tulikuwa tunazungumzia. Tumesema asilimia ambayo inahitajika na 10% ya misitu katika taifa zima. Kwa sasa tumefikia 7.2 na nasema tunaendelea vizuri. Daniel, umesema kwamba ili swala linafaa kuangaziwa kwa kina zaidi. Ni miti mingapi ambayo inastahimili hali na inapata kukua, na umesema kwamba mnapokuwa mkipanda miti mnahakikisha kwamba mmeifuatilia. Unahisi pengine kwamba kule kukosa kufikisha ile 10% kunatokana pia na kule kukosa kufuatilia ile miti?
Yeah, asante sana bwana Daniel. Ukiangalia mwaka wa 1963 nchi yetu ilikuwa na zaidi ya 10%. Ilikuwa na 12% ya msitu. Na kuja kuanzia mwaka wa 73 mpaka mwaka wa 2005-2006 tuliweza kupoteza kiwango kikubwa sana cha misitu yetu. Na tukaweza kufika kiwango cha 1.7. Na ikakuwa ni hali tatanishi, ikakuwa ni hali mbaya sana, na kama nchi tukakuwa tuko kwa hatari. Ndio wakati unakumbuka tulileta ile tunaita PFM, ama kuangalia kwamba wale watu wanaishi karibu na misitu waweze kupatiwa nafasi ya kuangalia misitu kupitia kwa hii tunaita CFA, Community Forest Association. Na mbali na hiyo pia tukaleta washikadau ile public private partnership, serikali ikaweza kushirikiana na watu mashirika kama yetu na wengine ili kuweza kuona tunaweza kupanda miti kwa hii misitu. Na ndio tukaweza kufikisha asilimia ambayo tunaongelea kuhusu sasa 7.2. Juzi ilikuwa 6.9. Inamaanisha kwamba kuna kazi ambayo inafanyika.
Unapiga hatua. Unahisi nini kinasaidia zaidi? Unadhani nini kinasaidia zaidi?
Nitasema kwa njia kubwa ni uhamasisho. No. Sisi ile kazi kubwa tunafanya ni kuhamasisha watu.
Na ningependa ushikilie tu hapo. Tutaresa tukiangazia huo mjadala, mambo yanaendelea kule katika msitu wa Mau. Tunaona ni awamu ya pili ya kuwafurusha wakazi. Baadhi wanalalamika kwamba walifaa kupewa muda zaidi kuondoka na mambo kama yale. Kwa mtazamo wako tukiangazia upande wa kulinda mazingira, unahisi kwamba ni shughuli ambayo itafaa katika kule kulinda mazingira, kule kupandwa kwa miti katika maeneo hayo?
Kwa kweli naweza sema hii mambo ya kuchunga misitu yetu na kuhusu Mau. Mau ni msitu ambao inategemewa na watu wengi. Watu more than 10 million wana depend. Maji yenye inatoka maji yenye inatoka kwa hiyo misitu ni mingi sana. Kwa hivyo tusipochunga hiyo mazingira, miaka tukifika 2030 hatutaweza kubadilisha venye kutakuwa, sababu kutakuwa kumeharibika kabisa. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sana watu waache kuweka siasa katika mambo ya mazingira, kwa sababu tunaongea kuhusu sisi wenyewe na watoto wetu wenye wa miaka ijao. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sana tujue hii ni mambo ya mazingira, wacha tushughulike na tujue ya kwamba tunastahili kuchunga maji yetu, tunastahili kuchunga nchi yetu, mchanga yetu yote inaenda. Tukimaliza area kama tuko na mahali huko kunatoka mito mingi sana, na mito ingine ndio inapeleka maji mpaka Mara. Kwa hivyo itamaanisha kwamba hata tunapoteza pesa mingi sana. Wakati tunaharibu mazingira, nchi yetu inapoteza pesa mingi sana. Kwa hivyo tuangalie hiyo mambo tofauti.
Na pengine iwapo maeneo haya yatapandwa miti, tutaanza kuona mabadiliko au tutaanza kuona manufaa yake pengine baada ya muda gani?
Sababu hii ni maeneo ya catchment areas. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha tunapanda miti ya kienyeji. Kwa hivyo inaweza kaa kwa muda, sababu hiyo miti lazima tuipande, lazima ikue mikubwa. Kwa hivyo itachukua muda. Lakini tusipofanya hiyo sasa, hatutaweza kufanya in future. Kwa hivyo ni sahihi tufanye sahihi au sahihi. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tujaribu tufanye, sababu hatuwezi sema ati itakaa sana hatutaweza. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri tufanye sahihi.
Kwa hivyo unasema hatuna namna nyingine, ni sharti sasa hivi.
Tusikosa kufanya sahihi, tutakuwa tumeharibu maisha yetu na watoto wetu.
Kizazi kijacho. Daniel, sijui na mtazamo gani? Maana inaelekea, umesema kulinda mazingira sio misitu pekee, lakini mjadala huu unajikita sana katika misitu, unaonyesha kwamba ina umuhimu sana. Kule kuwafurusha watu pale Mau, kule kupanda miti na maeneo mengine ya eneo hilo, unadhani kuna umuhimu gani?
Nikiweza tu kushangia kama vile umeuliza mambo ya Mau, kusema ile ukweli kama hawali kwamba kuchunga msitu sio tu kuchunga msitu peke yake. Kuna vitu zingine mingi ambayo yanachangia haya mambo yote yafanyike. Kwa mfano, ukiangalia sababu ya Mau ama watu kuingia katika sehemu ya Mau ni kwa sababu ya labda wale ambayo wanachunga ng'ombe, labda wengine wanaenda kulima. Na hiyo ni kusema nini? Ni kusema ya kwamba hawa watu ambayo wana encroach kwa hiyo forest, ni kusema kule mahali wanaishi wamekosa njia nyingine ya kufanya haya ambayo wanastahili kufanya. Kwa hivyo kitu ambayo nataka kuchangia ni kwamba pia bila kuangalia msitu peke yake, lazima tuangalie pia sehemu zingine. Kwa mfano zile kwa Kiingereza ambayo tunaita our rangelands. Our rangelands ni sehemu muhimu sana, kwa sababu hapo ndio tutaweza kupata nyasi ya ng'ombe yetu, na zile wanachunga mali ama wanachunga mifugo wataweza kupata nyasi, na wakiweza kupata nyasi kule rangelands hawataweza kuingia katika hizo msitu yetu. Na nikisema mambo ya Mau specifically, naweza kusema ya kwamba ni sehemu ambaye katika maoni yetu kama experts hatuna namna, lazima tuone vile tutaiokoa, kwa sababu sisi hapa Nairobi, Masai Mara for example, Mara River ni mto ambaye inashikilia sio Kenya peke yake, inashikilia Kenya, Tanzania na East Africa kwa jumla. Na hiyo mto inatoka kule Mau. Ukiangalia mto kama Ewasonyiro ambaye pia inatoka kwa Mau, hiyo ndio inaenda mpaka inashika mpaka Western na inashika the entire livelihood ya watu ya Narok. Na hiyo yote tukiweza kuchunga hiyo mzitu, I'm very sure tunakuwa tunachunga maisha ya hao watu wote. Kwa hivyo nikisema tu kusema ile ukweli, tusipochunga hizi misitu zetu, maisha yetu, iwe tuweke siasa, tusiweke siasa, ukweli ni kwamba tunaharibu maisha yetu tusipochunga hizi misitu. Na kuchunga misitu lazima tuichunge misitu yetu holistically. Tuangalie kuanzia rangelands, tuangalie msitu, tuangalie mto zetu, na kama vile mwenzangu anavyosema, sio ati ni kitu itafanyika kwa leo. Itachukua muda. Na tumeona, nataka tu kukupatia mfano ya nchi ya Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe kuna sehemu ambayo watu walidegrade, watu walishunga ng'ombe na wakalima na mpaka ikawa imekauka kabisa. Lakini watu walishukua jukumu kushunga na kurehabilitate, kutumia njia zote. Kama ni kupanda miti, kama ni kupanda nyasi, mpaka tumeona mito ambayo zilikuwa zimekauka zimeanza kuflow tena. Tumeona mahali ambayo ilikuwa hakuna nyasi imeanza kuonekana, miti imeanza kumea. Kuna pia ile tunaita natural regeneration. Natural regeneration pia ni kitu muhimu sana, ambaye ukishunga sehemu inaweza, sio lazima upande miti. Miti inaweza kumea peke yake, nyasi inaweza kumea peke yake, sio lazima sisi wanadamu tupande. Lakini ukichunga sehemu fulani itaweza kuregenerate kivyake. Na hiyo ndio kitu muhimu ambayo tunastahili kuangalia.
Naam, asante Daniel sana. Na pia unajihusisha na masuala ya wanyamapori. Sijui nao wanaathirika vipi na mazingira yanapokuwa yameharibika ama yamechafuliwa?
Asante sana. Hiyo ni kusema wacha tu nikuhakikishia kwamba kama vile tunasema misitu yetu inapungua, wanyama wetu wa pori pia inaendelea kupungua kwa njia ambaye ni mbaya zaidi. Nataka kusema kwamba wanyama wetu wa pori wameweza kupungua katika asilimia, kwa sasa ni 68% decrease.
Tangu lini ukilinganisha na wakati gani?
Kuanzia 1970s, 80s mpaka saa hizi. Hiyo ndio rate ambayo wanyama wetu wa pori wanaweza kupungua. Na hiyo imechangiwa, nataka kusema kwamba imechangiwa na zile vitu ambaye sisi tunafanya kama wanadamu. Moja ni hiyo misitu ambayo tunazungumzia. Uharibifu wa misitu, kwa sababu hawa wanyama wa pori wanaishi pale. Uharibifu wa ardhi yetu kama hizo rangeland ambaye nimesema, kwa sababu hawa wanyama wa pori pia wanategemea hiyo misitu kupata maji, kupata nyasi. Pia the same rangelands ambaye tunasema kuna kitu kubwa ambaye tunaita range degradation. Hiyo ni kitu kubwa ambaye imechangia mito zetu kukauka, imechangiwa wanyama wetu wa pori.
Umeita range degradation?
Range degradation ambaye ni nyasi kupotea kwa zile grasslands. Zile mahali ambaye nyasi inastahili kukua zimepotea, imekuwa bea kabisa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu moja ambaye imechangia hizi shida zote. Mto kwa mfano Masai Mara, hata maji ikitoka kule kwa mfano Mara River, maji ikitoka kule Mau Forest na pale riverine ya Masai Mara, kama imekuwa hakuna nyasi, unatarajia nini? Hiyo maji hata ikitoka Mau na hakuna riverine vegetation iko mbaya, hiyo mto bado itakauka. Kwa hivyo lazima tuangalie kuanzia the source mpaka the entire flow of.
Kwa hivyo unachosema kukiwa na mimea maji yakauki kwa haraka na nafika mbali zaidi.
Kukiwa na mimea mto haiwezi kukauka, na hivi ndio mambo inaenda. Ukiangalia hata wakati mvua yetu inanyesha, mvua inanyesha na maji inaingia kwa msitu na pia kwa zile rangelands. Na wakati mvua inanyesha kuna vitu mbili ambayo inafanyika. Maji kuna ile tunaita runoff na kuna ile pia maji ambayo inaingia ndani ya mchanga. Na kama hakuna nyasi vegetation cover ambayo inashikilia hiyo maji ya mvua, hakuna maji itaingia ndani ya mchanga. Na hiyo maji ikiingia ndani ya mchanga ndio pia baadaye itachangia kujaza hizo mto na pia kufanya hiyo vegetation iendelee kumea. Kwa hivyo tukikosa kuwa na vegetation cover kwa rangelands na tukose kuwa na vegetation cover pia kwa forest yetu ama kwa msitu, hiyo maji yote inanyesha, inaenda kama vile inaenda kwa simiti, na ndio unaona vitu zingine ambayo tunaona ambayo hatujawahi kuwa naye ni hizi floods. Kwa mfano Masai Mara unasikia kuna flood imefanyika, mvua imenyesha, mahoteli ambayo ziko kwa karibu na mto zimeanza kubebwa. Wasonyiro River in Samburu the same, unasikia hoteli kama Serena kwa mfano. Serena Hotels ambayo ilikuwa karibu Samburu National Reserve ilifungwa kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya mto ya Wasonyiro kubeba kila mwaka. Na hiyo ni kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu ya sisi kuharibu riverine yetu ya mto. So maji yote ya mvua yote ikinyesha, yote ni kama ikitoka kwa roof. Maji ikitoka kwa roof unatarajia nini? Inakimbia. So kama maji kwa ardhi zetu inasababisha hizo mambo yote. So hakuna nyasi, hakuna miti inamea kwa sababu maji yote inakimbia na inaenda kwa Indian Ocean.
Na asante sana mtazamaji, tunaendelea kuangazia masuala ya kuhifadhi mazingira hapa nchini, masuala ambayo yanahusishwa pia na kule kupanda miti miongoni mwa masuala mengine. Tutakuwa tukienda mapumzikoni kidogo, tukirejea tuendelea na mjadala wetu tupate kuelewa je, ni mambo gani tunafanya ambayo yanachangia uchafuzi wa mazingira na ni vipi tunaweza kukwepa hayo ili tupate kuimarisha na kuhifadhi mazingira yetu. Tukiendelea tazama NTV sasa.
Yeah, we give thanks like we really supposed. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful.
Every Thursday evening, it's Lit 360.
I don't see you from. Everybody's having the time of their life.
Here at Lit 360, we put the pop in pop culture. And to live up to that hype, take a look at this.
See them, I come again now. All the pretty girl let you wine now. Sit down, steak, you give you banana. Smile on, I said oh nana. With that body shiny tanga. Alone, if you can keep up with the Jones, I'd rather come Bali, don't be coming to my zone.
God's sunshine is shining. Take a step, you're the best, and you know you're gonna prosper. Is
this a Nigerian dish that we're cooking?
No, well, this is not a Nigerian dish. This is an MKO's dish. I taught myself how to cook.
As always, you know we are bringing the heat by bringing you the best in fashion, food, music, and of course some fun. This is Lit 360 and it's about to go down.
Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Wewe ni mbaya, umenidanganya. Bonuka nicheka, bonuka nicheza.
The three sides of Anna.
We were born as identical triplets. I have a strong feeling that my sister, she's alive somewhere who knows where in this world.
What you did has no forgiveness.
Ana Lucia is my daughter. You're being unfair, Mother. You're being very unreasonable. Those are my parents that died too, and I also lost a sister, Grandma. And you have all forgotten that 3 years ago I had to bury my husband, the love of my life, Grandma.
The three sides of Anna.
Anything crazy without your friends. Drink Fanta. Taste fun.
Here at Toyota Kenya, we believe the best service topped with a high level of professionalism is key to earning our customers' trust. To deliver this experience countrywide to our customers, we need a partner that shows the same level of excellence.
Total Quartz Engine Oil is our chosen partner.
Total Quartz gives us that assurance, and we in turn provide quality service to our customers, giving them value for their money. This is our tradition. This service is available at over 25 service centers across the country.
Na mtazamaji, shukrani kwa kuendelea kutazama NTV. Sasa tunaendelea kuangazia masuala ya uhifadhi wa mazingira, mbinu za kuhifadhi mazingira na nini ambacho kinachangia uchafuzi wa mazingira. Na kuna masuala mengi tu ambayo yamekuwa kibuka katika mjadala huu wetu na wageni wangu studioni John, Teresa na vile vile Daniel Wangalipo. Na kuna ile swala ambalo tumekuwa tukiligusia sana kuhusiana na zile kampeni ambazo zimekuwa zikifanyika. Nakumbuka wakati fulani kulikuwa na hii ya kata mti panda mti. Wengine walikuwa nasema cut one tree plant 2 trees. Kumekuwa na kampeni nyingi tu. Pengine yanasaidia vipi ili kuwafanya wale wanafunzi au wanaokuwa wakuwe na zile dhana kwamba kuna umuhimu wa kuhifadhi mazingira? Teresa, tukifanya tathmini, sijui unahisi kwamba hizi kampeni katika kusaidia kuhifadhi mazingira?
Wacha niseme kampeni zinasaidia. Tukianza hata kampeni zenye zilikuwa zinafanywa mpaka na Wangari Maathai hiyo miaka. Ndio maana tunaona Karura inaendelea kuwa. Haingekuwa kama hakungekuwa na hizo kampeni zenye zilikuwa watu waelewe. Kwa hivyo tunapoendelea ni vizuri watu waendelee kufanya kampeni za kuhakikisha. Ni aibu kubwa kwamba saa hii tuko na campaign, a global campaign yenye inalidiwa na watoto wadogo wamerealize. Tukingoja tukue ati tufikishe 2030 tuwe hatuja. It has been led na msichana mmoja anaitwa Greta, a Swedish girl. Ni vibaya sana tukiona wao ndio wana lead. Sisi watu wakubwa tunakaa hivyo. So kwa hivyo ni vizuri sisi wote tuhakikisha kwamba tunaona kila mtu anafanya jukumu lake la kuhakikisha kwamba tunachunga mazingira. Kwa sababu mazingira sisi ndiye tunaharibu. Na sisi ndiye tumefanya zile mabadiliko ziko kama binadamu ziwe. Na tuna lose wanyama wetu wengi sana. Kwa hivyo kampeni ziendelee. Ni vizuri sana watu wa media wanafanya kazi mzuri kuendelea kuelezea watu hii mambo kama hii na kuonyesha watu vile wanastahili kufanya. Vile vile shirika zisizo za serikali na pia serikali yenyewe, sisi wote tufanye kazi pamoja, sababu tukifanya kazi pamoja tutaendelea na tutaweza kusucceed.
Na umesema wanyama wanakufa sana. Nakumbuka Daniel alikuwa ameanza kugusia hilo swala kidogo akisema kwamba wameathirika. Pengine hilo Daniel pia linachangia kule kukosa kuhifadhi mazingira. Kunachangia katika ile mizozo ambayo imekuwepo kati ya binadamu na wanyamapori. Maana yake wanyamapori wamekuwa kiingia katika maboma ya watu na hata kusababisha uharibifu.
Yeah. Asante sana Daniel. Na nataka tu kuchangia kusema kwamba kusema ile ukweli, kuna hii kitu kubwa ambaye ni mnyama kubwa katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ambaye tunaita human wildlife conflict. Hiyo human wildlife conflict imechangiwa sana na vile tunatumia mazingira yetu kama wanadamu, sio Kenya peke yake lakini katika dunia mzima. Nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa sasa kitu kubwa ambaye tunangangana ama inatusumbua sana ni mambo ya human wildlife conflict. Na hii ni kwa sababu ya rasilimali, kitu ambayo tunaita competition for resources. Kwa sababu kama ni maji kwa mfano, hiyo maji imekuwa kidogo, na hiyo maji ndio ndovu wanataka, ndio binadamu wanataka, na ndio ng'ombe inataka, na ndio pia tunataka katika shamba zetu. Kwa hivyo, na ukiangalia kama tuseme msitu fulani, hiyo msitu sisi wanadamu tumeingia, na hiyo ndovu bado anahitaji hiyo msitu, na hao wanyama wengine wengi bado wanahitaji hiyo msitu. Kwa hivyo competition of resources ni kitu moja ambaye imechangia sana. Na ukiona pia katika statistics yetu ya wanyama wetu wengi wanakufa kila wakati tukiwa na jirali. Wanyama wetu wanakufa kwa sababu ya hiyo competition. Na nataka tu kupeana mfano ya wanyama muhimu sana katika dunia hii na wanaendelea kupungua kwa sababu ya hiyo competition ama kwa sababu ya vile tunatumia ardhi yetu. Kama kuna mnyama ambaye anaitwa the gravy zebra ambaye napenda kusungumzia. Gravy zebra ni mnyama ambaye anapatikana only in the northern part of the equator. Kwa hivyo kutoka Laikipia kwenda upande ile ya northern Kenya ndio utapata huyo mnyama. Na huyo mnyama hapatikani katika mbuga za wanyama wa pori. Wanaishi pamoja na jamii ya wafugaji. Na huyo mnyama vile ukame ama jilali na kuja kila wakati tunapata wanakufa. Na unapata kuna magonjwa mengine ambaye pia inahusiana na jilali. kama ugonjwa kama anthrax ni ugonjwa ambaye imewahi kuua hawa wanyama kwa wingi sana, na hiyo ugonjwa inaambatana na ukame. Ukame ikikuja, wakikosa chakula, sasa hiyo ugonjwa inawapata na inaanza kuwafagia kabisa, na ni wanyama ambao wamekuwa wachache sana katika duniani. Ni Kenya peke yake inapatikana sasa katika in the wild.
Wako tofauti na wale ambao tumezoea kuona wale pundamilia wenye mistari meupe na meusi.
Ni tofauti kabisa.
Muonekano wao uko vipi?
Nikiweza kuzungumzia vile wanakaa, zile zebra ambayo Wakenya tumezoea ni ile zebra ya kawaida ambayo tunaita plains, but the gravy zebra is a species ambayo ni tofauti. Ukiona in size ni kubwa, mwili yake ni kubwa, ukiona masikio yake ni kubwa, sio kama ile mwingine. Ukiona mdomo, stripes yake ni kidogo kwa mwili. Kwa hivyo ni mnyama ambaye in fact zimebaki sasa, tuna estimate zimebaki 2500 katika dunia mzima, na zilikuwa zinapatikana katika sehemu za Horn of Africa, na katika hiyo sehemu ambayo ilikuwa inapatikana, saa hizi inapatikana tu Kenya peke yake, na a small population ambayo iko southern part of Ethiopia, mpaka wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo hao wanyama ni wanyama ambaye ni mfano mzuri, inatuonyesha vile pia wanyama wanaumia kwa sababu ya vile tunatumia mazingira yetu.
Naam, asante sana. Na tumesema wanaokata miti wanaharibu mazingira kwa njia hiyo na wanakuwa kiathiri shughuli ambazo zinaendeshwa. Sijui kwa mtazamo wako John, unahisi kwamba tunapozungumzia uchafuzi wa mazingira ni masuala gani mengine ambayo tutataja ambayo pengine mwananchi wa kawaida wanahusika bila kujua kwamba anachafua na anaathiri mazingira?
Naam, ningetaka kuguzia kidogo tu mjadala huu wa Mau kidogo tu.
Naam. Na
ningetaka kusema kwamba msitu wa Mau ni msitu wa maana sana kwa nchi hii kama ile misitu ingine ine. Na sasa tunaziita water towers. Water tower ni sehemu za juu ambazo zinatupatia maji yetu, zinapokea mvua tunapokea maji kupitia kwa mvua, kupitia kwa barafu, kupitia kwa unyevunyevu, na zinaweza kusambaza maji kwa mito, na hii mito inaweza kutuletea maji. Kwa hivyo msitu huu ni wa maana sana, na ndio msitu ule mkubwa zaidi.
Zitaje kwa kifupi hizo sehemu zingine 4? Kuna moja ya msitu wa Mau.
Kuna Mau, kuna Mlima Kenya, kuna Aberdares, kuna Cherangani Hills na kuna Mount Elgon. No. Na ndani ya hizi 5, Mau ndio kubwa zaidi katika Kenya na hata East Africa yote, kwa sababu inakava zaidi ya hektari 1400. Kwa hivyo tunaongea kuhusu sehemu ambayo imeingia katika county 4. Tunaongea kuhusu Nakuru, Bomet, Narok na Kericho. Na nchi mzima inategemea msitu kwa sababu kuna mito takriban 12 ambayo inatoka kwa msitu huu. Mto wa Mara, mito mingi sana, mto wa Wasonyiro kama vile mwenzangu alivyosema, mto wa Sondu. Na msitu huu uko na kiwango cha kusambaza umeme zaidi ya 40% kwa kiwango chetu ambao uko sasa. Kwa hivyo ni msitu wa maana sana. Ukiangalia mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya utalii, mambo ya wanyama ambao tunazungumzia hapa, mambo ya usambazaji wa maji. Na ndio maana haya mazungumzo yamekuja kwa uchache kuongea sasa kuhusu uharibifu ama uchafuzi wa misitu. Tunapochafua msitu, hii ni njia moja tunafanya, kwa sababu tunapokata miti kule maeneo ya water towers, kule kwa Mau, kule Mlima Kenya, hii miti ambayo inazuia mmomonyoko wa udongo inakuwa imepotea. Kwa hivyo ule udongo unakuja unaenda kwa hii mito, na hii mito inaweza kufurika, na ikifurika ile maji inaacha kuwa safi tena. Kwa hivyo kwa njia moja tayari tumechafua hiyo maji kupitia kwa uharibifu wa mazingira. Njia nyingine ni njia zote ambazo binadamu wanaleta kitu ambacho kinadhuru mazingira, aidha takataka pale nyumbani, chochote ambacho kinadhuru mazingira na afya yake, ndio tunasema ni uchafuzi wa mazingira.
Naam. Na asante sana mtazamaji, tunaendelea na mjadala wetu. Pia nawe una fursa kusema nasi katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii ya Doreen Majala, Dan Muli, NTV sasa katika mitandao ya Twitter na Facebook, na vile vile kupitia laini za simu ambazo unaweza kuziona katika kiwambo cha runinga yako. Unaweza kupiga ukasema nasi moja kwa moja kuhusiana na mjadala wetu wa siku. Na hapa ndani ya NTV sasa, kama nilivyosema, tunafuatilia yote yanayojiri sasa katika maeneo tofauti. Kwa kifupi tu tutakuwa tukijiunga na mwenzangu Kennedy Muredhi ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia kikao cha kamati utekelezaji ya bunge ambacho kimekuwa kikimtarajia waziri wa mashauri ya kigeni Monica Juma kufika mbele yake kuzungumzia hali ilivyo kuhusiana na uteuzi wa Mwende Mwenzi kama balozi wa Kenya kule Seoul, Korea Kusini. Apate kutueleza je, amefika katika kikao hicho ama hajafika na hali iko vipi kuhusiana na kwamba tayari ameanza kupata mafunzo ya kuenda kule kuwa balozi, na bunge lilipomsikiliza lilikuwa limesema kwamba anafaa kusubiri kwanza ama kuachia ule uraia wake wa Marekani wapata kwa kiwakilisha Kenya. Sijui kama Muredhi yuko tayari ama tukaenda kwa Muredhi baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu. Tukiendelea kuangazia masuala haya, umeelezea uchafuzi wa mazingira ni nini, unauelewa vipi? Teresa, sijui ameacha chochote kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wananchi wanahusika katika kuchafua mazingira?
Naam.
Na hata kabla hujazungumza kidogo tena nikatize. Kennedy Muredhi, nafahamisha uko tayari. Muredhi, nilikuwa tayari nishadokeza unayofuatilia, sasa uwanja ni wako, tupashe yanayojiri.
Na kama ulivyosema Mule, ni kwamba kwa sasa hivi kamati hii inafanya utathmini wa ubalozi wa Mwende Mwenzi, na kwa sasa hivi tu kamati hii imeanza shughuli zake, na ningependa tu nikupeleke moja kwa moja kwani mwenyekiti anazungumza ili tupate kusikia ni yapi ambaye anayasema kuhusu swala hili zima, kwani tayari tunadokezewa kuwa huenda balozi Monica Juma asifike katika kamati hii kwa sasa hivi, lakini ningependa tusikize kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa kamati hii.
Requesting for the postponement of the meeting to 4, and we are going to get it. As you all know, these are very important matters. He actually borders on the issue of citizenship and more so the sovereignty of the country. As you are well aware, the President actually forwarded to Parliament, to the National Assembly, on the 9th of May 2019, a notification of appointment of ambassadors, high commissioners, 7 of them, pursuant to Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, in Section 5 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act number 3 of 2011. Among the names that were there was that of Ms. Mwende Mwenzi as a nominee for appointment as ambassador, but unfortunately he holds dual citizenship, Kenya citizenship and American citizenship. And actually it was resolved that for her to be appointed and to be posted, she has to renounce the American citizenship. As you are aware, the Speaker actually raised this issue the day before yesterday, and it's because of that that we are here. And I would like to apologize to the members of for the state or the press that unfortunately you'll have to come back at 4 because having requested that we give at that time, I think it will be fair and prudent to do so. But these are very important matters. It's a matter of national interest, and I think it's important that the press actually covers it. And to expect the CS to appear without fail to explain to this committee the position, because as far as Parliament is concerned, unless they say the lady has renounced the American citizenship, she should not be posted, or we don't expect her to have been posted. So please come at 4.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just want the committee indulgence on the agenda. I know the agenda is on the issue of this particular person, Mwende Mwenzi. But Chair, is it possible for us to also interrogate other appointments of ambassadors that have been processed through our office? Because we have serious issues that we would like her to respond to. As she responds to that particular one, we will also want to get clarity on a number of concerns regarding the appointment of ambassadors and posting of ambassadors.
Well, of course, questions are open, but I believe for today's meeting, specifically on this particular affairs, but of course members can ask any questions that are relevant. But for today's meeting, I think let's concentrate on this particular lady. And then I think as the meeting goes on, other issues will unfold naturally. Okay, thank you very much.
Naam, ndio usemi wa kamati hiyo ambayo imekuwa ikizungumza swala hili la mwende mwenzi ambaye anatarajiwa mwendo wa saa 10 ama balozi Monica Juma anatarajiwa kufika mbele ya kamati hii mwendo wa saa 10 jioni ili kutoa taarifa ambayo inastahili kuhusu swala hili nzima na iwapo mwende mwenzi pia atakubaliwa. Kwa sasa hivi kamati hiyo inataka kuendelea na shughuli zingine ili kuona iwapo ifikapo saa 10 balozi Monica Juma atafika na kutoa usemi kama wanavyotaka. Kwa sasa hivi na kurejesha kwa Mule studioni.
Na asante sana Ken Mureithi, hakika saa 10 penye uzima na uhai tutakuwa tukirejea huko kujua je, waziri wa mashauri wa kigeni Monica Juma atakuwa amefika kuyazungumzia masuala hayo ya uteuzi wa mwende mwenzi kama balozi wa Korea Kusini. Hapa studioni wageni wangu mtazamaji waangalipo usema nasi moja kwa moja kupitia nambari za simu katika runinga yako upate kuuliza maswali, maoni au hata mapendekezo kuhusiana na masuala ya kuhifadhi mazingira. Je, wewe unahusika kwa njia gani? Na mmekuwa mkisema kwamba wananchi wanafaa kuhimizwa kupanda miti na baadhi wamekuwa wakisema kwamba baadhi ya bei ya baadhi ya hii miti ni ghali sana. Mtu anataka kwenda kununua pale lakini bei ni ghali sana. Sijui mbona inakuwa ghali hivyo, ni kitu kimepangwa ama miti ni ghali tu Teresa?
Acha kwanza nijibu swali ambao ulikuwa umeuliza.
Kweli.
Ati ni nini tunaweza fanya? Ni mambo gani ambayo inachafua mazingira? Kuna mambo mengi ambayo inachafua mazingira. Tukiongea kuchoma misitu. Wakati unachoma msitu kuna carbon yenye inaliliziwa. Kwa hivyo tumeona hata Mount Kenya juzi ikichomeka. Kwa hivyo wakati inachomeka tunaharibu mazingira, wanyama hawana kwa
hata kimataifa. Tumeona msitu kule Amazon.
Tumeona Amazon imechomeka. Kwa hivyo na unajua inachomeka siku moja inaharibu mahali kubwa sana, na unajua inaharibu mpaka miti yenye ilipandwa miaka mingi ingine ilikuwa yenyewe. Kwa hivyo kuchoma misitu ni kitu moja ambayo inachafua mazingira. Pia kemikali zenye tunatumia kwa mashamba yetu, sababu wakati inabebwa na mvua inaingia kwa maji, alafu inaharibu maji, inaharibu wanyama wa maji wa huko kwa maji. Vile tunaona kwamba wakati kuna vitu mingi sana zinaharibu mazingira. Kuna industries zenye zina release effluents.
Lakini Teresa, mbona tusubiri hadi hizi athari ziende sana? Kwa mfano uliona taarifa iliyoangaziwa na NTV toxic flow kuhusiana na masuala mtu ambao tunaita mtu wa sumu, maana ni kama sumu zile kemikali zote. Mbona tusubiri hadi ifikie kiwango kile ili tutoe sauti zetu? Mbona tusizungumze mapema?
Wacha niseme binadamu ni mtu mwingine haeleweki, ni mnyama mwingine, sababu binadamu ni mmoja wa wanyama. Hajielewi mwenyewe, anangoja mpaka aonekane, anajificha kwa sababu tukiangalia hizo watu wengine wanaangalia tu pesa zangu peke yangu. Ufikiri mambo ya wale wengine, unaangalia pesa zenye wewe unatengeneza, unaangalia kura zenye utaweza kuwa nazo, lakini huangalii maisha ya binadamu mwenzako, ya wanyama wenzako. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ya maana sana watu wajue, wacheni tuchunge mazingira yetu, kwa sababu tusipochunga mazingira yetu tunajimaliza. Hata wewe ukifikiria hutapatwa na hiyo shida, itapata ndugu yako huko chini na wewe ndiye utalipia pesa. Kwa hivyo usiseme ati sababu wewe hutaadhirika ati ule mwingine wacha aadhirike, itakupata hata wewe mwenyewe.
Kama mtego wa panya na unasa waliona na sio kwemo. Na John ulisema na utakuwa ukijibu ile swali la bei pia. Ulisema kwamba hebu lijibu kwanza hilo swali kabla John hajaangaza hilo lingine.
Swali zenye
bei
ya miti. Naam. Kitu yenye tunafanya, na najua pia Green Belt wanafanya kitu ile tu ya kuhakikisha kwamba miti unaanza communities wenye tunafanya kazi na wao, tunataka waanze kutoka kwa begu. Wao wenyewe wawe ndiye wanahakikisha wanakuza hiyo miti wenyewe, kwa sababu ile kitu inafanya mti iwe na bei ghali. Mti sio rahisi kununua, sababu kutoka kwa seed kuna zingine zinakaa mwaka mzima, zingine miaka miwili before ifike mti ya kwenda kupanda. Kwa hivyo tunataka kufunza watu wenyewe, uanze kuhakikisha kwamba wewe unajua kupanda miti. Uhakikishe kujua unajua hii seed inafanywa nini, propagation inaanza wapi. Na pia sasa ukiweza kupanda, tunahakikisha kwamba wanaenda kupeleka kwa misitu, wanapanda kwa mashamba yao. Kwa hivyo bei yenyewe inakuja na kazi yenyewe inafanywa kwa hiyo mti. Kwa hivyo bei ni gari, lakini sisi tunafanya kazi na communities, na najua pia mashirika hawa wengine wanahakikisha kufunza, wacha tufunze watu kukuza miti kutoka kwa seed, na zinakuwa miti itakuwa.
Naam, John, swali ambalo ningependa uangazie, maana kashaangazia hilo swala la bei, na najua pia una mtazamo wako kuhusiana na hilo. Mnanunua miti mingi sana. Na wakati fulani wengine wanasema hata kuna masuala ya ufisadi yanaingizwa pale. Mtu anasema amenunua kila mtu kwa shilingi 50 na pengine amenunua kwa shilingi 10 au 20. Na mbali na kuna haya marufuku ambao mnatekeleza, hii mnaita moratorium. Na kuna hilo jopo kazi ambalo linaongozwa na Green Belt kuhakikisha kwamba miti haikatwi katika misitu ya Kenya. Na hiyo marufuku ilianza mwaka uliopita, imekuwa ikiongezwa muda kufikia sasa. Mtazamo wako ni upi? Unahisi imefanikiwa kwa vyovyote kuhakikisha kwamba misitu haikatwi ama miti haikatwi?
Asante sana Bwana Daniel. Hiyo marufuku hata ingekuja kitambo, sisi tulikuwa nasema hata ingekuja zamani. Kwa sababu kama nilivyosema pale awali, tulisema kwamba zile jamii zinaishi karibu na msitu zipewe fursa ya kuangalia masuala ya misitu. Lakini ilifika mahali pia hizi jamii zikaanza kuingia na kuharibu. Ndio tunaona kesi kama hizi za Mau na zile zingine, ni kwa sababu kuna jamii ambazo ziliwachiliwa zikaingia kwa misitu. Na wanapoachiliwa na kuharibu misitu, tunaweza kupoteza mambo mengi sana. Kama nilivyosema hapa awali, utalii. Ukiangalia mto kama mto Njoro ambao unatoka kutoka Mau mpaka unaleta maji kwa Lake Nakuru. Na hii lake inatupatia 15% ya mapato yetu ya utalii. Kwa hivyo ni mambo mengi. Kilimo, mvua inapotea. Tunaona sisi kila wakati tunaongea kuhusu mvua. Kwa sababu sisi tunasema hii mambo ingefanyika kitambo. Lakini tunashukuru serikali kwa kutupatia sisi fursa kama Green Belt Movement kuongoza ile task force. Hii sio ya kwanza, kulikuwa na zingine karibu 5 ambazo zilikuwa zimetengenezwa pale mbeleni, lakini hakuna ambalo liliweza kufanyika kama mnavyojua. Lakini tunashukuru kwa sababu hii ilitoka juu, ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa imekubalika na rais pamoja na naibu wake, na tukaweza kupatiwa hili jukumu pamoja na wengine, na tukaweza kupatiana ile ripoti. Na ile ripoti iko na mambo mengi tu, sio mambo tu ya kufunga msitu, bali kuna mambo mengi ambayo tunasema ambayo yanahitajika kufanywa ili kuweza kuona tunarudisha misitu yetu iweze kuwa vile ilivyokuwa wakati tulikuwa tunapewa 1963. So kwa hivyo tunafurahia ile mambo inaendelea, hiyo
marufuku na inasaidia.
Lakini pia tunafaa kuangalia mambo ya upanzi wa miti ya kiasili. Sisi tumekuwa tukipanda miti ya kiasili kwa hiyo miaka yote, na hii ndio miti ambayo iko na manufaa kwa mazingira yetu. Kwa hivyo tunapofunza, tuko na zaidi ya vikundi 7,000 nchi mzima.
Ndio wananchi ambao mnafunza. Na mnapofunza, pengine ukigusia tutaje, kuna wale ambao wanasema kwamba hawajui ni mti upi ambao unafaa katika maeneo yao, pengine mti huu unafaa kwetu haufai, na mafunzo ambayo pia mnashirikisha pale.
Ni kweli kabisa. Kwa mfano tukiamua kwenda zile sehemu za Samburu mahali Daniel anatoka, nitaenda niangalie ni miti gani inafanya vizuri huko. Kwa maana yake nikipeleka mti ambao unafanya vizuri hapa Nairobi, kule Samburu, unaweza kwenda na ukakosa kumea. Kwa hivyo tunafunza hawa wananchi jinsi ya kuenda kuokota zile mbegu kwa misitu yao ambayo iko karibu nao, na wakaweza kuzikuza kwa nursery. Tuko na vikundi vya nursery ambao tunawafunza jinsi ya kulea na kukuza miti, na kama vile Teresa amesema, baadhi ya hii miti inachukua hata miaka 3 ili kufika kiwango kidogo tu ya kuweza kwenda kupandwa kwa misitu. Kwa hivyo na tuwezi kuweka dhamana kwa msitu, kwa mti. Tuwezi kusema huu mti ni shilingi 10 ama shilingi 20 ama shilingi 50. Manake ile manufaa tunapata kutoka kwa miti hatuwezi kuipatia pesa tukasema ni pesa ngapi. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaponunua ile miti kutoka kwa hivi vikundi, hatuwaambii ni kuwalipa. Tunawaambia ni kuwashukuru kwa ile kazi mzuri ambayo wanafanya. Lakini la muhimu zaidi ni kuwafunza. Manake bila kuwafunza, bila kuwaelimisha, bila wao kujua kwa nini wanafaa kupanda hii miti kwa misitu yao, tunaenda pale karibu nao tunaonyesha mto wao, tunaonyesha huu ni mto Kipchorian, ulikuwa unafika kiwango hiki miaka 10 iliyopita. Sasa angalieni mto wenu unapotea kwa sababu naharibu huu msitu. Si muende mpande miti kwa huu msitu ili muweze kurudisha mto huu. Na wanaweza kuona, wakikuja pale wanaweza kuona, wanaweza kuangalia na kuweza kufanya kazi ile, kwa sababu wanaona ni mambo ambayo yanafanyika kule. Hata wenyewe wanakuambia zamani tulikuwa tunapata mvua kwa wingi, tulikuwa na chakula kwa wingi, huu msitu ulikuwa mkubwa, sasa umeisha, na tunaanza kuanzia mazungumzo yetu kuanzia hapo.
Na asante sana. Pengine nirejea kwako Daniel, tukiangazia hiki kivutio kikuu cha kule kuhama kwa nyumbu ama wanasema wild beast migration pale Mara. Kuna baadhi ya wananchi ambao ni wakulima, wafugaji katika maeneo hayo ambao wametoa sehemu ya ardhi yao iwe sehemu ya ile hifadhi ya Mara. Na si kama hilo pekee linatosha, ama kuna kingine ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunahimiza kule kukuzwa kwa miti na pia mazingira ili wanyamapori wapate kustawi.
Ukweli ni kwamba kuna jamii katika sehemu ya Mara ambaye wameanzisha hizo projects kama zile tunaita conservancies, na ni kitu sana ambaye imesaidia hiyo sehemu ya Mara. Na kama nikiweza tu kusema sisi kama East African Wildlife Society tunaamini kwamba wakati jamii wanaweza kushughulikia mambo haya yote ya mazingira na iwe inatoka kwa jamii yenyewe, isiwe ni kitu inatoka nje, hivyo tutaweza kuwa na sustainability ya hizi mazingira yetu. Kwa mfano kama hizo formation ya conservancies kule Mara, ambaye jamii wameweza kutoa ardhi yao kushunga wanyama wa pori, na imeonekana mara mingi, hata nakumbuka last year 2018 ile migration ya wildebeest kutoka Tanzania kule Serengeti, vile walikuja nchi yetu ya Kenya. In fact the bigger percentage of their time ama muda ambayo wametumia wakiwa nchi ya Kenya wametumia katika hizo sehemu za community ama zile machamba ya jamii ambayo iko katika conservancies. So hiyo ni kitu moja ambayo imesaidia sana.
Kwa hivyo nahisi ni hatua kubwa sana.
Ni hatua kubwa sana ambayo inasaidia nchi yetu.
Na unapoendelea pengine tupokee simu moja kutoka mtazamaji kisha utaendelea. Lang'at, hapo unatupata kutoka Nakuru, tupe mchango wako katika NTV sasa. Lang'at?
Mimi naitwa Lang'at.
Naam, endelea.
Kutoka Nakuru. Mimi naishi kwangu ni msituni. Kwetu ni msituni.
Naam, endelea tupe mchango wako.
Mchango wangu ni
naam,
kati ya Kenya Forest wanapenda miti kati kwa forest. Sio wenye wanaishi kwa forest. Sasa sijui kwa nini Kenya Forest wanafukuza watu zaidi.
Naam, asante sana Lang'at kwa swali lako. Wycliffe kutoka Thika.
Hello.
Naam, Wycliffe tupe mchango wako ndani ya NTV sasa.
Ningependa kuuliza.
Naam.
Sasa nitaanza ya kupanda vitu.
Naam.
Ningependa wanipee venye naanzisha hiyo mziki ya kupanda.
Unavyoweza kuanzisha? Naam, asante, swali lako umelipata. Najua ulikuwa shagusia tayari kutafuta mbegu kisha kuendelea, lakini watakuwa wakikujibu tena. Na vile vile kunaye Codec wapo unanipata, tupe mchango wako.
Ya nami si mchango nilikuwa nauliza.
Naam, uliza.
Katika kuna wakati miaka kama imepita hivi kama miaka 3 kule sehemu za nyumbani Kisii huko. Ilikuwa serikali ilikuwa imetangaza kuwa ile miti iko karibu na mito. Ni vyema ikatwe kwa sababu ndio inasaidia hali pia ya mvua.
Naam, asante. Sijui kama umelipata swali lake Codec, anasema miti ndio kando ya mito, sijui anamaanisha iwapo ndio inakausha mito ama inachangia. Na Teresa, umelipata swali hilo? Tuanzie na hilo basi.
Kuhusu mti wa eucalyptus. Miti ya eucalyptus ukipanda karibu na maji inahitaji maji mingi sana, inakunywa maji mingi sana. Ukipanda kwa the catchment areas inakunywa maji mingi sana. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri wakati unapanda miti, uchaguzi wa miti yenye unapanda ni kitu ya maana sana. Ukisema ni mambo ya catchment protection, hiyo inahitaji miti ya kiasili, miti ambayo inaweza kuhakikisha hiyo maji inaendelea kuwa mzuri na inaweza endelea kuwa safi, na miti ingine kama babu. Lakini ukipanda miti ya eucalyptus itakunywa hiyo maji yote na ndio inakausha. Kwa hivyo ndio maana unasikia hiyo mambo ya kusema miti ambayo haihitajiki haistahili kupandwa. Miti inastahili kupandwa pale yanapofaa. Kwa hivyo tunastahili kuendelea kuhamasisha watu sana, ni miti gani unastahili kupanda wapi.
Naam, sijui Daniel kuna swali ungependa kujibu? Naam.
Ya, ningependa tu kushangia katika hiyo mambo ya miti. In fact ukiona hii ni mambo ya shida ambayo tunapata kwa sababu ya kutojua ni nini tunafanya. Kwa sasa sehemu ya Kenya, nchi yetu ya Kenya tumefikia mahali ambayo tumeona eucalyptus imeanza kuwa shida. Kama kwa mfano kuna wakati nilikuwa pale Bomet na county government ya Bomet wameanza kufikiria vile watamaliza eucalyptus. Na hii ni kwa sababu sasa imeleta shida mara mbili. Kitu ya kwanza, mto zetu zinakauka kwa sababu tumeharibu catchment areas ama kule mahali mto inatoka. Tumemaliza mto kwa sababu overgrade land yetu. Alafu kuongeza zaidi tumepanda eucalyptus mpaka inakuwa sasa ile maji kidogo tuko naye ambaye ina flow kwa miti yetu, eucalyptus naye inamaliza. Sasa unaona tumekuwa na shida mara mbili karibu 3. Kwa hivyo Hiyo ni shida moja ambayo inatukabidhi, na mimi ningependa tu kuambia jamii ambayo na jamii najua sio shida yao, kwa sababu eucalyptus watu wanasema wakipanda inamea haraka na wanaweza kukata na wanaweza kuuza kupata pesa, lakini inastahili pia tuangalie kwamba inaleta madhara gani. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa maoni yangu ni kwamba, ama yenye naweza kujibu ni kwamba tujaribu kuangalia madhara ambayo hii miti inaleta na pia faida ambayo inatuletea, kwa sababu inaweza lete madhara zaidi kuliko faida.
Na Wycliffe umemsikia kutoka Thika akiuliza aanzie wapi, angependa kupanda miti. Sijui John unaweza kumshauri vipi?
Ile ni jambo nzuri kwake kufikiria hata hiyo, kuanza kufanya upanzi wa miti. Sio ngumu hata kidogo, ni jambo ambalo si ligumu, na tunachukua wakati mwingi sana kufunza wananchi jinsi ya kuanzisha nasari ndogo tu pale kwako, na unaanza tu na kama nilivyosema hapo awali, ule msitu huko karibu na wewe, kuna watu ambao utaenda kupata huko wanafanya ile kazi ya miti. Unaweza enda tu na kwa haraka watakufunza jinsi ya kuokota zile mbegu, jinsi ya kuziangalia na kuhakikisha kwamba zinaanza kutoka kushomoza, na utaweza kutengeneza nasari hata pale nyumbani, na mnaweza kushirikiana. Sisi tunaambia watu sana washirikiane kama vikundi. Inakuwa rahisi kufanya kazi na vikundi, inakuwa rahisi kufanya mambo ya conservation ama mambo ya kuhifadhi mazingira kama kikundi. Kwa sababu hili jambo la kuhifadhi mazingira si jambo la mtu mmoja ama watu wawili. Kila mtu anafaa tushikane mikono ili tuweze. Kwa hivyo sio ngumu. Kama anaishi Thika, najua kuna watu wanafanya hiyo kazi pale, anaweza kuenda na akajua venye wanakota zile mbegu na venye wanaweza kuziweka kwa nasari na zinaweza kuwa za kuenda kupandwa kwa misitu.
Na kuna kule kuokota mbegu, kupanda au hata kununua miche ambayo tayari ilikuwa ishamea. Lakini akienda kupanda pale achimbe shimo kiasi gani? Maana baadhi uchimba shimo kidogo tu akaweka ile mizizi ikaweze kustawi. Mtu anafaa kuweka shimo kiasi gani ile mtu upate kupata nguvu pale?
Kuna wakati mmoja Profesa Masai alisema ukitaka kupanda mti hauhitaji diploma, hauhitaji masomo yoyote, ni jambo rahisi mno. Ukifunzwa kwa mara moja utaweza kufanya kwa haraka. Unahitaji shimo la fiti 2 hivi kwa kwenda chini na pia upana. Sisi pale Greenbelt tunasema fiti 2.5. Inahitaji, maana hii miti ya kienyeji inataka shimo kubwa ili iweze kujishikilia na iweze kuwa miti, kwa sababu itakuwa miti mikubwa sana, inakuwa ni miti mikubwa. Kwa hivyo, na pia kwa sababu ya mvua, wakati mvua inanyesha kubwa isiweze kupeperusha ule mti ili iweze kujishikilia pale kwa udongo. Kwa hivyo, na pia kutoka kwa mti mmoja mpaka ule mti mwingine tunasema unafaa kuhesabu hatua 3 ili uweze kupanda, ili usiweke ile miti karibu sana na ikaweza kuwa haina manufaa pale nyumaye. Tunazingatia sana mambo ya upanzi. Hata wakati tunapanda miti zaidi ya 1800 tunachukua wakati mwingi sana kufunza wale ambao watakaohusika kupanda ile miti, kuwafunza vile ambavyo watakavyofanya hii kazi. Ile tunafanya kubwa ni kuwaonyesha kwamba hii ambayo tunafanya ni yenyu, sio yetu. Kwa hivyo tunataka nyinyi muwe mnasimamia hii kazi yote. Kama ni kupanda, mpande kwa njia hii, tunawafunza tu na nyinyi muweze kufanya, ili unajua inakuwa rahisi wakati unaambia mtu hii ni yako, anachukua ile jukumu na anakuja kufuatilia kwamba kuona kwamba inaendelea vizuri.
Lakini tunapotazama wakati mwingi kuna hizi kampeni za kupanda miti, tukiangalia ile mashimo si kama zile futi 2 kwa 2, ni kama pengine hata 1.5 kwa 1.5. Hiyo ni pengine ni moja ya sababu ambayo huchangia baadhi ile miti kukauka.
Ni moja ya sababu, kwa sababu siku hizi kama tunavyosema tunaenda kwa mastesheni ya habari kama hii, tunaambia watu pandeni miti. Hatuwezi chukui jukumu ya kuelezea watu hivi ndio unafaa kupanda miti. Kuna procedure kidogo unafaa kufuata ili kuweza kuona ule mti unapandwa kwa njia nzuri. Na watu wengi, hata wale corporates, watu wanaenda wanapanda miti, wanasema tupatie msitu tuende tupande, wanaenda wanachukua siku moja wanapanda, hata warudi mahali pale. Ndio maana sisi tulisema ni vizuri watu kuweza kujua kupanda miti nini. Sio kupanda tu kuweka kwa udongo, bali kuangalia ule mti na kuhakikisha kwamba unafika kiwango cha kujisimamia. Kwa sababu mti tu ni kama mtoto mdogo. Unapozaa mtoto lazima muangalie mpaka afike umri fulani ndio aweze kujisimamia. Pia mti ni vile vile, lazima muangalie ule mti kuanzia pale unapopanda mpaka kile kiwango ambapo mti utaweza kujishikilia na kumea ukiwa peke yake.
Mtazamaji unafuatilia kwa makini sana. Sijui ni kipi ambacho pengine kimesahaulika pale unapochimba, ni nini kingine unaweka pale kwenye lile shimo? Mchanga tu ama pia mbolea ama vitu kama gani kuhakikisha kwamba ule mti unastawi?
Ni vizuri kuwa uweke mbolea ya kienyeji, si kemikali. Uweke mbolea ile ya compost, tunaita compost. Uweze kuweka mimea iliyooza uweke hapo, ili isaidie hiyo mmea iweze kujiweka vizuri na iweze kukua vizuri, kwa sababu inahitaji hiyo. Kwa hivyo si tuache tu mambo ya kuharakisha kupanda miti haraka haraka na alafu tunaondoka hapo. Tunastahili kuchunga hiyo miti. Wacha tufanye kazi yenye inaonekana. Sababu tukiendelea kupanda miti tusemange tumepanda mamilioni ya miti na chungi hiyo miti, basi tunafanya kazi ya bure.
Lakini nikuulize Teresa, mnasema mnawahimiza watu kupanda miti na tunaona makundi mashirika kama ulivyosema wanajitokeza, wanaenda pale Mau, wanatengewa sehemu, wanapanda miti 1100 kisha wao wanaondoka. Wajua kwamba wao kwa sababu ya nafasi zao za kazi hawezi kufuatilia. Kuna namna ambavyo nyinyi mnajitolea ili kufuatilia, manake tayari washapiga hatua, wamepanda ile miti, na hatua ambayo hamwezi kuipuuza ili kufuatilia miti kama ile.
Sisi shirika zetu kama shirika ya International Tree Foundation tunafanya kazi na vikundi ambazo ziko grassroots. Kwa hivyo hizo vikundi tunahakika kwamba kama NTV wamekuja wamepanda miti huko kwa msitu, sisi tunaachiwa jukumu ya kuchunga hiyo miti na kuangalia na watu wa community. Mimi naweza kuwa siko hapo, lakini kuna watu wenye wako huko around wanafuatilia miti. Kwa hivyo ukiwa tunafanya kazi inaitwa tuna make sure that it's partnership such that nyinyi mmekuja mmepanda miti, lakini tunafanya kazi hiyo pamoja ili iweze kusucceed, kwa sababu hatuwezi kufanya kazi peke yako. Utaweza kufanya kazi peke yako, hatutaweza kufanya kazi peke yako. Kwa hivyo sisi wote tunafanya kazi pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba imekuwa, na tuhakikishe tuna watu wenye wako karibu na hiyo miti wanakuwa wameshughulika na wako part ya hiyo. Kwa hivyo wanastahili kuwa foundation. Kwa hiyo
najua Daniel nilikukata useme kuzungumzia masuala ya namna ambavyo imesaidia kazi wa pale Mara kuungana na ile mbuga, lakini kabla hujamalizia hilo, mmesema kwamba kila sehemu kuna miti ambayo inaweza kukua vizuri. Kuna maeneo kama Samburu, maeneo yenye jua, vile maeneo kama Mombasa kule pwani, jua kali na pia joto. Tuanzie pale Mombasa, mtu angependa kujihusisha katika masuala haya. Pengine mumtajie ni miti aina gani ambayo inaweza kufanya vizuri pale na afanye nini?
Nikiweza tu kuzungumzia swala hilo ni kwamba kila sehemu iko na aina ya miti ambayo inaweza kufanya kazi vizuri. Na makosa ambayo tunafanya kama washikadau ama sisi saa nyingine tukifanya hii kazi ya kupanda miti ni kwamba unaenda kupanda miti kwa sababu tu unataka kupanda miti ama unataka kuonekana kwamba umepanda miti. So kitu ya kwanza lazima uangalie kwamba umeangalia ni miti gani inaweza kufanya vizuri katika sehemu ambayo unataka kupanda miti. Kwa hivyo kwa mfano sasa nikisema kama Mombasa kuna miti ambaye itafanya vizuri, na nataka tu kusema kwamba shirika la KFS wako na stations yao katika kila county, katika kila stations, sub counties, na wako na advisors na wako na mbegu ambaye inaweza kufanya kazi vizuri pale. Kwa hivyo hata sio mimi kusema Mombasa unaweza panda miti hii, Samburu unaweza kupanda miti hii, Nairobi. Kila sehemu iko na KFS station na wanaweza kuadvise kila mtu ambaye anataka kupanda miti ni miti gani inaweza kufanya vizuri pale. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio naweza kuzungumzia.
Wategemea sana ile huduma ya misitu. Sisi Teresa ungependa kuongezea nini? Pengine kuna aina miti fulani ambayo unajua na pia tumpe John nafasi pia.
Mimi kitu naweza taka kusema ni wakati unasema unafanya catchment protection, angalia miti ya kienyeji ya hiyo sehemu. Ukiongea kama unataka kupanda miti agroforestry, ku-integrate miti na crops, hakikisha ni miti ambayo haiharibu mchanga yako na zinakuwa pamoja.
Ni kama miti gani hiyo? Pengine utoe mfano. Unajua baadhi ni miti ya matunda kama pengine miembe, papai. Kuna mengine unaweza kutoa kama mfano?
Naweza sema wakati unataka kupanda miti kwa shamba yako, inabidi useme kwa nini unapanda miti. Unapanda miti sababu unataka pengine matunda. Kwa hivyo unachagua matunda yenye inakuwa vizuri katika sehemu. Kama venye mwenzangu amesema, kila sehemu iko na miti ya huko yenye inakuwa vizuri. Kuna miti moja yenye inafanya vizuri kwa sehemu mingi. Miti inayoitwa Graveria. Sehemu mingi za Kenya utakuta hiyo mti inakuwa vizuri na chakula. Kwa hivyo inapoanguza hata matawi yake inakuwa borea. Kwa hivyo kuna miti ingine ambayo utapanda ifanye vizuri na chakula. Lakini kuna ingine ukipanda eucalyptus na chakula hutalima hiyo shamba kwa muda mrefu. Sababu kuna kemikali ambayo matawi yake inaangusha, inaharibu mchanga. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sana wakati unachagua venye amesema kuna Ministry ya Agriculture yenye itakuadvise mambo ya agroforestry. Kuna watu wa KFS na kuna sisi pia tu naweza wape ushauri. tunaweza kuwa ukitembelea shirika lolote hii hapa, na uweze hata kwenda kwa website yetu, uandike hata email, kuna mtu atajibu akuambie kama kuna kitu unataka kujua kuhusu hili sehemu, mnafanya nini, tuko tayari kuwasaidia na hiyo information. Na mahali sisi tunafanya kazi, tunahakikisha sana hiyo ndio kwanza, kitu ya kwanza tunafanya, watu waelewe miti ya huko kwao ni gani na ni gani unastahili kupanda wapi.
Naam, asante. Sijui John, kwa maeneo tofauti ambayo mmepanda miti unaweza kututajia pengine aina ya miti ambayo mmepanda sana, pengine iwe ni maeneo yale kame zaidi na maeneo ambayo ni baridi zaidi?
Maneno ya miti fulani kwa eneo fulani ni jambo la maana sana, kwa sababu tuligundua kwamba unapopanda baadhi ya miti kwa maeneo fulani inakosa kumea hata kidogo. Ni ya kienyeji, ni miti mizuri si tukiangalia, lakini kwa sababu ya ile tunasema microclimate na pia ule udongo wa ile eneo inakataa kumea. Na ndio maana tuliwafunza hawa hizi vikundi jinsi ya kuokota mbegu ambazo ziko kwa eneo lao, ili waweze kupanda miti ambayo iko kwa eneo hilo. Kwa njia hiyo tutaweza kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo miti iko kwa eneo hilo itaweza kufanya vizuri na itaweza kumea. Lakini tukileta miti ya kutoka nje, ama tuende tununue, tuseme mahali kama Kefri tununue mbegu, tuweze kuwapatia hizo mbegu, zitakataa kumea. Kwa hivyo sisi mara nyingi tunawafunza njia za kuweza kukuza miti hao wenyewe, ili tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba hii miti inaweza kufanya vizuri na inaweza kumea. Na kama vile Teresa alivyosema, kuna miti ya kupanda karibu na mto. Kuna mti kama Syzygium, huu ni mtu ambaye unapenda karibu kando ya mito. Huwezi kupanda mti eucalyptus kando ya mto, utamaliza ule mto. Utakunywa maji na ile maji itaweza kukosa kufika kule chini na watu wataumia, wanyama wataumia.
Unahitaji huo mti, unapatikana wapi huo mti?
Unapatikana sehemu nyingi, ukienda pande za Motelgon, ukienda Syzygium.
Naam.
Maeneo kuna mito
inafaa kule.
Na pia inatoa matunda aina fulani. Na ni miti mzuri.
Na maeneo kule pwani hivi kwenye joto na huko ni mwili mitatu unaweza kutoa.
Kuna miti ambayo haihitaji mvua nyingi. Na pia unajua kule kuna misitu pia. Kuna miti kama cedar ama juniperus procera. Ile red cedar ni mti unaweza kustahimili joto na unaweza kumea. Bora tu mti wote ni bora uangalie. Lakini hata ukiuangalia unaweza kosa kumea kwa sababu ya nini? Yale mazingira ambayo umeiweka. Kwa hivyo kila sehemu ina miti ambayo inafanya vizuri. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana kufanya kazi na watu ambao wako kwa zile sehemu. Hao ndio wanajua mazingira yao yako namna gani, ni miti gani inafanya vizuri, kwa sababu ikifikia mwisho wa siku sisi tunataka kuona kwamba miti imepandwa kila mahali na tunaweza kuangalia, tunaweza kurudisha ile asilimia, tunataka kufikia asilimia zaidi ya 10.
Na unafikiri tutafikia kufikia mwaka 2022? Nimeona waziri amesema tunatarajia kufikia pale, hata tutakuwa tumepita tukafikia asilimia 15. Miaka miwili imesalia. Ambavyo
tunavyoendelea nafikiri tunaweza kufikia. Lakini ukiongea asilimia inaonekana kama asilimia kidogo, lakini miti ni mamilioni ya miti.
Naam.
Ni mamilioni ya miti.
Na ile tarakimu ukiangalia unaonekana
zaidi ya milioni 300. Naam. Zaidi ya miti milioni 300 kupanda kwa hii misitu yote. Hii watu tunaita water towers, kupanda kwa misitu hii mingine hii kila mahali kupanda miti. Kwa sababu kuna ile tunaita forest cover na tree cover. Tree cover ni ile miti ambayo inahesabiwa kutoka kwa shamba, kutoka kila mahali. Na tukihesabu tree cover ndio tunaona hiyo asilimia iko juu kidogo. Lakini tukihesabu forest cover, asilimia ya misitu ambayo tuko nayo ndani ya nchi nzima tunaona kwamba ni kidogo.
Hebu hii asilimia 10 inafaa kwa nini? Inafaa kwa ya misitu yote ama ya miti tu?
Inafaa kwa ya misitu. Ndio tunahamasisha watu wapande miti pale nyumbani. Lakini sana tuzingatie hii misitu ambayo tunaita water tower. Kwa sababu hiyo ni kama mapafu, ni kama lungs ya nchi. Hiyo ndio ina pump umeme, ndio ina pump mambo ya kilimo. Bila hiyo tukiharibu hiyo misitu hakuna mvua, kwa hivyo hakuna kilimo. Tukiharibu hiyo misitu hakuna utalii. Tukiharibu hiyo misitu hakuna maji ya kutumia, hata Nairobi inakosa maji tukiharibu Abadeas. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio ni uhai wetu. Na tunafaa kugundua kwamba huu ni uhai wetu. Tukiharibu ni sisi wenyewe tunajiharibu. Tunajiharibu.
Kwa hivyo kama una zile takwimu pengine utueleze kwa mwaka tunapanda kama miti mingapi? Umesema tunahitaji kama miti milioni 300 ili tufikie asilimia 10.
Ile shida ambayo tuko nao wakati huu ni kwamba watu wengi wanapanda miti. Utapata kama shirika kama International Tree Foundation wamepanda kiwango chao. Sisi tumepanda kiwango chetu. East Africa Wildlife Society labda wamepanga kiwango. KFS pia inapanga kiwango. Kupata zile takwimu, kuziweka kujumlisha zile takwimu saa zingine wakati mwingine inakuwa ngumu. Lakini kwa sababu moja ni kwa sababu hatujui ni mingapi ambayo imeweza kufanya vizuri na sasa tunaweza kuita miti ambayo imemea na itakuwa miti. Hiyo ni jambo moja. Jambo la pili, Ni ngumu kupata hawa watu wa kupatia zile takwimu ili muweze kujumlisha.
Kwa zile takwimu hazipo unavyosema.
Zile takwimu ni ngumu kuzipata.
Hata makadirio na.
Lakini kwa sababu washirikishi wengi wanafanya kazi na KFS. Nafikiri KFS iko kwa nafasi nzuri zaidi ya kusema shirika hili na lile limepanda miti ikifikia kiwango hiki. Lakini pia tunafaa kuenda ndani zaidi tuangalie ni mingapi ambayo imestawi.
Na mwajua mtu anaelekea kutamatika kabisa. Daniel, singependa tumalize kabla hujamalizia nilichokukata useme ukizungumzia ujumbe mzuri ambao unajitokeza baada ya kuona wananchi wanapeana sehemu ya ardhi yao kuwa sehemu ile hifadhi ya Mara.
Nilikuwa nazungumzia kusema kwamba kusema ile ukweli, baada ya kuona hawa wananchi wametoa sehemu ya ardhi yao kufanya uhifadhi, kuna mambo matatu ambayo imeweza kujitokeza vizuri sana. Ya kwanza, uhifadhi wa wanyama wa pori imeonekana na tumeweza kuona stability ama hesabu ya wanyama wa pori imeweza kuwa stable. Ya pili, tumeweza kuona pia ile land cover, vile nilikuwa nazungumzia, sio tu mambo ya msitu ama miti kubwa kubwa, kuangalia miti kubwa, lakini tuwe pia na ile land cover, tuwe na nyasi, tuwe na shrubs. Hiyo pia imeimprove sana, kwa sababu wakati tunashunga au wanyama wa pori, mambo zingine mingi inashungwa, mpaka mambo ya nyasi, mpaka mambo ya mifugo. Na pia katika hiyo hali kuna mambo mingi pia ambayo imesaidia mambo ya uchumi ya jamii hiyo, mpaka jamii wanaweza kupata pia fedha kupitia kwa hiyo kushunga mazingira, kushunga wanyama wa pori, na wengine ambaye pia wamefikia mahali wako na mahoteli kubwa kubwa ya utalii katika sehemu ya chamba zao, na wanaingia katika agreement na investors, na wanaweza kupata pesa ambayo inaweza kusaidia katika maisha yao ya kila siku. Kwa hivyo hizo ni mambo ambayo imejitokeza sana.
Nasaidia sana. Naam, asante. Nitawapa fursa, ningependa kuwapa fursa kila mmoja wenu atoe kauli yake ya mwisho kwa dakika moja. Nitaanza na John, Teresa, kisha tumalizie na Daniel.
Yangu tu ni kuambia wananchi na kila mmoja ambaye anahusika tuweze kushirikiana na tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunaangalia misitu yetu. Nikizingatia sana misitu hii, tuna misitu ya Mau na hizi watatawa zote, tuweze kuangalia ili tuweze kuimarisha, hata tunapoimarisha uchumi wetu tuweze kuangalia tunaimarisha uchumi wetu pia tukiwa tunaangalia misitu, kwa sababu hii misitu ukiangalia ile Big 4 agenda, uwezi ile manufaa tunapata kwa hii misitu, uwezi kupata ile Big 4 bila ile manufaa tunapata. Ongea kuhusu umeme, agriculture, health, mambo yote lazima tuyazingatie. Kwa hivyo ni kuambia tu wananchi na kila mmoja anayehusika, wacha tushirikiane, tushikane mkono, tuweze kuhakikisha kwamba tunarejesha misitu yetu, tunaangalia mambo ya waste, pia tujaongea mambo ya waste sana, tuweze kuacha kuona tupi takataka ovyo
kila mahali. Asante sana. Teresa?
Mimi naweza sema kila mmoja wetu wacha tufanya kazi yetu. Wacha kila mtu ahifadhi mazingira. Kila mwaka fikiria wewe umepanda miti mingapi? Sababu wengi wetu hatupandi. How many umepanda miti mingapi kwako? Na kama huwezi weza kupanda huko, kuna mashirika mingi sana inapanda miti. Kwa hivyo shikana na wao na uone vile unaweza kuwa umecontribute kwa kuwa umehamazisha watu. Hiyo pia ni kusaidia. Kwa hivyo wacheni sisi wote tuhakikishe tunafanya kazi pamoja, na vile kama Waweru vyenye amesema, wacha tuona ni miti gapi kwa hiyo yenye mmepanda ambao imekuwa. Si kupanda peke yake, lakini kuchunga hiyo miti mpaka ikue.
Asante Daniel.
Langu kuna mawili ambayo naweza kuchangia kwa mara kwa mwisho. Ya kwanza ni kusema ya kwamba sisi wote kama washikadau wa kushunga mazingira yetu, tuangalie kwamba zile jamii ambaye wanaishi karibu na msitu wawe washikadau wa muhimu sana, kwa sababu kama kwa mfano sisi kama shirika la East African Wildlife Society tunaamini kwamba ndio uweze kumeesha hiyo miti, wale ambaye wanaishi pale karibu na hiyo miti, karibu na hiyo msitu ni washikadau wa kwanza. Sisi wengine tunakuja na kwenda, lakini wale ambaye wanaishi pale ni watu muhimu sana katika
wanafaa kuhusishwa. Nitakuwa muende kwa jambo la pili ili nisikatize
zaidi. La mwisho ni pia mambo ya kuhamasisha jamii katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Sisi wote tusike na mambo ya kuhamasisha jamii. Kama nataka kuwakaribisha nyinyi wote ama Wakenya wote kwa mambo mawili ambayo tunafanya kama shirika. Ya kwanza tunafanya kitu tunaita Forest Challenge, mahali ambayo tunaita Wakenya wote, sana watu karibu na Nairobi, tukuje ndani ya Keraita Forest tutembee tuone hiyo forest vile imetumika vibaya, vile imetumika vizuri, na tushangie. Na hiyo exercise itafanyika 30th November, na itakuwa ni sehemu ambaye kila mmoja wetu katika sehemu ya Nairobi tutaweza kuchangia kupanda miti na kuweza kuchangia katika sehemu ya environment. Ya mwisho pia ni mambo ya mashule kama vile tuliosungumzia. Tuko na lectures ambayo tunaendelesha katika universities yetu, University of Nairobi, Strathmore University, na tunaweza kuzungumza na students ili waweze kushughulikia hii mambo ya mazingira.
Asante sana. Hiyo ni Daniel Letoi ambaye ni mkurugenzi wa operesheni shirika la wanyamapori kanda Afrika Mashariki. Asante sana. Teresa Mudhoni ambaye ni mshirikishi wa kitaifa Wakfu wa International Tree, na karibu nami hapa ni John Wewero ambaye ni mratibu wa miradi katika Green Belt Movement. Mimi ni Daniel Mule, la ziada sina. Kwa niaba ya wote ambao wameshiriki kufanikisha NTV sasa, Doreen Majala na wengine wote, tunasema shukrani kwa kuwa nasi. Endelea kutazama NTV. Dakika kama 4 hivi kutoka sasa tutakuwa tukirejea kwa taarifa za kimombo kwa kina hapo sasa. Endelea kutazama NTV.
This is NTV.
Ready. For the first time, Churchill Show live recording comes to Narok, Saturday 14th September at the Narok Stadium. Joe to Cheke Pamoja, featuring all your favorite Churchill Show comedians, backed up by local entertainers and hosted by Churchill. Get your advance tickets now at 1,000 shillings because at the gate it will be 2,000 bob. Students limited offer 500 shillings. Get your advance tickets by dialing *229 *29# or *483 *82# or buy one at the Naivas Supermarket, Narok. Churchill Show Narok for the first time, Saturday 14th September at the Narok Stadium. Ukikosa utaambia nini watu?
Ati mtoto analia, mpatie simu. Ongea zaidi au ongeza bundles ili uweze kufikisha target yako haraka haraka. Alo, Johnny.
Nawe kila wakati.
Do you like a challenge? Are you an innovator? The EcoSafi Innovation Awards is calling for innovations that provide sanitation solutions for domestic and industrial waste. These solutions should be centered around storage and on-site treatment, conveyance or transport of waste, off-site treatment, and safe end-use or disposal. To participate in the EcoSafi Innovation Awards, register through our online submission platform on the Ministry of Water and Sanitation website. EcoSafi, sanitation for all.
Shop the right way, dine the right way, travel the right way. Call 071-107-5000. SMS AWAL to 21981 or visit your nearest branch to order yours today. Gulf African Bank, your partner through life's journey.
I'm hungry.
Yes, with some extra fries. Delivery on the way.
So extra.
So extra.
Has to be extra because extra data is always better with extra minutes. Dial *544# to subscribe and share live extra. Telkom, moving with you.
This is NTV.
Live from the Nation Center, this is NTV at 1. My name is Ken Mijungu with a quick news update for you. And we begin from Parliament. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Monica Juma is expected to appear before the Implementation Committee to give a status report of whether South Korea Ambassador nominee Mwende Mwinzi has renounced her American citizenship. Our political affairs reporter Ken Muredi is on this story and he now joins us live with a report. Ken, good afternoon. And this has been contentious right from the time she was being approved by Parliament. What is the latest?
Well, good afternoon to you, Ken. And the latest is that meeting between Parliament or the Committee on Implementation and Monica Juma, that is the ambassador in charge of Foreign Affairs Ministry, has been moved to 4 o'clock this afternoon, as she had already written a letter to the clerk requesting that this meeting be pushed forward. Now, but already the committee members had arrived and also members of the media had arrived, and a few minutes ago we were able to capture it live on NTV, whereby the committee members were being briefed of that message that had been sent by Monica Juma with regards to pushing that meeting. But one of the things that has come out of that meeting is that they do have pertinent questions with regards to what they would want Monica Juma to answer when she appears before them. And this is on the matter of Mwende Mwinzi. Mwende Mwinzi was the ambassador nominee to South Korea, that is in Seoul. But what we do know as of now is that Parliament has not been briefed with regards to whether she renounced her American citizenship, and this is the bone of contention. Just the day before yesterday in Parliament, that is on Tuesday, the NDB's member of Parliament, that is Robert Pukose, rose. Immediately the speaker read the welcoming remarks and was of the opinion that he had some reports that she has not renounced her citizenship, or if she has renounced, that message has not been given to her, and she had already attended training meetings and as she was being prepared to take up the ambassadorial job. And this is something that the speaker ruled that this matter should be given to the Committee on Implementation to see whether the conditional approval of Mwende Mwinzi had been effected. There is this Committee on Implementation that follows on all resolutions of the House, and if it is indeed true that she has not renounced her American citizenship, then they will write a report to Parliament with the view of making sure that she does not assume office. On that particular day, there were issues that were being raised on the floor of the House by all the members who stood to speak against her nomination, and they were all of the opinion that if indeed she's been given even an appointment letter, they will follow it through and make sure that it is rescinded and she comes back to the country. When she appeared before the committee, that is the Defense Committee that vets all ambassadors, she said that if she was going to be approved by Parliament, then she would rescind or she would revoke her American citizenship to take up this job. According to the Constitution, an ambassador is a representative of the president, and is also an ambassador is a state officer. So all these matters with regards to state officers and them holding dual citizenship is what was bringing some kind of problem, and it is what we will be knowing what are the questions that these members of the Implementation Committee will be having for Monica Juma, as they have also said there are other matters that they would want to discuss with her. At 4 o'clock we'll be in that committee room where we'll be listening to what she will be saying, and we will be relaying this information to Kenyans in our subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Ken, in studio.
Right, Kenneth Muredi, thank you very much. And basically the reason why that citizenship, renouncing that citizenship is important because she's a state officer and cannot hold dual citizenship. I presume that's the reason. Thanks, Ken Muredi, reporting, and he's definitely on that beat until this report is tabled in Parliament by the CS. All right. Let's move on and speak to Vincent Oduor. And Senate's Public Accounts Committee has this morning barred Samburu Governor Moses Lenolkulal from appearing before it to answer audit queries. PAC says it does not want to be in contempt of court since the governor was barred from accessing his office due to corruption charges. And Vincent Oduor now joins me from Parliament with a live report. And obviously, Ken, when this invitation was done, didn't they know about these facts beforehand?
Absolutely, they must have been knowing about it. But what I can tell you is that the committee now wants Parliament to pronounce itself on the implication of Justice Mumbi Ngugi ruling that barred, state officers from accessing office once they are charged. Because according to PSC Chairman Moses Kajwang, he says the ruling has opened a Pandora box and it has serious implementation challenges because, and this is something that members of the committee really spent their entire morning deliberating on the matter, after which they came out and decided to bar the Samburu governor from appearing before them. They are saying that they don't want to be accused of contempt of court because they are saying now that they barred the governor from accessing his office, they cannot allow the governor to again appear before their committee to talk about issues to do with the county. To them, they are saying they have interpreted the matter to do with barring somebody from office, not referring to the physical structure as an office, but referring to the office as an institution. So this is something that we are really waiting, because they're saying they want the Speaker of the National Assembly to both houses of Parliament to take it up and pronounce themselves on the matter to give direction moving forward, because they are saying a number of challenges come up when it comes to implementation regarding to those members of Parliament or members of County Assembly who will find themselves in such a situation and yet they don't have a deputy. So what happens to such people when such things come up? And now what happens to people who've been barred from accessing their offices when they are invited by Parliament committees to appear before them? What should occur? Therefore, these are some of the issues that we will wait to see next week Parliament really debate and deliberate on to know the way forward regarding it. For quite some time we've been here since morning waiting to see the governor, but we didn't manage to see him. But we were told that Lenolkulal was within the precincts of Parliament, but he wasn't. We were not able to see him physically, but we were told he was around. The governor is in April, you remember, he was charged with abuse of office, conflict of interest, and unlawful acquisition of public property, leading to a loss of 84 million shillings. And the governor himself is being accused in that case of using his own company, Oryx Service company, to supply petrol and diesel to Samburu County, whereby he was able to benefit from that amount of 84 million shillings. And therefore, these are some of the issues that has come up, and you remember the governor denied all the charges. But now moving forward, we are waiting to see what will happen moving forward, because you remember even the governor of Kiambu, Ferdinand Waititu, was also barred from accessing his county office. Now we would like to know, and the committee wants to know, what happens now if they have to invite such people appear before them. The governor was supposed to answer audit queries regarding the monies that were allocated to his county regarding to the 2015, 2016, 2016, 2017 and 2017-2018 financial years, because most of the governors for quite some time have been having issues to do with the management of public resources in their counties, embezzlement of funds, and many things to do with the improper use of public money. And therefore most of them appear before this committee to really account for those monies that were allocated to their counties. And therefore we are waiting for next week to hear and see what Parliament will decide on this ruling that has serious implications moving forward on all state officers who face corruption charges. For now, I'm taking you back to studio.
Indeed, we wait for that. It has far-reaching effect to all state officers. Thanks, Vincent Oduor, reporting from from Parliament. Let's move on and to some development following some work that was done by NTV that the government has banned the adoption of children by foreign nationals. A special cabinet meeting at State House right here in Nairobi, chaired by the President and attended by the Deputy President, also directed the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection to formulate a new policy document to regulate the adoption of children by foreign nationals in the country. The meeting also directed the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection to streamline operations of the Child Welfare Society of Kenya and those of children homes in the country. The move cabinet comes after NTV highlighted some of the ills committed by criminals manipulating weak policies on children adoption in praying missionaries and court-to-court exposes. Good move, actually. So many countries are not accepting adoption from foreign nationals or applications from foreign nationals. Let's move on. Lawyers representing Mombasa Principal Magistrate Edgar Kagoni have been engaged in an inter-parties hearing in Mombasa following the petition to stop his prosecution. Kagoni was arrested on Saturday over allegations of mishandling a 30 million shilling heroin exhibit. Kagoni's arrest and subsequent prosecution has been overly condemned by the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, who termed the move as intimidation by the office of the DPP and the police. On Thursday, ICJ Kenya, Katiba Institute and the Kenya Human Rights Commission also joined in to slam Kagoni's prosecution. The civil rights group argued that he was dispensing his mandate as a judicial officer and should not have been arrested and denied release after a Mombasa High Court granted him bail.
Yes, they are all judges. They have a private life. They can be held accountable for what they do in their private capacity. But when they are executing processes in the normal court process, I can make a mistake. That's why you find somebody has been convicted and that conviction overturned. That is a mistake of law. You can misapprehend the facts. You can misapprehend the law. But that should not be construed as a criminal. Otherwise, you not have that independence of the judiciary.
Right, so many reactions coming out of that prosecution, which has been described by some quarters as malicious. Let's move on to Bungoma now. And 3 border operators died after they were involved in a road accident that happened in Bukembe area. That's along Eldoret-Malaba Highway in Bungoma County. The 3 were hit by a trailer which had lost control while the border operators were waiting for commuters at their designated points. The accident happened at around 9 p.m. last night. The residents staged a demonstration demanding that traffic police officers return to the roads. And elsewhere, a somber mood engulfed BP Estate in Molo Town after the decomposing body of a physician who worked at the Molo Sub-County Hospital was found inside her house. Neighbors say that they last saw the deceased on Sunday and they only learned of her death when her colleagues came searching for her. The body of the deceased, who used to live alone, was found lying on the couch, and it is suspected that she may have committed suicide inside the house by either ingesting poison or overdosing. The body of the deceased was taken to the Molo Sub-County Hospital mortuary for post-mortem as police launched investigations. Police in Eldama Ravine, that's in Baringo County, have destroyed over 40,000 liters of illicit brew. The operation, conducted along the Kakul Salal River, was led by Baringo County Commissioner Henry Wafula and County Police Commander Robinson Ndiwa. They managed to seize and destroy the containers that stored different kinds of illicit brews such as Kangara, Changa, Busa and methanol. The County Commissioner assured the residents that the operation will continue to ensure the area and the county at large is free from illicit brew.
Changa tumekamata 2,978 2,978 liters. Chukue hiyo. So mnaona hii ni hatari.
Elsewhere, security personnel in Kirinyaga County have raised concern over the alleged re-emergence of the outlawed Mungiki and other criminal gangs who are terrorizing residents in the county. Deputy Police Commander Robinson Thuku said 2 criminal gangs, namely Mungiki and Kenda, are in existence because residents have been using them to collect debts and settle scores. Kirinyaga County Commissioner Jim Njoka, while addressing residents in Kagumo, Kirinyaga Central, confirmed the existence of the criminal gangs, saying they are operating in Matatu Terminal while others are border operators. He said operations to hunt the criminals are currently underway.
Asanteni sana, makofi tena kwa mama.
Lakini sasa tunasikia iko tubego tunamea. Bego sa Mungiki na ingine najiita sijui Kenda. Sijui ingine ati Kenda kazi yake ni kushika kwenda kuitishia watu deni. Hiyo hakuna, hiyo tumekataa. Hiyo tumekataa, na kama iko grupu inafanya kazi kaina hiyo tunaitaka. Tuletewe tuhusike na wao.
Tunawajua kabisa. Na ndio tumekuja hapa leo kutoa onyo kali kwa watu wa Mungiki na hizo criminal gangs Kirinyaga County mzima. Mujiondoe na musarende kwa serikali ili tuwasamee na maisha yenu yaendelee kama kawaida.
And from Kirinyaga now to Isiolo, where victims of the 2007-2008 post-election violence in Isiolo have decried attempts by some people to grab their land. They have accused a former councillor of hatching a plan to sell their parcel of land. They claim that the land was allocated to them by the defunct county council. The victims have noted that interest in the parcel of land that they have occupied for the last 10 years has risen sharply due to the proposed Lapset corridor. They are calling upon the county government to urgently act and provide them with ownership documents.
Kuna wabonyenye wametoka kunyang'anya sisi ardhi yetu ya Shangilia BD and IDPs. Chanjo ile kubwa sana ameanza leo kutunyang'anywa kwa sababu Lapset inapita karibu hapo. Inafaa sisi wale IDPs na Shangilia BD wale wanyonge haifai kukaa hiyo mahali kwa sababu hiyo mahali itakuja na benefit kubwa kama ya Lapset inapata wale ambao settled italipwa na serikali.
Now, before we cross the border, let's take a look at some business stories. And in light of revelations by the Kenya Revenue Authority that over 92% of companies failed to pay corporate tax in the last fiscal year, a survey conducted by audit firm KPMG has revealed that companies ranked tax compliance as their biggest nightmare. Speaking during the Kenya Top 100 Mid-Sized Companies Forum, various businessmen decried the murky business environment they are being forced to navigate while still shouldering the tax burden. The companies also put across the challenges they have been facing in accessing credit since interest rates cap in 2016. Firms say that amid economic turbulence, banks have been preferring to lend to the government, which offer more attractive rates, leaving them with a challenge to look for alternative source of funding.
A lot of these companies don't have money. They're not making money. They are just literally struggling to float. And because of that, you have no profits and therefore you have no money to pay as taxes. However, even when you have money to pay as taxes, or a tax liability, you have to ask yourself, what do I do? Do I pay my employees or do I pay the taxman? And a lot of these are using that money meant for tax to settle their daily operations.
Right, let's now cross the border. And South Sudan's President Salva Kiir and rebel leader Riek Machar on Wednesday vowed to stick to a November deadline for creating a long-delayed power-sharing government during a rare meeting in the capital, Juba. Now, the two men signed...
Every day, NTV News Team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation,
police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null
and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the Global Education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
Every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the global education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the global education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
30,000-seater facility will play host to the league clash between AFC Leopards and Kariobangi Sharks. Nyayo National Stadium was closed, and that was to allow government-commissioned renovations so that the facility could host the 2018 African Nations Championship. However, that didn't happen. Instead, renovations have been delayed as the government has failed to release funds on time. Gary Neville, Ryan Giggs and Ashley Cole were among the stars to play in Van Song Company's testimonial as a Manchester City Legends 11 drew 2-2 with the Premier League Legends side. The Belgian joined Anderlecht in the summer but played no part at the Etihad Stadium due to a hamstring injury.
Has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya.
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
And beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the global education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground.
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation.
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the global education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment decision.
It's time to say goodbye to this note and karibu to this note.
In order for the manufacturing sector to be elevated from the ground,
Despite the government's promise to create at least 1.3 million jobs,
Moves you fast past the planes and trucks to bring you the triumphs and joys of our great men and women.
Moving stories that touch our hearts.
I didn't know that I could go back to school.
The Back to School program has brought hope to these young mothers.
NTV News. News that moves you.
every day, NTV News team moves you to the center of the action.
The security forces who took part in this operation,
Police are not taking anything to chance it.
Moves you to the heart of the story to witness and record history.
Rendering the declared results null and void.
Telling the story of Kenya
The growing importance of border in Mandera.
Matatus will be on strike.
and beyond.
The politics in the United States capital. It is the 7th edition of the global education taking place in Dubai.
When it comes to business, we crunch the numbers and unpack the detail with the latest information for your investment.